mates. I looked around the room, carefully memorizing who had paired with who. 3 House of Blood contestants stood together. Beside them, Angelica and her partner, a slight blood magic user by the name of Ivan. Ibrahim had managed to find a partner, a shadow-born man who had also been badly injured in the last trial. Apparently, no one else would have them. Neither looked pleased. They weren't the only ones who appeared to have paired up out of sheer necessity. 4 other Raihn contestants now partnered with each other, presumably out of last-minute changes dumped by their previous partners after Jesmond's torture. I eyed them and tried not to show it, a knot in my stomach. Their backs were sealed beneath layers of armor, but they moved stiffly, and I could imagine what they looked like. Still, they didn't seem to be in as much pain as Raihn, who couldn't even get into his own armor. I had to strap the leather over his back while he gripped the edge of the bureau and cursed through teeth so tight I was sure he'd crack them. He hid it now, though, and well, tucking every wince and slow movement away. This was not the time to show weakness. I saw it anyway. Vampires healed fast, but his wounds had improved only a little. I was disappointed, but not surprised. Nightborn soldiers wielded all kinds of tricks poison, magic, whatever it took, to inflict as much pain as their task warranted. Raihn's apparently had warranted it all. As I watched the other Raihn, I couldn't help but wonder if his had been worse, if he had been kept longer, tortured more, because of his connection to me. He nudged my arm, snapping me from my thoughts. "We're famous," he muttered, motioning to the other side of the room, where several Hayaj contestants stared. "We did make one of the more unusual pairs." "They're jealous," I said flatly, and he chuckled. "Well, give them a show." Mother, I hoped so. We all waited in silence, prepared to be spirited away at any moment. But instead, a string of Nyaxia's acolytes filed into the room. Each bore a silver goblet. They stopped at each set of allies, offering them the cup. They didn't say a word. Ours didn't even lift his eyes, but the unspoken message was clear. Drink. Raihn took the goblet first, making a face of disgust as he swallowed. "Unpleasant, but not poison," he said, after a moment, and passed it to me. The liquid was dark red, nearly black, and thick. Faint smoke rolled from its surface. It smelled slightly musty. I couldn't even begin to imagine its purpose. I'd studied every Kejari, and none included a start like this. I drank. Ugh, Raihn was right. It was disgusting. I glanced at him after handing the goblet back to the acolyte, and the corner of his mouth curled. Good luck. Chapter 29. Feathers. Feathers everywhere. Black, smothering, so dark that all color curled up and died in them. Everything was distant and numb. I could not get my mind to work well enough to process any of it. The feathers shifted. Light seeped between them. Or no, not light. Eyes. Gold eyes. Terrible, cruel gold eyes. I blinked, and then the eyes became a face that glared down at me from above. A man with severe features and a neat beard and long black hair that flew out behind him, mingling with the wings that unfolded around us both. I had never seen this person before, and yet the sight of him filled me with paralyzing terror. I blinked again, and the winged man's face was replaced with another one. This one I did know. I knew every angle of it. I pretended I didn't see it every time I closed my eyes. My old lover leaned close to me, so close the familiar cool of his breath ghosted over my cheek. "Did you miss me?" he whispered. I struggled but couldn't move. Blink. The two faces merged, changing back and forth with every pulse of my panicked heartbeat. They grabbed my hand, pressed it to their chest, pressed it to the gaping wound there, right in the center. They leaned closer. Their lips touched my ear. Did you miss me? Their blood was hot on my hand, running all the way down my forearm as I struggled, frantic, with nowhere to go. My arm was warm and wet. My heartbeat was out of control. Sharp pain shot up my back. I was in pitch darkness, and yet too many sensations surrounded me. Like two different worlds were colliding, each feeding me conflicting senses. Oraya, this was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Oraya, calm down, breathe. But even my own thoughts were lost, like my mind had become a gaping, cavernous maze I no longer knew how to navigate. Something else was here. Something was, Oraya, calm the fuck down. So loud, it shocked my thoughts into silence. Rain's voice. It was Rain's voice, booming through the back of my skull, but in my mind, not my ears. Breathe, Oraya, both of us. We need to calm down, all right? For a moment, I questioned my sanity. I felt a shiver of wry amusement up my spine, a wordless, soundless chuckle. And it was such a bizarre sensation, it nearly sent me spiraling again. You aren't alone in that, princess. I put my hands straight out in front of me. I could see nothing, but they lay flat against smooth, toothy stone. The cold, unyielding firmness steadied me. And yet, even though my palms were now pressed firmly against the wall, I felt something else, too. Felt them wrapped around the hilt of a sword. Felt the way my muscles strained to lift it, and a shock of pain up my back as I did. My hands were here. My hands were there. That's you, I gasped. I'm feeling you. My physical voice felt dull and flat compared to the one in my head. Yes, Raihn answered. A mind bonding. The potion. It must have been a spell. It would take rare, powerful magic to forge a temporary bond like this. But I suppose Nyaxia's church had all the resources to make the impossible possible. Ix fucking tits! Another uncanny vibration up my spine. I shuddered. Don't do that. What? Laugh? It feels strange. The laughter is what feels strange? That's what goes too far for you? How fitting. Strange was an understatement. Every single part of me railed against the unwelcome presence in my thoughts. Each nerve and muscle screamed at the additional weight of another set of senses thrust upon them. Fuck, Oraya, do you feel this tense all the time? I was too embarrassed to admit that too often I did. Special circumstances, I replied instead. You're just as bad. The truth. His anxiety was just as strong as mine. Different, a rolling undercurrent rather than staggering waves, but every bit as powerful. If it was this overwhelming in just a dark box, what was this going to be like when we were actually in battle? It almost made me sick just to think about it. I felt the echoing pang of Raihn's concern too. Well, we'd have to make it work. Half of the contestants would die today. We needed to get out of here. I ran my hands along the wall and felt Raihn doing the same wherever he was. Smooth stone here, smooth stone there. Cells. They were cells. That made sense. Nyaxia and Alaris had been imprisoned by the gods of the White Pantheon as punishment for their unlawful relationship. Nyaxia might have been a lesser goddess then, and Alaris weakened to a fraction of his former power, but it still proved to be an unwise decision. The two of them fought their way out of captivity, slaughtering exactly half of the keepers of Ixtran, the legendary prison of the Pantheon. This must be our Ixtran. Well, we'll probably have to fight through whatever's out there together when we get out, I told Raihn, as we both felt around the walls of our enclosures. Let's get these open. Once we found each other, we would be nearly unstoppable. I was certain of that. I'm touched that you think so, Raihn replied, sensing that thought.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I wasn't sure what to make of the fact that he actually was, and I felt it. Here, look. My fingertip hit a little patch of metal high up in the corner of my cell. I pressed down, and stone shifted. Click. The door swung open, letting in a flood of cool light from the stars, the moon, and the hundreds of torches floating above the Colosseum. It was night, but compared to the darkness of the cell, it blinded me. I blinked into it for half a second, and when my eyes adjusted, I almost let out a laugh, just because what the fuck else was I supposed to do? Before me was carnage, just utter carnage. Most of the contestants hadn't even made it out of their cells yet, and the sand was already soaked with blood. Monsters tore each other apart in the arena, every kind of beast one could possibly imagine. Demons like the ones from the first trial, this time with knobby, milky white wings. Massive cats, black with gray spots and bright red eyes. Creatures I'd only ever seen in storybooks from the House of Shadow. Hellhounds, enormous, hunched wolves with pure white fur, darkness rolling from their skin. They roam the dunes of the House of Night in packs and have been known to slaughter entire settlements. Far beyond all of that, past all that certain death, was a wall made of piled white stone, cutting across the center of the Colosseum. A rocky path led up to its peak. 2 golden doorways stood at the top, tall and narrow, pulsing with silver smoke. The stands were packed, a sea of shrieking faces surrounding the arena, thrilled by the most dramatic of the Kejari trials. Another vision collided with this one as Raihn's door swung open, and he took in a mirror image of this sight from, I realized, the other side of the wall. "Fuck," he murmured. Fuck was right. Iron boxes like the one I had just stumbled out of lined the outskirts of the sandpit. The one right beside me was still closed, and the muffled sound of wordless screaming came from within. Another door opened, and one of the Shadowborn contestants stumbled from their cell, clutching their head, only to wander straight into the jaws of a hellhound. What the hell was wrong with him? "Many can't exactly handle the weight of multiple minds," Raihn answered. "Not like this." Through Raihn's eyes, I watched another man fall to his knees and struggle to rise. Maybe we were lucky that Misha wasn't here, after all. I couldn't imagine trying to support both of them. I looked back to the wall and the doorways at its peak. Our goal, clearly, or one of them was. Extran was a place of cruel chance, after all. No doubt one would lead to freedom, and one would lead to damnation. But between us and that threat were so many more. I steeled myself as I looked out into the sea of teeth and claws and blood before me. Across the Colosseum, Raihn did the same. "You ready?" I asked him. He was already lifting his sword. "Always." We threw ourselves into the onslaught. At first, it was a struggle. The weight of Raihn's mind weighed heavily on my own. I lost precious seconds to separating his senses from mine. I kept myself alive, barely, as I fought across the first stretch of the arena, but I was clumsy, allowing too many close calls. "Stop resisting it," Raihn snapped at me. "Lean into it. That's the only way we make it through." It went against every single instinct I had. But he was right. I couldn't fight him inside my mind and still focus on keeping myself alive. We'd trained for this, I reminded myself. Not knowingly, but we'd learned to accommodate each other, to anticipate and understand each other's unspoken cues. Our partnership had never been about brute strength. It had always been about compromise. This was just a matter of giving ourselves over to it. And once we did that, we became a source of strength to each other, another well to draw upon. We might have been separated, but it was like we were back fighting side by side in the slums. I felt every strike he made, and he felt every one of mine. Still, even as we found our rhythm, every step grew more treacherous. The beasts, clearly starved, were more numerous and agitated closer to the barrier. Worse, by now, all the other contestants were out of their cells. And we all understood acutely that our primary competition wasn't the hellhounds or the demons. It was each other. Only half of us would remain after this. We fought like it. We were all forced together into the sands. Early in the trial, a high-odds contestant tried to fly up above the carnage, only to immediately fall to the ground, wings shredded. A barrier. Wings or no, there was no avoiding the pit of death. I was barely halfway across the arena, and already I had to strike down someone every step. And perhaps Raihn's presence in my mind fueled me, but it would have been a hell of a lot more helpful if he was actually beside me. I don't understand, I thought. What is the point of this? We can't actually fight together this way. But before he could respond, pain sliced across my arm. I stumbled, losing precious ground to the Shadowborn woman who had come after me. I glanced down to see smooth, unbroken leather armor on my own, but Raihn saw a trail of blood over his. He paid for that moment of distraction as his attacker lunged for him again. I gritted my teeth and struggled to push back mine, at last shoving her into the grip of a nearby demon. But across the arena, I felt Raihn's fight continue. He wasn't faring as well. I flinched with every blow. The memory of the demons from the first trial hit me, and with it came sudden realization. Just now, Raihn had been hurt and I had stumbled. "Who is that?" I asked him. His vision came in broken flashes. I couldn't see a face. "What? Who is that you're fighting right now? Look at his face." I felt Raihn's confusion, but he obeyed. As he countered the next blow, he showed me his attacker, a high-odds Nightborn man with fair hair. I knew him. Nikolai. I racked my memory. Who had he been paired with? Raventhay. "He has a bad right knee," Vincent had told me at the feast. I scanned the crowd. We were lucky. Raventhay wasn't far from me, just a few strides across the pit. I dove for him. Didn't give him time to react. My weapon went for his right knee, a direct hit. His leg folded up beneath him, blood spurting. I plunged my blade into his chest before he had time to rise. And just as I suspected, across the arena, Raihn's opponent fell. "Shit," he whispered, a spark of pleasure spearing us both as he seized the opportunity to finish Nikolai. "You're good." We were separated, but that didn't mean we couldn't still help each other. With this knowledge, we cut across the battlefield. Yes, we needed to get to those gates as quickly as possible, but each of us sacrificed small gains in speed to help the other, and that give and take meant that as a team, we moved swiftly. But the contestants who still remained were strong too. The Bloodborne in particular knew how to compete together. One of them was the first to breach the wall of stone, fighting her way up the winding path to the top. She had nearly made it by the time I reached the wall. It looked more like a mountain up close, a looming pile of stacked rock. The path to its crest was steep and precarious. 2 others were ahead of me, chopping through stray hellhounds and demons that had made their way up. 3 coming up on this side, I told Raihn. 2 over here. You'd better get here quick. Only half of us would make it. 11. Almost there. I could see the path through his eyes, just a few strides ahead. We were both so close. But I made it only a few steps up the path when excruciating pain tore through my back, then my shoulder. My knees hit the ground, a gasp ripping through me. It took a few seconds to realize it wasn't my body being slashed open, but Raihn's. His sight was just a smear of clattering weapons, a cloud of red smoke, a flash of white hair. Angelica. I tried to pull myself up, braced against the rocks. "Go," Raihn told me. "Keep going." Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. "I can handle her." No, he couldn't lie, not with our minds locked together. Not when I could feel each wound she opened on his body and how hard he struggled to keep up. Healthy, Angelica and Raihn were almost evenly matched, but Raihn had just endured hours of torture. Today, they were not evenly matched. I didn't even think about the decision. I turned back. "I have this, Oraya, go."
I ignored him. It took me a few minutes to find Angelica's partner, Ivan, in the escalating chaos. I had to double back all the way down the wall. I found him in the thick of the fighting in the sands, dealing a weak finishing blow to a jaguar. He was injured, each step slow and limping. This would be easy. It would just take me a few minutes to pick him off, and with him, Angelica. Ivan saw me coming barely in time to react. A wave of acidic agony hit me as the red mist of his magic surrounded us. The wounds on his arms quivered with exertion, with the blood he had to use to fuel it. I didn't even let it slow me. I hit his arm, the poison eating at his skin immediately. In Raihn's battle, Angelica faltered. He took that opening, levied a strike, just as Ivan pulled back, his magic swelling. It nearly crippled me, unbearable, paired with Raihn's wounds. But I pushed through it, rolled, lunged. My blade sliced Ivan's good leg to the bone. It collapsed beneath him. The two of us landed in a tangle on the ground. My battle with Ivan and Raihn's with Angelica blended together, each reduced to wild flashes of burning muscles and blood and steel and magic. I rolled on top of Ivan, pinning him. Pain slithered across my ribs. Not mine, Rainh's. Running out of time. I looked right into Ivan's eyes as I raised my blade, holding him still between my knees, his back pressed to the stone of the wall. And I was looking so intently at him that I almost didn't notice the movement out of the corner of my vision. Raihn looked over Angelica's shoulder, looked up, at the gates of victory. The blood-born woman had reached the top. She paused between the two doors, clearly hesitant. A shadow-born man was not far behind her. He ran, not slowing, as he crested the top. And he didn't hesitate as he shoved her through one of the arches, forcing her to test the decision. I seized up as the ground shook beneath me. I looked up just in time to see the flash of light from the gate consume everything. Just in time to hear, in the mind that we shared, Raihn scream my name. Just in time to feel a wave of pain as Ivan buried his dagger in my side. And I had no time to react as his magic seized hold of my blood, my muscles, forced them to move without my permission, and hurled me into the thick of the bloodthirsty beasts. Chapter 30. Vincent had always warned me about what it would be like to be caught in a frenzy. They will not wait until you are dead, he said. There is no sense, there is no thought, there is only hunger. I had thought about those words a lot in the days after Alana's death. What I had heard that first night in the Moon Palace sounded just as Vincent had described. She had been devoured alive, and she had been powerless to do anything about it. Her final moments haunted me. Now, as my body flung me into a mass of starving animals, my muscles beyond my reach for pivotal seconds, only one thought stuck in my mind. Was this how she felt when she died? Ivan's magic paralyzed me. I couldn't move, but I was conscious as those beasts descended upon me. The animals had been provoked into a delirium by the violence and starvation. They had formed tightly packed groups, all twitching muscles and foaming mouths, as if perhaps some part of them knew that it was their only chance at survival. For a split second, it struck me as deeply sad. They were just animals after all, killers reduced to prey for entertainment. Just like all of us, really. I felt it when the first one, a demon, grabbed a hold of my leg. Immediately I was surrounded by so many that they completely shadowed the sky. All I saw was teeth and claws. I couldn't even scream. Oraya! Raihn's panic flooded me. It was just as intense as my own. I didn't know what to make of that. But something about that panic jolted through me, the burst of it sharp enough to cut through the remnants of Ivan's magic. My hands flew out, stabbing wildly. It wasn't enough. There were so many of them. Blood was bad, blood was dangerous. I lashed out with my blades, but it was futile panic in an endless sea of flesh and skin and fur and feathers. I was going to die. Mother, I was going to die. My heartbeat was wild. Every pump of blood brought them closer. I'm coming for you, Oraya. I didn't like that. How scared Raihn sounded. He had managed to slip Angelica, and he was running, pushing through the crowd on his side of the wall. He wouldn't be fast enough. Use your magic, he urged. I saw flashes of his vision as he ran sprinting up the unsteady stone of his path. You aren't even far from the end. Use it right now. I couldn't. I couldn't grip my own power. Even when I could, I produced little more than wisps of light. I fought and thrashed and struggled to calm myself, and I told myself, fear is a collection of, fear is the fucking key to it, Oraya. Raihn's voice, booming with fear of his own, filled both of our minds. Use it. Pretend that you're throwing me out the fucking window. Pretend that you're dragging Misha out of that burning apartment. Shameful tears pricked my eyes. I didn't know how to let go of that wall within myself. I'd built it for so long, cemented over every crack. Now I clung to it, terrified of what would happen if I let myself fall. I'm with you, Oraya, right now. You don't have time. We'll go together. All right? I'm with you. That should have terrified me. The beasts overwhelmed me. My back hit the sand. A demon crawled over me, its face inches from mine. It went for my throat, right there on the side, right where I had a scar that reminded me of the boy I tried not to think about every night. Now I let myself think of him for the first time in so many years. Let myself think of my parents, crushed in a broken building in a war that had nothing to do with them. Let myself think of a little lost girl with dark hair hunted in a maze. A little girl with dark hair left alone in a ruined city. Let myself think of a lifetime spent here, trapped by my own fear, trapped by these fucking predators, these monsters, these things that didn't see me as anything other than livestock. And then I realized that fear, when embraced, hardens and sharpens, that it becomes rage, that it becomes power. I would not die here. I let my fury explode. I let it spill out through my mouth and my eyes and my fingers and the tips of my hair. I let it erupt all the way to the sky, past the stars, the moon, reaching for Nyaxia herself. And I felt her reach back. The night fire roared through me, surrounding me in a blanket of light and heat and power. It consumed everything, the demons, the hellhounds, the vampires. Consumed my skin, my eyes. Consumed, above all, my anger. I would not die here. I gripped my blades, but did not need to wield them as I rose. I barely remembered moving. Barely remembered stepping through a sea of white flames over night fire-eaten corpses that might have been animal, might have been vampire. On my way up the path, climbing and climbing. I stopped only when I reached the top, when I looked up at the sky and saw the moon. Suddenly, I felt so small again. Awareness plunged back into my injured mortal body. Nausea churned in my stomach. My legs almost gave out, and I thrust my hand out to steady myself. The flames fell away. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness in the wake of such blinding light. I was at the top of the wall, in the center of the Colosseum. My hand braced against the frame of the one remaining gate. The other, now nothing but charred, twisted metal. I felt strange and unsteady and empty. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Behind me, a tableau of devastation trailed from the sands of the arena up the crumbling wall of rock-scorched stones and piles of clean white bones. The audience watched in silence, thousands of eyes upon me. Their faces all blended together.
Vincent was out there, somewhere. I was going to look for him, but instead my gaze drifted down, just several paces away, to where the path from the other side of the arena crested the top of the wall. Raihn, he was on his knees staring up at me. And the way he looked at me, was the first thing that felt real. Real and raw and confusing. Because he looked at me in sheer awe, like I was the most incredible thing he had ever seen. Like I was a fucking goddess. I blinked and tears streamed down my cheeks. Whatever I had cracked open inside myself to access that power bled like an open wound. Raihn rose slowly at first, and then so fast that I didn't have time to react when he closed the space between us in several long strides. And then he was all around me at once in a firm embrace, and my feet were off the ground and my arms were around his neck, and I was allowing him to hold me, allowing myself to cling to him, allowing myself to bury my tear-streaked face in the warm space between his chin and throat. And suddenly, not a single thing, not the audience or the arena or the arch or the Nightfire or Nyaxia herself, existed except for this. "You worried me for a minute there," he murmured against my hair, his voice rough. I should have known better. He lowered me until my feet touched the ground again, then released me. Swaying and dizzy, I looked out over the stands. Vincent was right in the front, halfway across the ring. He was half standing, his eyes wide and unblinking. One hand clung to the rail, the other clutched his chest, as if trying to hold in his own heart. I must have been weak with blood loss, because I even thought that perhaps I saw a silver streak down his cheek. "Let's go," Raihn said softly, his hand on my back. I turned to the door, and the ghostly silence of the Moon Palace welcomed us with open arms. Interlude. The young woman thought she was in love, or something like it. To be young and in love is an incredible thing. It teaches one so much. She had never had a friend her own age, and so she learned how to share little pieces of herself with another. She had never known a romantic partner before, so she learned how to kiss and touch. She knew her father would not approve, so she learned how to hide things from him. Her dark world was a little brighter, cold rooms a little warmer. Her young man was shy and sweet, and he seemed to be enamored with her. She would spend long days retracing his every word. Perhaps in another world, these two people would not have found much in common. But in this world, in which they had so little else, they became everything to each other. They fell hard and fast, and the young woman loved the rush of it. She wanted more. They pried themselves away from each other, panting and breathless, and forever greedy for more of each other's skin. The young woman had never experienced sex before, but oh, she wanted to. She knew that night what she wanted from him, what she wanted to give back to him in return. They met in his room. Their kisses were messy and frantic, punctuated with gasps and moans as lips grazed sensitive flesh. Their desire for each other fell over them in a drunken haze, more potent with every layer of cloth they ripped away. She was faintly nervous as he pressed her to the bed and climbed over her, nervous as he opened her thighs and prepared to push into her. But she was nervous as all young people were when losing their virginity. And that nervousness was nothing compared to her desire. The pain was brief and quick. She buried it in the sensation of his shaking breath against her skin, their flesh as close as it could ever be, his mouth pressed to hers. He was gentle, at first. When he first began to move, swells of pleasure mingled with the remnants of the pain. With each stroke, slow and deep, it built. The young woman turned herself over to it, and thought to herself that she would never, never feel anything this good ever again. When did the first spark of fear come? When did that little voice in the back of her head whisper, "Wait, something is not right"? Perhaps it was when his thrusts got too fast, too hard. the pleasure-to-pain balance disrupted despite her muffled words of hesitation. Perhaps it was when she tried to sit up, seize control, but he forced her back down, the sharp edge of his fingernails opening little bloody wounds on her flesh. Perhaps it was when his nostrils flared at those little drops of blood, maybe the blood on his hands, or the blood between her legs, and his kisses to her cheek, her jaw, her throat grew deeper, grew harder, grew sharper. His lips were loving at first, then passionate, and then it hurt. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. The young woman cried out. She told him to stop. Perhaps he did not hear, perhaps he did not care. Bloodlust, understand, is a terrible thing. Fear seized her. His teeth were deep into her throat as she thrashed. He was stronger than her. Her powerlessness was a noose ready to strangle her. The young woman came so close to death that day, but she grabbed the silver candelabra from the bedside table and smashed it over her lover's head. It was not enough to kill him, but she was not trying to kill her lover that day. She had never killed before. She was shaking, her heart beating frantically. As she pushed him off of her, she caught just one glimpse of his face, dazed confusion, and then horror, as if he had not even realized what he had done. Tears streaked her cheeks. She thought she was in love. She had not learned yet how deadly such a thing could be. She hid her tears, grabbed her clothing, and ran. She did not look back when he called for her. Her broken dream and her broken heart tore her flesh to pieces. She was bleeding. She was frightened. She did not intentionally choose to run to her father's room. But where else could she go, in a home where everything was dangerous? The king opened his door and let his weeping daughter inside. She was a reserved young woman. He had taught her how to keep her emotions carefully tethered. But tonight she was distraught. Her lover and his betrayal had shattered her defenses. The king wrapped his daughter in a blanket, listened to her choke out her story, and was silent as he wiped the blood from her throat. He made a decision in that moment. The young woman did not know it. Not yet. Chapter 31. 11 of us remained. Ivan was there when we arrived, and Angelica followed not long after Raihn and I did. The last, to everyone's shock, was Ibrahim, who dragged himself through covered in gore, his sword bloodied, eyes far away and empty. He had killed his partner right before stepping through the arch. Half was an odd number this year. Only one of them could live. Ibrahim didn't seem all that broken up about it. How many people did I kill today? I wondered numbly. Everyone was staring at me. Not in the same way they usually did, either. Not with amused hunger, but wary curiosity. I couldn't decide if I liked the change. Unlike the other trials, the minister and his acolytes waited in the moon palace to greet us as we returned. After Ibrahim, the gate, which stood of its own accord in the center of the room, simply faded away, leaving whoever still remained beyond it to their bloody fates. The silence was deafening. The minister regarded us with a placid stare, an expression that only vaguely resembled a smile twisting his mouth. "Congratulations," he said. "You are finalists of the Kejari. You have made it into the final 2 trials. Our Dark Mother is very pleased with you." No one looked pleased with themselves, only grimly determined.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. To celebrate your victory, the minister continued, a ceremonial feast has been held at Nyaxia's pleasure, in honor of your gift to the mother of the ravenous dark, the blood that has been spilled, and for the blood you have yet to give her. His smile broadened, as if this was the only thing that brought him genuine pleasure. Sometimes I thought Nyaxia was a bit depraved. "Go," he said, "heal yourselves, rest. The Moon Palace, by Nyaxia's generosity, has offered you all you need. Return to the church at sundown." The apartment was too quiet without Misha. Raihn and I didn't talk as we returned, and I was infinitely conscious of the silence. He spoke first, only once the door was shut firmly behind him. 6 whole hours of rest after we nearly died for the entertainment of our benevolent goddess. He gave me a half-smile. How generous of them! I rasped a forced chuckle, and his brow flattened. What? That sounded like a dying cat. But what concerns me even more is that you actually faked a laugh at a joke that wasn't even funny. That I almost would have laughed at, but my head was foggy and my body exhausted. Now that the shock of the trial was starting to wear off, what I had done and the fact that I understood so little of it had begun to set in. "Hey," Raihn said softly. I looked at him, and out of everything that had just happened today, this moment might have been the most frightening. Because right now, 2 truths careened into me at the same time. One, that he looked at me like my well-being was actually important to him. That he must actually care because I'd felt the way he cared. I'd felt his panic when I was in danger, and that meant he'd felt mine when I thought Angelica would kill him. 2, that the half-moon trial was over. We no longer needed an alliance, and that meant that either he would kill me or I would kill him. These 2 undeniable facts collided so violently that I found myself leaning back against the wall. "Well," I said, "we did it." My voice was hoarse. "We sure fucking did." He took a step closer, his eyes never leaving mine. I should have tensed. I should have reached for my blade. I didn't. "You were fucking magnificent, Oraya," he murmured. "I hope you know that." I lifted my chin and said with as much conviction as I could muster, "I know." He laughed. His eyes crinkled when he smiled. Had I noticed before how much I liked that? "Get a little rest if you can," he said, "before the feast. I'll leave you alone. Get ready in a different apartment." He spoke so casually, but I knew what he really meant. Was this how he acknowledged what had changed between us? Was this his way of saying, neither of us have to make any moves yet? Either way, I was grateful for it. Grateful that I didn't have to spend these next few hours talking myself into killing him. Whatever the Oraya of tomorrow had to do that could be her problem. The Oraya of tonight could just watch him for a little longer. I refused to let even a hint of any of this into my voice as I replied, "Fine." He lowered his chin, went to the door, and opened it. Just before he slipped through, I said, a little too quickly, "Raihn." He glanced back. "I'll admit that you were a good ally," I said. He winked at me. "You knew it from the start," he said, and closed the door behind him. I hadn't been sure exactly what the minister meant when he'd said that the Moon Palace will provide, but it turned out he meant it very literally. The Moon Palace gave me healing potions and dressings. It gave me a hot bath with 17 ridiculous scents of soaps. It gave me a set of hairbrushes that I had no idea what to do with. And it gave me a gown. When I returned to the bedchamber after my bath to see it laid out neatly over the bedspread, as if placed there by a silent, invisible servant, I actually laughed aloud. "This must be a fucking joke," I said, to no one in particular. Obviously, I couldn't wear this. But I had no other options. As if the Moon Palace had predicted my displeasure, it had taken away any alternatives. The drawers and closets were empty. Even my bloody armor was gone. So, after wandering around the room naked for a few minutes in fruitless search for something else, I put on the damn dress. I barely recognized myself in the mirror. The fabric was smooth and silky, and a dark, rich violet, a strangely familiar shade I couldn't place. The front fell into a deep V, the top structured enough to define the curve of my breasts. It was held up by black metal chain straps, and that same glistening ebony metal encircled the bodice, adorning my ribcage in a manner reminiscent of armor.
The back was low and open. The long chains pooled lightly around my feet, which donned delicate silver sandals. Though the dress clung to my body, it wasn't restrictive. I nearly felt naked in the light, airy fabric, and it easily moved with me, the violet rippling like water through shades of black and purple. I left my hair free and straight. It dried smooth, falling down my back like tendrils of shadow. I stared at myself for a long, long time. I quite literally could not remember the last time I had seen myself in clothing created to be beautiful. I never, ever wore anything designed to attract attention, and this dress, well, it would definitely attract attention. It highlighted all the things I normally tried to hide: my skin, my shape, and the very, very exposed column of my throat. I can't wear this, I muttered to myself, again, but this time I sounded less convinced. Because the truth was, I liked it. It was the kind of thing I dreamed of wearing when I was too young to understand that doing so would be a poor survival choice. Still, I went back to my pack one last time, in a final futile attempt to find something else to wear. When I opened it, I saw why this dress looked so familiar. That purple, bunched up right there at the top of my belongings. I would never let anyone know how many times I pulled it out just to hold it. I returned to the mirror, Ilana's scarf in my hands. I let it fall open. The fabric was battered and skeined, but its color and texture were exactly the same as the gowns. The two could have been cut from the same stretch of cloth. My eyes stung. I could practically smell the cigar smoke, hear her craggy voice in my ear. "You'd better wear that dress. You'd better show those cunts." Fine, I would. With one addition. I tied Ilana's scarf around my throat, a band of blood-stained purple silk tight around my neck, leaving two fluttering, slightly scorched trails to dangle over my shoulder. If I was going to let myself be a spectacle, at least I'd be one that fucking meant something. And I'd still find somewhere to put my daggers. Chapter 32. If the church was beautiful in silence, it was downright stunning in movement. I showed up late, intentionally. If I was going to let myself out in vampire society practically in my underwear, I'd do it once everyone had already eaten, thank you very much. And by then, the feast was well underway. It put even the debauchery of Vincent's parties to shame. It was stunning, of course. Every glass surface and window of the church had been illuminated with blue and purple lights, which hovered near the ceiling. Music reverberated from every corner and crevice. Though there was only one orchestra, magic enhanced its performance, each note echoing over and over again until the sound swelled to fill the magnificent domed roof. Ivy vines bearing red and black flowers encircled every pillar. One side of the space had been turned into a dance floor, while the other held 3 long tables. Upon them, a selection of food sprawled that dwarfed the feast on the first night of the Kejari. I made a note to myself to make sure I stole some of that later. But even more gruesomely impressive than the food was the sheer amount of blood. There was so much blood. Bowls of it at every seat, every table. Flavored blood, alcoholic blood.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Blood in every possible presentation, baked into food, offered in carafes, presented in golden basins. Goblets were never far from reach. Drunken partygoers had already adorned the tablecloth and floor with splashes of red. My stomach turned in a way that surprised me. I should have been grateful. With this much available, I was as safe as I ever would be, surrounded by so many vampires. And I was no stranger to what vampire feasts often looked like. So why did this bother me? Why did I find myself thinking so much more about where it all might have come from?
I stepped into the room and passed several of my fellow contestants sprawled out in their chairs, already having gorged themselves on all manners of delicacies. I wondered if this was intentional. Perhaps this was the last blood any of them would be seeing for quite some time. The other guests paid more attention to me than I ever would have tolerated before. I felt their eyes and had to remind myself not to shrink beneath them, acutely aware of every expanse of bare skin I now left on display. When a pack of 5 vampires blatantly swiveled their heads after me, staring with a terrifying mix of curiosity, hunger, and wariness, the primal part of me that had been trained my entire life to avoid this very scenario actually considered leaving. Instead, I touched the scarf on my neck, touched the stain of my friend's blood. "You are no fucking coward, Oraya," I heard her whisper. No, I was not. I looked around for Raihn, but light footsteps approached, and I turned to meet them before they got too close. Vincent stood before me, a tight smile at the corner of his mouth. I hadn't seen him in this much light since the Kejari started, not up close. He wore black, his jacket open at the neck to reveal most of his air mark. His wings were out too, the red at their edges especially striking under this lighting. I wondered if he ever hid them now, or if he needed to make sure they were always visible, with his rule under attack. It wasn't the clothing, or the mark, or the wings that shocked me, though. It was his face. His eyes looked uncannily bright, just because the darkness beneath them was so pronounced. Every plane of his expression was sharp and pinched, as if he'd set each feature in stone. And yet, the control in it was cracking. I sensed it before. Now it was chillingly stark. It all softened, of course, when he saw me. I stiffened, 2 impulses warring with each other. I looked at him and saw the way he had seemed ready to hurl himself into that pit during the trial. And I looked at him and saw Raihn's Dak, heard the lie he had told me. I hadn't had the chance to wrestle my anger into something I could cage, and showing Vincent untamed emotions was a dangerous prospect. Still, he seemed so relieved to see me. He took in my appearance, a faint wrinkle of confusion passing over his brow. "What are you wearing?" "Something different." My words were curt. I didn't feel like explaining. "It's unwise. Unwise to expose so much of myself. Unwise to draw attention. Unwise to wear anything other than armor." "I know," I said. He didn't seem to know what to do with that. He gave me an odd look, like he was just noticing something new about me. Maybe in the same way I had just noticed something new about him. Vincent was never the type to drop a topic, so I was mildly surprised when he let his expression smooth and instead offered me his hand. "A dance?" "A dance?" My nose scrunched up without my permission, and he gave a dry chuckle of amusement. Such an outrageous prospect? I stopped myself before I let myself speak. Still, my face was, as always, too expressive. He glimpsed the anger I didn't want to show him anyway. "Something bothers you. I saw what your men did to Raihn." "Raihn? My ally?" His face fell. "Ah. I had to choose my words carefully. You told me you wouldn't break him." "Nothing about him seemed broken," Vincent said simply. "I didn't witness Jesmine's methods, but I saw him fight well in that trial." I said nothing, because I didn't trust myself to. Even what I'd already revealed, I thought, would be too much. But contrary to my expectations, Vincent merely seemed weary and sad. "I am a wartime king, leading my people through dark times," he said. "And Jesmine is a general who knows how to do whatever it takes to protect her kingdom. And sometimes those tasks require unpleasant actions. I won't deny that." He extended his hand to me again, a weak, soft smile at his lips. "But tonight, I'm just a father who, 12 hours ago, was certain he'd just watched his daughter die.
So please, little serpent, indulge me. Let me be that man for just a few minutes." I swallowed, hesitating. Living this life had required me to learn how to be many contradictory things at once. It forced me to divvy my mind up into many little rooms, each containing a different part of myself. Now, the beast of my anger calmed enough for me to lock it away safely within its cage. It was not gone, it was not satisfied, but it was restrained. "I don't know how to dance," I said, at last. "That's fine. We can pretend I'm a better father, and that I taught you such things, like I was supposed to." I softened. Fuck it. I took his hand, and Vincent led me to the dance floor. We stayed off to the side, far away from the borderline orgy that was happening in the center of the room, which would have been a very awkward place to be with my father. "You taught me more useful things than dancing, at least," I said. He spun me into position. Maybe I didn't know how to dance, but I did know how to move, and I certainly knew how to follow his lead. All of this resulted in far less awkward stumbling than I would have expected. "And you learned them well," he said. That and more, if what I saw last night was any indication. The pride in his voice lit an echoing flicker of warmth in my chest. Despite myself, my cheeks tightened. It still felt like a fever dream. I wasn't completely sure what I had done or how I had done it, but I knew one thing. I had felt powerful, truly powerful, for the first time in my entire life. Vincent laughed softly. "Don't hide that pride. It is well deserved." "I didn't know I could do that," I admitted. Did he know? Did he suspect I was capable of that kind of power? "Never be ashamed of exceeding expectations," he said, "even mine." I had never even considered that it was possible to do such a thing. Vincent's expectations were the mold I was poured into. There was nowhere for me to go, nothing for me to be, but what he made me. I understood young that the harsh words and the strong hands were necessary. He was trying to keep me safe, and one mistake would be all it took to destroy my fragile mortal life. Vincent would never apologize to me for what he had done to Raihn. Maybe he shouldn't. Maybe, under his circumstances, he didn't do anything wrong. But tonight, he would pretend it hadn't happened. And maybe, for tonight, I could keep following his lead, just as I had for the last 15 years. Yet, I couldn't help but prod. Just a little. "The Raihn?" I asked, very casually. "Always. I'll be traveling again soon, gone for a few weeks. But let's not talk about such dark things. For now, I'm here." He swept me around the dance floor, and I was reminded suddenly and vividly of one time when I was still small for him to carry me in one arm, and he showed me what it was like to fly. Just a little, just from the balcony to the ground. One time, and never, ever again. I told him this, and for some reason, the smile that twitched at his lips made my heart ache. "I recall," he said softly. "It was the first time I saw you smile since I had brought you here. I didn't remember that part. I never forgot it." I thought of what it had been like to fly with Raihn, even under such awful circumstances, still so freeing and exhilarating. "Why didn't you ever do it again? Take me flying?" The smile faded. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The last thing I wanted was for you to think you could and start throwing yourself off of balconies, because it was always about protecting me, always. As if he too had the same thought, he said, "It never gets." His voice trailed off, like the words grew too big or complex to fit into syllables. His eyes went far away, his steps even slowed. A spike of concern. "Vincent?" His eyes returned, blinked, fell to mine. "I can't take credit for everything that you've become, Oraya, even if sometimes I wish I could. But if I'm responsible for just one small piece of that, it will have been the greatest accomplishment of my life.
We both had stopped moving, and I was grateful for it, because I would have tripped over my feet in pure shock. He had never, ever spoken this way to me, not once, not ever. In desperate times, one thinks about all the things they haven't said. And yesterday, when I saw you fall, I realized that perhaps I had never said that to you. It occurred to me that perhaps you didn't know, that you did not know how much I, Vincent, the Nightborn King, the man who had never met a threat he could not defeat, seemed to bow beneath the words he struggled to choke out. It was important for me to tell you that. That's all. My lips parted, but I didn't know what to say. Sometimes people would call me Vincent's pet, as if I was some passing distraction or source of amusement. And though I never questioned that he loved me in his own way, sometimes I would still wonder. He had lived my lifetime 10 times over. He was more than 300 years old, and I had only been a part of that for less than 20 years. The wave of warmth I felt at his words dimmed quickly to cold fear. "What's wrong?" I asked. "What happened?" Because that was the only reason why he would talk like this. If something awful was about to happen or had already. But he just shook his head and swept me back into our dance steps. "Nothing. I've just become a sentimental old man. And I look forward to the day I don't have to worry about outliving you." A streak of brightness over his shoulder caught my eye. A familiar form I would now know anywhere, even from across the room. Raihn was leaving through the doors that led to the patio, wearing a black silk jacket with a deep violet sash that hung down his back, his hair unbound in those messy red-black waves. I only glimpsed him before he was gone. I brought my attention back to Vincent quickly, but not quickly enough. He'd noticed my distraction. He gave me a half-smile as the music faded, then swelled again. "One more song," he said quietly, "and then I'll let you go, my little serpent." My chest tightened with a swell of emotion I couldn't place, eerily similar, perhaps, to grief. The strange sensation that something existed here, in this dance, that I didn't want to relinquish. A sense that once I let this moment slip away, it would be gone forever. It was a silly thought. I didn't know why it crossed my mind. Still, I slid my hand back into his. This time, I took the first step. "One more song," I agreed. The night was hot. By the time I wandered to the patio, sweat slicked my skin, and the humidity outside did little to cool it. When our next dance ended, Vincent had stepped out of his role as my father and stepped back into the role of the Nightborn King, ruler of a wartime nation. He was commandeering and serious as he wandered off to Jessamine, speaking with her in a hushed, hurried voice, the kind that I knew better than to eavesdrop on. Gardens surrounded the church, sprawling even though it was in the center of the inner city, where space came at a premium. And it was doubly extravagant because in the House of Night, water was even more rare. But what didn't our goddess deserve? Nothing was more important than Nyaxia, and Nyaxia deserved the most stunning gardens on the continent. Well, practicality aside, she certainly got them. Silver and blue flowers spread before me in blankets of color. It was so disgustingly beautiful, it just seemed excessive. All of it immaculately shaped and pruned and weeded and watered. Marble tile paths circled the clusters of greenery in functionally impractical but artistically beautiful designs. From above, they would shape the sigil of the House of Night, figured. They'd create something for her that only she and they could appreciate. Movement to the left caught my eye. A cluster of silver stood among the bushes at a neighboring path, all dressed in deep red. I recognized Angelica immediately. It was impossible not to. She wore a draped gown of deep red fabrics, sleeveless, showing off her sculpted muscles, with her silver hair falling down her back in a braid. Beside her was Even. Both of them had their heads bowed in serious conversation with a third figure, whose back was to me. That figure, as if sensing my stare, turned to look over his shoulder.
Recognition speared me. The man I'd spoken to that night by the river. The man who had given me the cigarillos. He was bloodborne. Standing next to the other House of Blood contestants, it seemed so wildly obvious I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed it before. He lifted his hand dismissively to Angelica and Ivan in a way that made it clear that not only was he bloodborne, he was also powerful. Because Angelica, the type of person who seemed like she didn't take orders from anyone, fell back to the rest of the party without another word. "You did it yet again," the man said, as he approached me. Now that I knew to listen for it, I could hear the House of Blood accent, so faint, like he'd stomped it out over the course of decades, reducing it to just the hint of a melodic lilt beneath each word. "You've won me quite a lot of money. But I'm afraid after that display, the odds against you won't be quite as favorable to your few believers. Shame. Plenty of benefit in being underestimated." He lifted a shoulder and let it fall. "I should have brought you more cigarillos. I'm afraid I'm all out." My eyes slid to him. I let them rest there for a long moment, taking him in now that I was seeing him in the light. He looked bloodborne in every sense. His eyes, the pupils slightly slitted against the lantern light, held those telltale strings of crimson and gold. The red marks at his throat lingered just beneath the edge of his collar, which was high and stiff and burgundy fabric of the traditional House of Blood style, simple and tailored. Before, I hadn't been able to tell if his hair was blonde or silver, and now I realized that it was both, ashy blonde-gray with shocks of near white. The corner of his mouth tightened. It's a little insulting to be stared at that way, but then I suppose that's often your reality, isn't it? Just wondering how I missed the fact that you're bloodborne. Ah, you're right. We shared such a lovely moment, and yet I never properly introduced myself to you. He extended his hand. Septimus, of the House of Blood. I didn't take it. Instead, I stepped back to compensate for the way he had leaned closer, which he seemed to find amusing. He withdrew his hand, unshaken, and slipped it into his pocket. "I see. You don't take an empty hand. Smart. Did your father teach you that?" The hair prickled at the back of my neck. I didn't like this man. I didn't like the way he spoke, I didn't like the stupid little smirk on his face, and I especially did not fucking like that he seemed to think he was playing with me. There you are. I chose not to think about exactly how relieved I was to hear Raihn's voice. Nor did I want to think about the fact that Raihn stopped very close to me, so close our shoulders touched, and my only impulse was to move closer. I glanced at him and had to remind myself to look away. He looked magnificent. His clothing was different than the style most of the other Nightborn men, Rishon or Hassaj, wore here. His jacket was cut close to his body, tailored as if it had been made for him. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The lapel fastened straight up and down, rather than asymmetrically like most Nightborn fashion did now. The buttons bright silver moons. Dark silver embroidery lined his collar and the cuffs of his sleeves, and a sweeping cape of violet draped across his chest and hung over one shoulder. It was a lot. The Moon Palace had apparently seen fit to spoil him. Yet despite all the finery, his face and hair were as rough and unkempt as ever. Septimus smiled. "Raihn, I was just congratulating your partner on her victory. You two were remarkable." I had to hide my surprise. Septimus addressed him by his first name, as if they knew each other. I could practically feel the air curdle. Raihn's expression went hard, every muscle rearranging into what I knew by now was utter distaste. "Thanks," he said, in a tone that didn't bother to hide it. "Now, this is an interesting thought." Septimus's eyes flicked between the two of us. "Now that I can't place my bets on the two of you together, I wonder who I should put my silver on next time. Someone uneducated might think it would be easy for you to kill her, Raihn, but I think Nesenin has a good chance of— Oh, I'm sorry." Another one of those smiles. It's Oraya, isn't it? I've always been bad with names. Nesenin? I narrowed my eyes, my hands drifting to my blades, which I'd secured on my thighs. A goad, obviously, even if I didn't understand what it meant. And the strike hit its target, because Raihn's entire form went rigid, the shift in energy so abrupt I felt it without even looking at him. You should be paying more attention to your own dogs. He turned away, his hand on my back, my very, very bare back, as he grumbled, "Let's go." "Have a lovely night," Septimus called after us. We walked down the garden paths without looking back. Raihn was still visibly tense. "Sorry," he said. "I should have rescued you from him sooner." "You know him?" "Unfortunately. He's been sidling up to every contestant to see what he can wring out of them. Surprised you made it this far without getting the brunt of it, too." "Who is he?" "One of the princes of the House of Blood. Every blood-born contestant is in the Kejari at his behest." "Why is he here?" I had wondered why the blood-born bothered to enter the Kejari at all. Even Nyaxia herself was hostile to blood-born vampires. 2,000 years ago, the House of Blood was her favored kingdom, but when they turned against her in a squabble over the gifts she'd chosen to give them, she cursed them instead. Now she offered the House of Blood no love whatsoever. A blood-born vampire had won a Kejari only one time, more than a millennium ago, and Nyaxia had been reluctant to even grant her a wish. I wasn't sure if I imagined the beat of hesitation before Raihn answered. The House of Blood wants power more than anything. Even small alliances go a long way. That made sense. All houses were welcome in the Kejari. It was probably the only time that blood-born royalty was ever able to freely interact with other vampire kingdoms. He sees a lot of opportunity with the House of Night being at war with itself. "The fucking vulture," he muttered, as if to himself. We walked a few more paces in silence as I mulled this over. I became aware of Raihn's stare. Even without looking at him, I could feel it, starting at my feet and trailing up, lingering on every expanse of bare skin. I stopped walking, then turned to face him. We stood close enough that I had to tilt my chin up a bit to make eye contact with him. I noticed this for the first time in weeks. When had I stopped thinking about the size discrepancy between us? When had it stopped being a threat and started being oddly comforting? "You look nice," he said, in a tone of voice that made nice sound like a million other promises, each of which shivered over my flesh. I asked, "Who's Nesenin?" A flinch, of surprise or maybe discomfort, flitted across his face. An old friend who deserves more respect than to be used as some prick's pathetic attempt at intimidation. His eyes hardened. "Be careful with him. He's a dangerous person. Some would call you a dangerous person." The corner of his mouth curled. "Not with you." I hoped he didn't hear whatever strange thing my heart did at that, the sudden tightness in my chest. His gaze lifted past me, to the church and the party happening within its walls. "I hate being here," he said. "Do you want to go somewhere more fun?" I knew it was stupid to agree, and yet I didn't regret it at all when I answered without hesitation, "Fuck, yes, please." Chapter 33. All right, fine, I'd admit it. The piss beer was starting to grow on me. I didn't hate it. Maybe I even enjoyed it. But still, I didn't make the face that Raihn did when he drank it, like he was coming as close as he'd ever get to the gods themselves. He finished his gulp and lowered his mug. His brow furrowed as he met my eyes. "What's that face for, princess?" "My face? I was thinking about your face." His brows notched lower. "What about it?" I was supposed to say some cutting insult here. I had been prepared with those words on the tip of my tongue. But just in that moment, the moonlight fell over his features in just the right way, and I swallowed all of them, because I realized that I couldn't say anything about Raihn's face. I had memorized every single line, every twitch of expression. That realization sat heavy in my stomach. I swallowed a gulp of beer instead of answering. We sat on the flat rooftop of an abandoned house. Raihn had spirited me off to his favorite terrible pub with his favorite terrible beer. Even with my humanness and his excellent acting skills, we couldn't exactly sit around in there without attracting too much unwanted attention while dressed like this, so we came out here instead. I liked it. We had a nice vantage point to watch the streets while remaining hidden from prying eyes. Maybe all our hard work had paid off, because it seemed like people were actually living their lives out here. Or maybe I had just learned to appreciate it more. Humans left little marks of their lives everywhere. Flowers in window boxes, toys left in yards, a series of shoes on the doorstep that painted the image of a family. I had never noticed these things before, and certainly never found beauty in them. Now I tucked each one away like little secret gifts. Raihn let out a groan, let his head fall back against the wall, and loosened another button of his jacket. It was the third one, leaving it open down to his sternum and revealing a long triangle of muscled flesh that I tried not to look too closely at. Just as I tried not to notice the way his eyes lingered on my skin when I lifted my beer. Just as I tried not to notice that I enjoyed it, the weight of that gaze heavy as a touch. "It's a relief to be away from that stuffy place," he said. "Much more pleasant out here. You barely even spent any time in there. Only enough to wait for you." He clamped his mouth shut right at the end of the sentence, like he didn't expect it to sound the way it did. Once again, I carefully did not notice this. "Besides," he went on, "I couldn't exactly wander around socializing wearing this ridiculous outfit. I didn't know what that meant. Why?" I took a sip of beer. "Does it offend your fashionable sensibilities? It's about 200 years out of style." Raihn scoffed and shook his head, his smile souring. "The Moon Palace has a cruel sense of humor." I didn't know what that meant either, but before I could ask, Rain's eyes fell back to me. They started at my face and slid down. I sat with my legs folded beneath me, the silk of my dress bunched around my upper thigh on the left side, where the skirt slit. His gaze traveled from my eyes to my mouth, down my throat, shoulder, side, all the way down the bare curl of that leg. It lingered there, on my thigh, and I didn't so much as breathe as I watched his lips curl. "Dangerous," he said. "Yes," I agreed, silently, but resourceful. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. His smile broadened, and I realized he was talking about my blade strapped around my upper thigh. I exhaled. I had to be creative. "It'd be disappointed if you didn't walk into that party armed to the teeth. You're armed, too." I lifted my chin to his sword, which had been strapped across his back. I had to notice now when Raihn was armed. That sword could kill me with a single strike. He shrugged. "What's this?" he asked, motioning to his throat. My own fingers mimicked the movement, and I brushed Alana's scarf. The reminder of it made a knot of grief and anger tighten in my stomach. It belonged to a friend. Sometimes I resented the fact that Raihn so often heard the things I didn't say. Right now, though, maybe I was a little relieved by it. "A human friend," he said. "Yes. The one from that night?" We both knew which night he was talking about. "They're dead, little human." I gave him a questioning look. How did he know? And he responded with a faint, humorless smile. "It smells like the Moon Palace." Fuck, I hated that. Rain's smile faded. "What's that face for, Princess?" It shouldn't smell like that place. It was hers. It doesn't belong to them." I touched the end of the scarf, winding it around my fingers. Like if I clutched it tightly enough, I could feel her hands as she had tried to give it to me. Mother, I wished I had taken it from her then. And now it seemed like one more demeaning injustice. that the place where she had died erased the final remnants of her life. It felt ridiculous, no doubt sounded ridiculous too. And yet his face shifted, slightly, shifted in a way that said he understood. He leaned a little closer. "That isn't all," he said. "It also smells like—" His eyelashes lowered, and again he moved a bit closer, only inches between us now. "Like rose perfume," he murmured, "and bread, and cigar smoke." I choked, a strange sound, involuntarily. So often I had been jealous of vampires, jealous of their strength, their speed, their power, but never more than I was in this moment. I would have given anything to smell Alana again, smell her and that disgusting, messy apartment. "Really?" I said, my voice rougher than I'd intended. "You smell all of that?" "It's a bit difficult over the scent of—" He cleared his throat. "Well, you. But yes, I do, if I try." His eyes lifted to mine. "It's all still there, Oraya. The palace didn't take everything." My fingers tightened around the fabric. "What was her name?" he asked. "Your friend?" "Ilana. I hadn't actually spoken her name aloud since she died. The shape of the syllables on my tongue felt like rebellion. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I'm sorry for what happened to her. And I'm sorry that this is a hard place to grieve." A hard place to grieve. What an understatement. There was no room for grief in a place like this. No room for softness or vulnerability. And certainly no room for the kind of anger, messy and undignified, that Alana's death had ignited inside me. "She was a person," I said between my teeth, "not prey, not a game. She was— fuck, what wasn't she? She was silk and cigar smoke and a short temper and a million contradictions, a full life of 1,000 other thoughts and dreams and desires for the future, and someone whom I loved deeply." I lowered my gaze to the clay of the roof, my hands tight and knuckles white around my mug. I waited for the sting in my eyes to pass. "Can I ask you a question, Oraya?" Raihn said. "You don't have to answer if you don't want to." I nodded. "When we were bonded in the trial, I felt a lot of things. Your anger, fear, the grief." My jaw tightened. My instinct was to lash out at him just for acknowledging that he saw those things in me. I so fiercely guarded them. But then there was no accusation of weakness in his voice. And I'd felt all of that in him, too. Just as potent in his heart as they were in mine, albeit in different ways. "If you win the Kejari," he went on, "would you ask Nyaxia to change you?" I understood exactly what he was asking, and considered not answering. "He is Raihn," Vincent whispered in my ear. I couldn't tell him about binding myself to Vincent, becoming his Coriate. Those details were far too sensitive. But Raihn, damn him, saw the crux of my answer on my face, even when I hadn't said a word. "Yes," he said, "you will." He sounded oddly disappointed, which I hated. "Why wouldn't I ask her to make me something different?" I shot back, a bit too quickly. "Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to live this way? I can't change anything, be anything, if I'm just stuck being prey." I clamped my teeth down on my words, then shook my head once. "No, I can't do that like this. Not how I am now." "You can't?" I had to force myself to meet Raihn's eyes. I half thought he was mocking me. But there was nothing feigned in his stare, nothing ingenuine, only sadness. In that trial, he had looked at me like I could do anything, like I was more powerful, more awe-inspiring than Nyaxia herself. No one had ever looked at me that way before. And even now, a shade of it lingered. "Don't be so quick to throw away your humanity, Oraya," he said. "You might find you miss it once it's gone." And maybe my human eyes were weak in the darkness compared to his, but the shadow wasn't enough to hide the twinge across his face that he pretended wasn't there. "Those parts of yourself are never really gone," I said quietly. "Sometimes I'm not sure about that. You don't think I see how hard you've worked to hold on to your humanity? You're more human than I am, Raihn. You've kept every part of it that makes you value the things in this shitty world that no one else here does. You've kept the compassion. It doesn't matter if your blood runs black now. That hasn't changed you." Such a raw compliment tasted strange on my lips. It was so uncomfortably earnest. But I said it because I knew he needed to hear it. And I said it because it was true. Raihn went very still and very silent. And slowly, so slowly, his gaze lifted to me. Before, he had looked at me like I was a goddess, and I had thought I couldn't feel more powerful than I did in that moment. I was wrong, because now he looked at me like more than that, like I was human. Somehow, that meant more. I had to force the smirk to my mouth. "What's that face for?" I expected a dry chuckle, a verbal nudge to my ribs. But he remained stone serious, a wrinkle deepening between his brows. My smirk faded. "What?" "Nothing." "Give me one honest thing, Raihn Ashraj." After a long moment of silence, he finally spoke. "I've lived through some injustices in the last couple of centuries, seen some fucking travesties. But one of the biggest, Oraya, is that anyone taught you that you should become anything other than exactly what you are." My hands went numb. My fingers were so tight around my mug that they trembled. The words split me from throat to navel, pulled me open, and touched my most fragile parts. My mind emptied of thought for several long seconds, and then only one returned. I will need to kill this person, and I don't know if I can. It was a mercy that Raihn didn't wait for a response. He just stood and extended his hand to me. "Let's walk for a while." The sky was growing faintly rosy with the promise of dawn. We walked in the southern end of the district, slowly wandering closer and closer to the Moon Palace. I hated time. I always had. It was forever a marker of the gulf between me and the vampires that surrounded me, but never more than I did right now, as this night slipped through my fingers. Any minute now, Raihn would try to kill me, or I would have to kill him. As our conversation grew slower, the silence between our words longer, I knew that promise was sinking into us both. Finally, he stopped in a darkened side street. Rocky steps led down to the bank of the Laturo River. We stood exactly on the boundary between our worlds, the inner city directly across the water, the human district behind us, the sun warning of its arrival. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. He paused and looked out over the view, first to our left, to the skyline of Sivernage, and then the right, to the human district and the dunes rolling beyond them. Then he stretched and reached for the buckle of his scabbard, which cut across his chest. I tensed and stepped back. My hand reached for my blade, still strapped to my thigh. One thought, this is it. But he just unbuckled the strap. "Here, put this over there for me, will ya? My back is still fucking killing me, and this thing is heavy." My brow furrowed. "What? Why? Just put it over there." He spoke so casually, like there was nothing at all unusual about what he was asking me to do. I took the scabbard from him. I didn't know how he carted this thing around all the time. It was, indeed, outrageously heavy. So much so that I had to strain all my muscles to keep from letting it slip. I did as he asked and laid it against the wall. Raihn wandered 2 steps away, leaving me closer to his weapon than he was. It was all so nonchalant. But I know this was a performance. I'd spent months now studying Raihn's every move. This was just like his fighting style, the magic hidden in brutish strikes. I just didn't understand why. I watched him, waiting for the trick. He turned to me, then loosened another 2 buttons of his jacket, exposing several more inches of his bare chest. He leaned against the wall, then pulled apart the fabric, looked down at himself, and frowned. I got a nasty cut at the trial. Even the healing didn't help it much. You what? Do you think I should be concerned? I didn't move. He rolled his eyes at me. Honestly, just come here. I did. He held open the lapels of his jacket, his head tilted back against the wall, a broad triangle of bare skin, and his throat completely exposed to me who was armed, while his sword was over there out of his reach. All at once I understood what this was, what we were doing. He was offering himself to me. He was presenting me a perfect opening. He knew it, I knew it, we both knew the other knew it. I could kill him right now. It would take so little. I would plunge the blade right there, right in the center of that perfect expanse of skin. His blood would probably be warmer than the others I killed. I didn't know why I thought that, only that I was almost positive it would be true. I wondered if he would clutch me as it ended, how his final breath would feel over my face. "Well," he said, "what do you think?" I stepped closer. Our bodies were nearly flush. The smell of him surrounded me. It hit me. What that element of it I hadn't been able to place was. He smelled like the sky. He smelled the way air felt as it rushed around you, freeing and terrifying and the most beautiful fucking thing you've ever experienced. My fingertips touched his chest. His skin was warm. He had a few scars here, too, and a smattering of dark hair that was softer than I expected it to be. The sudden urge to flatten my palm against his skin, run my hands across all those different textures, nearly overwhelmed me. I'd envied vampires my entire life, but now, for the first time, I felt a sharp pang of sympathy for them, because suddenly I understood what it was like to be hungry. It was fucking excruciating. "Huh," I said flatly. "Looks serious. I was concerned you might think so." I dragged my stare away from his chest, up the elegant cords of muscle of his throat, up to his lips, all promise, etched into the delicate curve of a smile that communicated so many things he didn't say. I imagined that if I killed him here, that smile would linger. "Your heart is beating fast," he murmured. "You must be very concerned for my well-being." I let out a shaky breath that I tried to pass off as a laugh. And I didn't move, couldn't move, my fingers still brushing his skin as his hand lifted to my face. I let him touch me too. Let the immaculate rough brush of his knuckles caress my cheek, then unfold over the angle of my jaw. His thumb lingered, slowly moving over the curve of my mouth, my lower lip. "Or, are you afraid?" The smile had faded. It was a real question. And the answer petrified me, because I was not afraid, and that was the most terrifying thing of all. I could open his shirt, slide my hands over the expanse of his chest, and thrust my poisoned blade right here, right into his heart. He could tear away this ridiculous delicate spiderweb of a dress and cut me open. The two of us could burn each other up. My eyes lifted to his. I had never looked at them at such a distance before. I realized they looked red because they were comprised of so many different threads of color, near black and honey gold and coffee brown and even little glints of bright crimson. So many disparate pieces that shouldn't fit together. Just like him, just like me. And it was there, in his eyes, that I found the truth that should have broken me. Yes, we could kill each other here. We were offering ourselves to each other, but neither of us would. "No," I whispered. "I'm not afraid." I didn't notice my lips had curled until his thumb moved, tracing the shape of that smile as if it was something worthy of reverence. "Are you going to kill me, Oraya?" I didn't run, didn't move. Instead, I lay my palm flat against his chest. I surprised even myself when I replied, "Not tonight." His hand slid from my face and swept a stray strand of black hair from my cheek, smoothing it to the side. But instead of withdrawing, his fingers tightened around my hair, clutching it, but not pulling, as if he was trying to convince himself to let me go, and failing. "You must destroy me anyway." I saw it here, in this moment. Want. Desire. And I knew what it was for vampires to desire someone like me. I knew it so well that it should have sent me running. But even more frightening than his desire was mine. I felt that call echoing in my own pulse. It was so strong that when he finally released me, when I finally backed away from him and turned away without another word, I had to resist the urge to lick his touch from my fingertips. Maybe it would taste as metallic and hot as blood. Chapter 34. After the feast, Raihn and I returned to the same apartment. It was out of habit at first. Then we had stopped at the door and looked at each other, both clearly thinking the same thing. It was unwise for us to remain together. "Might be safer," Raihn said at last, "for us to stick together, if you want to." I told myself he was right. Told myself that for one more day, it would be good to keep him close. Protection from the others, protection from him, where I could keep an eye on him. All bullshit, of course. At least I was self-aware. I threw open the door. "If you're afraid to sleep alone in an empty apartment, you can just say so," I'd said. And that was the last we spoke of it. The truth was, I wanted to stay. The thought of leaving him to go be by myself made a lonely ache throb in my chest. And I saw that ache in him, too, when I watched him pack up the rest of Misha's things that night, putting away the blood-stained sheets that we hadn't had time to fold up before the half-moon, tucking away the bag she had left behind. When he was done, I stayed there with him in the sitting room, instead of returning to my bedchamber, remaining in wordless company. It was worth something to know you weren't alone. And I think he felt it just as I did, because he didn't leave either. We slept that day sprawled out over couches and armchairs, but neither of us uttered a single word of complaint when we woke up to a symphony of aches and pains. I didn't kill him the next night either, or the night after that. I didn't kill him during any of the countless, meticulously tracked moments when he left himself unguarded. I didn't even kill him when, the next day, I walked by his bedchamber door to find that, in a stunning display of either trust or stupidity, he had left it slightly ajar. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence, I peered through to see him sprawled out in bed, body illuminated by the faint flicker of lantern light from the hall, and the sliver of daylight that slipped between the gaps in the curtains, distinct, warm, and cool shades highlighting every hollow and ripple of bare muscle. He slept with every limb sprawled in a different direction, and yet it still managed to look somewhat poetic, like a master's sculpture, albeit one that snored loudly. I was struck by how much it reminded me of the painting in the great hall of Vincent's castle. That one, Raihn, falling, reaching. More beautiful now than tragic. "It is perfect timing," Vincent whispered in my ear. If I was going to kill him, now would be the time to do it. He was fast asleep. I could throw open the blinds, could let all that sunlight keep him from retaliating as I crawled over that beautiful naked body, gripped his hips with my knees, and plunged my sword into his chest. The sheets would be soaked by the time we were done. I imagined myself doing it. Imagined crossing the room, pulling myself on top of him. I imagined the way his bare body would look beneath me, his torso stretched out and his hair messy around his face. I imagined the way it would feel, hard and powerful, like limitless potential encased in skin, firm along the inside of my thighs, along the apex of my core. I imagined lifting my blade. But before I could bring it down, his eyes snapped open. His hands, rough and calloused, ran up my thigh, my waist, my breast, a familiar curve to his mouth as he murmured, "Are you going to kill me, princess?" And he didn't wait for an answer before I jerked awake, my face hot, sweat plastering my hair to my skin. It took a long time for my heartbeat to slow. When I got out of bed and peered through my door to see his open, I gazed at him for a few long moments, then walked away. No, I didn't kill him that day either. 3 days passed, and Raihn and I didn't talk about leaving, and we didn't kill each other, and I realized that I didn't want to kill him at all. Raihn was cooking. I'll admit it, I had been very, very skeptical when Misha had said that Raihn was a very good cook. The thought of Raihn hulking and battle-scarred, leaning over a stove, seemed ridiculous. Well, it looked just as ridiculous as I imagined. But it did smell fantastic. I didn't know what he was making, only that he'd assembled it from a collection of ingredients he hauled back from town in a burlap bag, and that he managed to construct the entire meal using a single dented pot in the fireplace. "Come here." He beckoned to me from the next room, where I practiced my still woefully inconsistent magic and tried to pretend that I wasn't paying any attention to him. I did, and he held out a wooden spoon. "I need your help. Taste." I eyed the spoon. It looked like some kind of stew, with chunks of vegetables and liberally applied spices suspended in a thick, creamy brown sauce. I lowered my head and tasted it. Fuck, my knees almost gave out. Whatever words I was about to say collapsed into a jumble on my tongue, melting beneath the mother. There weren't words for the flavors. I'd never tasted anything so good. When I finally came back to my senses, I blinked and looked at Raihn, who was watching me with a strange, bemused expression. "That wasn't how I imagined making you come for the first time," he remarked. I stopped chewing. Raihn didn't say anything, but the flinch over his face as he turned away told me he too heard that his joke implied more than he had intended. Imagined? First time? The air went heavy. I wiped a bit of stew from the corner of my mouth. "I didn't believe Misha when she told me you were a good cook." I spoke very casually. "But it's not awful. It was enough to break the tension, or at least enough to make us both pretend it had. It's a fucking travesty that you grew up eating vampire food. Vampires don't know how to cook. You do. Only because it's dear to my heart. None of it tastes the same anymore." Right. Vampires never stopped eating food, but their tastes were very different than humans. I'd never stopped to think about what that might be like for turned vampires. "It changed over time?" I asked, and he nodded as he removed the pot from the fire and placed it on the table. "Slowly, over the years. This tastes very bland to me now. But Misha is younger than me, so her tastes are more human. It'll be more like it was for you." My ears perked. "Misha." I glanced to the table, to the little covered pot waiting for the stew. "This is for Misha?" I figured she earned it. "You're going to see her?" "I am. If you don't mind me sacrificing one training day." I didn't think about the fact that he so easily assumed we would still train together. Instead, I was thinking about Misha. Misha, and her bright smiles and easy laughs, and the way she'd treated me like I was an actual friend. The image was so different than how she had looked when she was taken away, just a shell of herself. I touched my wrist, the bandage from the still not quite healed bite from the Ministere, without intending to. It took a long moment for me to recognize that the feeling I was struggling to put into words was concern. "Can I come?" I blurted it out before I could stop myself. Raihn, whose back was to me again, paused long enough that a wave of uncertainty flooded through me. Of course he wouldn't want to take me, an enemy in every sense of the word that mattered, to see Misha outside the bounds of the Moon Palace. Hell, if she even wanted to see me at all. But when Raihn turned around, he was smiling. No, grinning. He said simply, "She'd like that." Chapter 35. I was surprised that Raihn could already fly. Vampires healed very quickly, and the wounds on his back had become scabbed over and bumpy with fresh pink scar tissue. Still, I had thought he was weeks away from being able to use his wings. He insisted he was fine, but I didn't miss the wince when he conjured them, nor the way his whole body seized up when he launched us into the sky. "You all right?" I asked. "Perfect," he replied, like he didn't even know why I was asking. We flew for a long, long time. Hours. The first time Raihn had flown with me, the attack had overshadowed all but the faintest glimmer of the joy of it. Now, with nothing else to distract me, I couldn't help but revel in it. I loved how fast we moved, the weightlessness, the freedom. I loved the way the landscape spread out beneath us. The world that had trapped me now reduced to nothing but inconsequential miniature figurines. I loved the way the air smelled, the way it rushed around my face. I loved everything about it. I felt Raihn shift, felt the warmth of his breath against my cheek. I glanced back at him to see him twisting his head to look at me. It put our faces very close, his nose only a few inches from mine. His eyes sparkled with amusement. "You're grinning like a little child." I scowled, and he chuckled. "Oh, never mind. There she is." I rolled my eyes and looked back to the landscape below. We had flown beyond the inner city, now out to the sprawling settlements in the dunes. "You enjoy flying?" he said. I couldn't even try to deny it. "I do." Understatement. "Mother, if I had those wings, you'd have to drag me down." "That's unusual," he said. "Most who can't fly hate it the first few times." "You carry around a lot of wingless women?" "A few. Most of them vomited on me. Still could happen. Don't let your guard down." "I figured your stomach is probably as strong as your will." I craned my neck to eye him. "And how strong is that?" He grinned and leaned close as he said into my ear, "Pure fucking steel." Obviously. Obviously. We landed at a farmstead. The settlement was beyond even the farthest reaches of Sivranaj, out beyond the dunes. We had passed a little township not far from here, but the house that Raihn brought us to was long past the nearest populated street. It was a small but fine building, crafted of sandy gray brick. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Grass spread out in all directions, creamy gold even beneath the cold moonlight. To the left, horses grazed. To the right, pastures held sheep, goats, and one mule that trotted over to inspect us with obvious trepidation. When Raihn set me down, I nearly collapsed. My knees were wobbly and uncooperative. But I paid more attention to Raihn's wince as he spirited his wings away. He caught me watching him. "Stop it with that face, princess." "I'm not making a face." He heaved a long-suffering sigh. "Are you really not aware that you are always making a face?" He strode to the door and I followed, suddenly very conscious of my facial muscles. He was wrong. I was definitely not always making a face. The door opened. A tall, slender man with a mop of strawberry gold hair stood there, revealing sharp canines with a broad grin. "Raihn, what a nice surprise! Misha will be elated." And his eyes, blue as the sky, fell to me over Rain's shoulder. The smile shifted as he stepped aside to let us in, shifted into something surprised and not altogether friendly. "Oh, well, this is... I think I know who you are." What a greeting! I didn't like his tone. Raihn shook his head and touched my back. "Terrific hospitality, as always," he grumbled, and maybe I imagined the reassuring stroke of his fingertips as he led me inside. The interior of the house matched the exteriors, simple but clean. Well made but not ornate. A woman with ash-brown hair bound in a sweeping knot atop her head approached through the door to what looked like a kitchen, then stopped short. "Oraya," Raihn said, "this is Karis." He gestured to the blond man, who waved with a hesitant smile. Then he motioned to the brunette. "And this is Keturah." He offered no further explanation of who they were or what his relationship was to them. Keturah didn't move or speak. Didn't even blink. "Where's Misha?" Raihn said. "Upstairs?" He was already on his way up, his hand on my arm, putting me before him. All so very casual, but I knew what he was doing. Growing up with Vincent, I was very familiar with what protection looked like. "Second room to the right," Karis called after us, but neither followed. The door was slightly ajar. Raihn knocked, then pushed it open. Misha was in bed, surrounded by fluffy white sheets and blankets, gazing out the window with an untouched book on her lap. When she saw Raihn, her face lit up with an effervescent grin. She sat up quickly, like she was preparing to launch herself out of bed. Raihn took 2 quick steps closer, as if he saw the same thing I did and was preparing to catch her before she accidentally hurled herself to the ground. "Don't you dare," he started. But the minute he was within reach, she leapt up and threw her arms around his neck, so forcefully he let out an oof. He grumbled something unconvincingly disapproving and didn't pull away. She finally released him, and when she turned to me, her smile somehow managed to get wider. The last remnants of my uncertainty disappeared. She just looked so happy. I rubbed my wrist without meaning to. Misha looked like she was about to jump up to hug me too, but that was a step too far for me. I settled instead for an awkward wave. "Feeling better?" "Well, I am now," she breathed. While she was clearly still in some pain, bubbly enthusiasm imbued her every word. Raihn and I sat at the edge of her bed while she told us all about her time here, about Karis's daily card games and Keturah's lessons in gardening, about the names she had given all the chickens, about the way she was sure, totally sure, she was slowly winning over the heart of the cranky mule out in the pasture. "I have no doubts," Raihn said, at that, and I tried not to be offended when he gave me a sly, pointed smirk. "You seem to be good at winning the hearts of ill-tempered creatures." Goddess, and to think he'd actually complimented me just an hour ago. Misha asked us a million questions about the half-moon trial, too, to which I gave stilted answers that Raihn enhanced with far more animated interjections. Her eyes got wider with every sentence. "Gods above," she gasped when we reached the end. "That shy magic of yours came through for you. I told you. It was in you." I wondered if I imagined the little twitch of sadness hastily hidden when she said that. My gaze lingered on the burn scars peeking beneath her sleeve. I shrugged. It was luck. "No, it was incredible," Raihn said, as I avoided his gaze. We sat with Misha for a long time, conversation wandering past the trials and to other frivolities. I didn't speak much, leaving it to Misha and Raihn, which was fine with me. Even after having lived with them, I was struck all over again by the easy warmth of their interactions. 2 people who were utterly comfortable with each other. Eventually, Raihn looked out the window to the sky. "Getting late," he said, sounding a little dejected. "We should go. It'll take a while to get back." He rose, and this time he didn't give Misha a chance to throw herself at him before he swept her up in an embrace, holding her tight. "Get better, all right?" "All right," she said into his shoulder. "Be safe. Kick their asses. You know it." I shifted awkwardly, averting my gaze. It seemed like the kind of moment I shouldn't intrude on. Then Raihn pulled away, kissed her on the top of her head, and bid her one more goodbye before going to the door. I choked out an uncomfortable goodbye of my own and went to follow him, when Misha said, "Oraya." I turned, she said softly. "Take care of yourself, all right? Stay safe." Guilt twinged in my chest, because I had just watched Raihn make the same promise to her, and soon the 2 of us could not both keep it. Watching him with her, it was hard not to wonder if perhaps he deserved it more. "Of course," I said. "Thank you for coming. It really meant a lot to me." She gave a tiny smile. It meant a lot to him, too. She held out her hand. It wasn't a hug. Maybe she knew that would be a step too far for me. Still, I found myself reaching back. Her fingers were warm for a vampire, her touch soft and gentle. She squeezed my hand. A lump rose in my throat. "I hope you feel better soon," I said. I'm glad you made it out." "Me too." She released me, gave me a little wave, and I closed her door behind me. When I reached the top of the stairs, I paused. Hushed voices rose from below. Serious voices. I couldn't help myself. I told myself I wasn't eavesdropping exactly. I was just failing to announce myself. I moved very, very slowly down the steps, staying near to the wall to keep them from creaking under my weight. I stopped just out of view of the door to the dining room. I could just glimpse the shape of Raihn's shoulder at the edge of the doorframe. "Vale is on his way now," Karis was saying. "Even bringing his new wife, if you can imagine that." He sounded like a gossiping housewife. "Wife?" Raihn seemed surprised. "From Dara? Who? Human? Or was, at least." Karis said it in a tone of voice that implied a pointed look and a long sip of tea. A long silence. I could barely see Raihn, and yet I knew he stiffened at that. His disapproval wafted thick as smoke. "Interesting," he said dryly. "Interesting indeed," Karis chirped. "Don't you think so, Keturah?" Silence. Then, so quietly I barely could hear it, "She should not be here." Raihn said, "No, she isn't. She is a friend, Keturah, and you need to remember that." My brow twitched. That was something I'd never quite heard in Raihn's voice before. Command. "Do you know what he's doing out there right now?" Keturah hissed. "You should see it, Raihn, what he's done to Genra and Iska. You should see how many people he's killed." My mouth went dry. Genra and Iska. Rishon cities. One was even close to the district I had been born in, Selenai, the one that might still hold some of my bloodline, if anyone from my old life had survived the night Vincent had found me. Karis and Keturah were Rishon then. I didn't need to see their wings to know it from the way they spoke. "I'm aware." Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. "And yet you still walk through that door with her? Bringing Vincent's human whore?" "Do not," Raihn said sharply, "speak about her that way." Immediate silence. "I apologize." She did not sound very sorry at all. I took one more step, and the floorboard groaned, giving away my presence. All three sets of eyes turned to me. Raihn's pleasantly casual, Karis blatantly curious, and Keturah's razor-edged. I cleared my throat and hurried down the rest of the stairs. "We need to get back," Raihn said to me. "Make sure we don't get stuck on the wrong side of the Moon Palace when dawn comes." Then, to Keturah and Karis, "Give Mish the food. I'll be back sometime soon." And he offered nothing else before he ushered me out the door, scooped me up in his arms, and launched both of us into the sky. We flew in silence for some time. "You were listening to all of that, weren't you?" he said at last. Of course he knew. I didn't bother denying it. "You made it easy. Keturah is worried and angry, like many people are right now, so she's a bit sensitive." He sounded like he was choosing his words very deliberately. If I got all upset about being called Vincent's pet or whore or whatever else they want to call me, I'd have no one to blame for it but myself. "Hell, you called me that." Raihn was quiet for a long moment. We both knew he couldn't argue. "Keturah's wife is in Selenai," he said. "She's scared for her. These are uncertain times." Selenai. The mention of the name made my chest ache. Sympathy, followed by something more bitter. I, too, worried for Selenai. "I'm from there," I said. "Selenai? You are? That's where Vincent found me, in the human districts there. It was when he was putting down a rebellion." I paused. I'd never voiced this aloud before.
not to anyone other than Vincent. Not even Alana got this naive, fragile little dream of mine. I rubbed the ring on my little finger. "I'd like to go back one day," I said. "See if anyone that knew me then is still there. Family, or whoever. I don't know." A momentary silence. I couldn't bring myself to look at him. "What?" I said. "You think it's a fairy tale?" Fairy tale. Just like I had said about his hopes for the little girl he had saved, the one who reminded me so much of myself. "No," he said. "I think whatever family you have left would be damned lucky to have you." My cheeks tightened, but I shrugged away from the uncomfortable compliment. "Who are they?" I asked, changing the subject. "Karis and Keturah?" "Friends," he said. I craned my neck to give him a skeptical look, which he must have felt because he returned it. What? They weren't friends. I knew that right away. At first I wasn't sure why, until I realized that I now knew what Raihn looked like when interacting with people he considered friends. Mish, even maybe me. At my flat stare, he chuckled. "All right, fine. Maybe a better term would be old colleagues. I wouldn't want to drink a beer with them, but I do trust them." That I believed. I couldn't imagine him sending Mish off in such a vulnerable state to anyone he didn't trust absolutely. Still, colleagues, was that the right word? Keturah had apologized so quickly, even when she clearly was begrudging it. "Did you command them?" Raihn seemed a bit startled by that, and I found it satisfying. It was nice that I could still surprise him the way he continued to surprise me. "Yes," he said, "I did." "You're good, Princess." "When?" "Long time ago. We were private guards of a sort." Now that was an interesting thought. I knew many vampire lords who had their own personal military forces. They went everywhere trailed by a series of stone-faced, hulking warriors. I could hardly imagine Raihn as one of them. They were so blankly generic, and he was so not. "Of a sort," I pressed. "Closest term I have for it," he replied, in a way that shut down any further questioning. We lapsed into silence. I watched the dunes and tiny towns roll by beneath us, glistening silver under the caress of the moon. Eventually, Raihn said, unprompted, "I don't think that about you anymore." "Huh? That you're Vincent's pet or whore or whatever? Maybe I did in the beginning, but not anymore. I want you to know that." My throat thickened a bit. Such a stupid thing, yet it was oddly validating, oddly comforting, to be defined by something other than my relationship to Vincent. And I knew, for better or worse, that Raihn meant what he said. "You want me to thank you for not calling me a whore?" I said flatly. He scoffed and shook his head. "Fuck you too, Oraya." "Ix tits, I try to say a nice thing." "So charming. I won't do it again, I promise." I made a show of rolling my eyes. But as our conversation faded, I nestled a little deeper into Raihn's embrace. Chapter 36. The next night, the doors to the Moon Palace were locked from the outside. Vincent was traveling, so in lieu of his gifts, I had intended to go out into the city to find some extra poison for my blades, just in case. But when I attempted to leave, the front door did not so much rattle. So I tried another and another. No door would open. No window either. When I returned to the apartment so soon after leaving, Raihn, who was cleaning his sword, gave me a questioning look. "Everything's locked," I said. "Doors, windows." His face hardened. Then he sheathed his sword and left the apartment. He returned a few minutes later with a single carafe and a basket of fruit and bread. "Feast hall's empty," he said, "except for this." The bread and fruit, plus what we had stored in this apartment, would at least be enough to get me by. But the blood. The carafe held less than a single glass.
He and I exchanged a glance, clearly thinking the same thing. If the Moon Palace had locked us in, it meant that it intended to starve us. And starvation was terrifying to both of us for very different reasons. "You have more, right?" I said, nodding to the carafe. He and Mish had been hoarding blood since the beginning of the tournament, but I wasn't sure how much of it had survived. "Enough," he said tightly. "We lost some of it in the fire, but I have enough. If I ration." My shoulders lowered in relief. At least if Raihn had enough blood to get him by, I wouldn't be locked up in an apartment with a predator. Still, being confined to a castle with nearly a dozen more of them didn't feel much better. Most of the trials were held in equal intervals, exactly 3 weeks apart. But the Crescent trial was sometimes, not always, an exception. Some years it was a longer trial, spanning several days, and occasionally held at a location outside the Colosseum. If Nyaxia was going to starve us until the Crescent, that could be as long as 3 weeks, or as little as 1. Either was dangerous. Some of the vampires here had not had any blood since the feast 4 days ago. Raihn moved a dresser in front of the door that night. The doors and windows didn't unlock. The food did not replenish. There was no more blood. On the 5th day, in growing desperation, one of the Heog contestants tried to fly up to the top of the tower and smash through an upper window. The glass shattered, but the moment he attempted to fly through, he was cast back to the ground with a ragged shriek of pain. His entire body had been cut up as if by 1,000 minuscule razor blades, shredding his skin and his wings. Raihn and I watched from a distance, but even from across the hall, it was clear he'd die, whether it be of blood loss or starvation. A breeze flowed gently through that open window. It revealed nothing but the sky, the Moon Palace hiding its deadliness in innocence. No one tried to break the windows again, not even as the hunger got worse. Another week passed. I stopped leaving the apartment. The vampires who hadn't been able to get any blood right before the supply disappeared would now be experiencing intense hunger. Not enough to kill them, not yet, but enough to drive them to desperation. First, we started hearing footsteps pacing the hall outside the apartment door at night. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Then they continued during the daylight hours as hunger led the instinctual desire for food to outweigh aversion to burning. They probably didn't even know they were doing it. If they were starving, their legs would just take them to wherever they sensed the greatest potential to feed. And I had been careful to heal all my wounds from the last trial, but I still probably smelled delicious. Through all of this, Raihn and I somehow managed to maintain our little bubble of normalcy. We trained together in the early nights, then he would help me practice my woefully unpredictable magic later. We spent the pre-dawn hours curled up in the sitting room, and every day I watched him linger at the curtains, peering at the horizon until the sun left little angry claw marks on his skin. One day, when Raihn was asleep, I had an idea. I pulled the huge mirror from my bedchamber out into the sitting room, propping it up a bit precariously against the couch. I eyed it, fussed with the curtains, checked my angles, and then checked them again. When Raihn woke up at sundown and came out to see the mess I'd made of the living room, he halted. "Oh," he said. "Well, it finally happened. You've lost your mind." I scoffed and offered no explanation. Not until the end of the night, when the sun began to rise and Raihn went to take his usual spot near the curtains. Then I called him back into the living room. "Watch," I said, pointing to the mirror. And then I went into my bedchamber and threw open the drapes. He flinched, shrinking back. But the sharp corner of the hall shielded him from the rays of sunlight, while the mirror still offered him a full view of the sky. "I tested it," I said. "As long as you stay back here, even at high noon, the light won't flood into this room. But you can still see the sun in the mirror. It's nice in the middle of the day. The sun reflects off the church spires. I said it so casually, as if I hadn't spent hours perfecting the placement of that mirror, making sure it framed everything I found so beautiful about the sleeping city in daylight, the way no one but me could see it. Until now. Raihn was quiet for a long time. "Careful, princess," he said at last, his voice rough. "Someone might think you're actually nice." But his words mattered so much less than the persistent tug of the smile across his lips. And every day after that, he dragged a chair to that turn of the hallway, and he watched the sun rise and fall over Sivranaj as if it was the most precious gift in the world. In times like that, it was too easy for me to forget the grim reality of our situation. But the darkness of it slipped through anyway. One night, in the third week, Raihn was on edge. He seemed tense, his usual smooth, casual demeanor replaced with perpetually tapping feet and grinding teeth and fingers that would clench, unclench, clench, unclench, over and over. Every muscle in his expression was tight. "What's wrong with you?" I asked, eventually, when he was so distracted while training that he nearly let me take his head off with Nightfire. "Nothing," he snapped. "That's convincing." He didn't even have a retort, which may have been the most worrying thing of all. He excused himself from our training, and I didn't argue. I wasn't about to show him that I was worried about him, but I also couldn't shake the nagging knot of anxiety. When I heard footsteps in the common room, I crept silently from my room and peered at him around a corner. He was standing at the dining table, a glass in his hand. I thought it was empty at first, then realized as he lifted it that it held just a tiny, tiny pool of blood, barely enough to cover the bottom. Raihn gazed at it like he was saying goodbye to a lover before throwing it back, savoring, and then swallowing. Everything went numb and cold. The expression on his face, the way he stared down at the empty glass now, it told me all I needed to know. I felt like a fool. "So," I said, emerging from the hallway, "that's it, hmm?" Mother, I was so fucking stupid. Raihn was so far gone that he didn't even have it in him to convincingly feign ignorance. I thrust my palm to the empty glass, still in his hand. "You told me you had enough." He avoided my gaze, swallowed. "I did have enough. That doesn't look like enough. The Crescent trial will be happening any day now. It's fine. I'm fine." He set down the glass a little too hard, and a crack spiderwebbed up its side. If he noticed, he didn't show it. His knuckles were white. Something about that sound, the sound of the glass cracking, cracked something open in me, too. All at once, all those signs of hunger that I hadn't wanted to see struck me. It was everywhere. How had I not noticed? Whenever I asked if he had enough, he told me he did, and I had taken him at his word without even questioning it. Raihn was hungry, and not only hungry, but on the verge of starving. And I had barricaded myself in a room with him. Why had it been so hard for me to confront the reality of those two things? It wasn't that I was afraid of him. It was that I wasn't, and I should be. I should be. That was nature, and that did not change because of whatever I may have come to feel. "You have been making so many mistakes," Vincent whispered in my ear. I hadn't noticed how long it had been since I'd heard him. "I should go somewhere else," I said, "a different apartment." I leveled my voice, but I had to try harder than I expected. And I could tell that Raihn had to try just as hard to keep his face neutral, and didn't quite succeed. There was a slight twitch to the muscle in his jaw, like he had to dampen a flinch from a blow. I felt that blow, too, like I had just slapped him across the face. "Why?" he said, tightly. I motioned to the empty glass. The cracks had grown. Now Rain's fisted grip was the only thing keeping it from shattering. "Raihn, don't be a... There's no reason to." He was not going to make me say this. He couldn't possibly be so naive. "Yes, there is. You know there is. I told you that..." He paused. took a breath, let it out. I hope you know by now that you don't have to worry about that. You are never safe, Vincent whispered. Not with me. Even with you. Especially with you. Because you make me feel at ease. And this time, he did actually flinch. The glass shattered. After everything, you're still afraid of me? I'm not a fucking animal, Oraya, he said, words so low and rough that they did indeed resemble a growl. Give me a little more credit than that. Something hardened in my heart, prodded by the hurt I felt on his behalf. You aren't an animal, I said, but you are a vampire. I wouldn't hurt you, he snapped. No, that was a lie. It was a lie the last time someone had said it to me. It was a lie even if Raihn completely believed it was the truth. And if he did, maybe he was more of a fool than I realized. Hell, maybe I was too. We were finalists in the Kejari. We would need to hurt each other. And that was even if we made it that far. What are you so offended by? I shot back. That I'm stating the obvious aloud? You are a vampire. I am human. Maybe we don't like to say those things, but they're true. Look at yourself. You think I don't see right fucking through you? I was upset. My heartbeat had quickened, a muscle feathered in his cheek. His nostrils flared. Even now, I could see it. The hunger lingering beneath the hurt. Our dream world is nice, but it's not real, I said, and I don't want to be woken up from it by you tearing open my throat. I regretted my words immediately. But I regretted them because they were cruel, and because the terrible, childlike hurt on Raihn's face made my soul ache. I didn't regret them because they weren't true. They were. Did he think he was the only one who wanted to pretend otherwise? In this moment, I wanted nothing more than to live my entire life the way we had been over these last few weeks, building something like a home in this shitty, dark palace. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I wanted it so much that I even considered if I might be able to help him, even though it was a foolish thought. Even though a human offering themselves to a vampire deprived of food for this long would mean near certain death, no matter how good their intentions were. And yet, when I saw that look on his face, that desperation, I was willing to consider it. Stupid, naive, childish. But Raihn had already backed up, his back straight, knuckles white at his sides. He had taken several steps away, as if, even in his anger, he recognized that I needed him to put more space between us. Fine, he said coldly. You're right. We've been stupid. If you want me gone, I'm gone. You shouldn't be anywhere near that hallway. I'll go. I already wanted to take it back. The familiar grip of fear had begun to tighten around my heart. Not fear of Raihn, but fear of being without him, and the things I might feel once he was gone. All right, I said, against every instinct. Neither of us seemed to know what else to say, so he went to his room, gathered his belongings, pushed aside the bureau in front of the door just enough to slip through, and then turned to me. A million words hung there. He just said, "Push this back when I'm gone." He bit down on whatever he was about to say. I knew that feeling because I found myself doing it too, swallowing down "don't goes" and "I'll miss yous" and "I'm sorries." This is fucking silly, I told myself. He's just going to a different room, and it's the only thing that makes sense. But I knew, we both knew, that once Raihn left, once he became just another contestant in the Kejari, something will have changed between us. He tried again, gave up, and said, "I'll see you at the next trial." And he was gone before I could say another word. Chapter 37. That night, for the first time in a long time, I dreamed of the moon absent from the sky. The bed, rickety and cheap as it was still enormous compared to my tiny body. I nestled deep under the covers, pulling them up to my nose. Jonah and Lisan were asleep, or pretending to be. Mama was whispering hurriedly, "Get that lantern off right now. You knew they'd come. You knew I was scared too." But I thought I should never be afraid, and slipped from the covers. I walked very, very softly to the window. I was barely tall enough to reach the sill. I gripped the splintering wood and peered into the sky. Once I saw a dead worm with so many ants all over it that it turned into one big wiggling mass of black. Now the sky looked like that, just a pulsating blanket of darkness. Except it wasn't ants in the sky, it was wings. "Oraya," my mama said my name in that way she did when she was frightened. "Oraya, get away from—" The air hit my lungs too hard, like a gulp of salt water, but worse, because it seemed like it was eating me from the inside out. The cough seized my entire body. I had barely gained consciousness before I was on the verge of losing it again, rolling over onto all fours as I convulsed. My eyes were dripping, my stomach aching, my vision so blurry I heard, more than saw, the string of vomit fall to the ground. I blinked rapidly in a poor attempt to clear my vision. I lifted my head. No wonder I dreamed about that night, because this one looked just like it. Just writhing, indistinct movement in a spine-chilling mass of darkness. Trees surrounded Metal, sparse and narrow, with only a few long, needle-tipped branches near their tops. The ground beneath my palms was rough and sandy, rocks piled everywhere. All of it, the dirt, the rocks, the trees, was black, moonlit outlines rendered onto shades of dark ash gray. Plumes of smoke rose from the ground, hot and gritty. When a gust of wind rolled a puff of it over me, I gasped in pain and shrank away. It burned my skin like acid. I grabbed my blades and had them at the ready. Movement punctured the forest, too distant for me to make out what I was seeing at first, but the sound was unmistakable. Wet, heavy breathing and high-pitched shrieks and the nauseating sound of flesh tearing open. My mind was addled, maybe from the smoke or from whatever magic had brought us here, but I forced myself through the haze to put together what was happening. This was the Crescent Trial. It had to be. We weren't in the Colosseum. We weren't even in Sivranaj, at least not any part of it that I'd seen. But the timing lined up, and the Crescent Trial was often the most unique. But what was the objective? Footsteps. I turned, and immediately something slammed into me, knocking me back to the stones. I couldn't make out the face of my assailant, not with everything so dark and blurry and the smoke pumping up from the ground, each puff bubbling my armor. I struck wildly with my blades, hitting flesh. Normally, the poison would be enough to at least slow them, but my attacker seemed utterly unconcerned with pain. Bloodlust? Some of the worst I'd ever seen, if so, to be so disconnected from one's own body. I drove my blade hard into my attacker's side, and that finally made him falter. He staggered, falling to the ground like his wounds had caught up to him simultaneously, and I pressed over him. He wasn't dead yet, and soon he would wake up. I stabbed him through the chest, barely avoiding the wild flail of his limbs as I finished the job. Like a starving wolf lashing out one last time. I yanked my blade from his corpse with a wet crunch, just as a wave of that toxic smoke rolled towards me. I had to lurch away, leaving his limp body to be consumed by it. I needed to figure out where I was. I needed to... Movement rustled the brush behind me. I spun around. My eyes groped in the darkness. I could only see silhouettes in the distance. Vampires, fighting, and something four-legged. Demons? I'd been so trained to expect the worst that my mind immediately went to threats. When I crept closer and realized that they weren't predators but prey, deer, thrashing against the shadowy figures that pinned them, I was relieved. Good. Deer were perfect.
the ideal meal to distract the starving vampires. The starvation had gone on long enough that they wouldn't have a choice but to leap on whatever blood they smelled. And I was glad that these ones had smelled the deer first. I needed to get away from here, and fast. Then, when I was alone, I could figure out what my objective was: find Raihn. And I stopped myself, swallowing a sad pang. Raihn's name had flitted through my head without my permission. But we had separated. The half-moon trial was over. I certainly wouldn't go out of my way to fight him. But I wasn't quite out of the clearing yet when a repulsive sound rang out behind me. It was something between a groan and a gurgling, an uncanny, unnatural blend between animal and vampire. I quickly lowered into the underbrush and watched the creatures in the distance. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and the moon had reappeared from behind a misty cloud. The cold light illuminated the scene of bloody ruin behind me. The two vampires crouched between jagged rocks, the deer carcass now open before them. One of them was trying and failing to stand, their limbs spasming wildly. The other seemed to be trying to reach for their companion and failing, as if their muscles refused to cooperate. The first, in strange lurching movements, jumped on the other. Feral shrieks cut through the night. I shrank back. This wasn't hunger. Bloodlust made vampires sloppy, but it didn't turn them into mindless beasts. These people looked like they didn't even have control over their own bodies anymore. The two vampires wailed as they tore each other apart. Unhinged, senseless, animalistic. Fuck, they just went at each other, not like warriors, but like animals. The deer carcass forgotten at the deer carcass. Realization snapped into place. I looked around in horror.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Looked around at this place that reeked of death and yet held such a strangely abundant amount of soft, easy-to-catch prey. Poisoned, trapped prey. Nyaxia had starved them, and now she offered them tainted gifts they would be powerless to resist. Raihn. My head emptied, save for his name. Everything I had told myself, every lie I'd hid my concern beneath, withered away. I didn't think anymore. I just ran. It wasn't hard to find the vampires. We had been scattered throughout the forest, but they were loud. Bloodlust made them careless, and whatever poison was in these animals turned them into something even worse. I found Raihn not far from the clearing. I recognized him immediately, even in the dark, even from such a distance. I'd learned the shape of him so well that every angle was a native language. Yet, for all his familiarity, something was also foreign about him right now. The way he moved wasn't the deliberate poise of the man who shared my home. It was feral, uncontrolled, still graceful. That was the only thing that made me exhale in relief, because there was nothing of that toxic, lurching insanity, but the movement of a predator released from its cage. His wings were out. A limp body slumped against an overturned tree trunk. A shadow-born man, whom, apparently, Raihn had just finished killing. Now he soared through the trees and debris in hunt, and then, a moment later, saw what he was chasing, the deer, crashing through the rocky brush. No, I dove after him before I could talk myself out of it. He moved impossibly fast, weaving through the trees like a leaf caught in a gust of wind. He was swifter than the deer, which darted through the sparse forest in a blind panic. It was only the panic of the animal, which practically ran in circles, that saved us both. It came too close to an impassable pile of rocks and had to veer left. I tracked the movement to cut it off, putting myself right in Raihn's path. I heard Vincent's voice in my head. "You're about to get yourself killed, you stupid child, throwing yourself in front of a vampire in bloodlust." But I moved anyway. "Raihn!" I shrieked as I leapt in front of him, hoisting myself up on one of the rocks, arms spread. Stop! It was a stupid plan for so many reasons. First of all, any other vampire would have gladly replaced the deer with me. And secondly, he had wings. He could have just soared over me, whether I was standing on top of a stupid rock or not. But Raihn did neither of those things. Instead, his gaze fell to me, and he faltered, just for a second. And for that moment, I thought I glimpsed my friend there. But otherwise, he looked so different. His stare was hard and glassy. A streak of harsh moonlight fell across one side of his face, and his eyes were even redder than usual, the pupil narrowed to a slit. The hairs stood on my arms. Every instinct screamed at me to run, run, run. Because Raihn in bloodlust was terrifying. The kind of terrifying that made every living thing in a 10-mile radius cower. Instead, I ran after him. Throwing myself against Raihn was like hurling a pebble against a brick wall and expecting it to crumble. Still, I hit him with enough force to knock him off balance. We tangled in a mass of flailing mems. He let out a wordless snarl and fought against me. Pain snaked across my cheek as I was slightly too slow dodging one of his strikes. But I slipped every other. I knew how Raihn fought, and those reflexes still remained, even when he was half out of his mind. Just as I knew how powerful a fighter he was, I also knew his openings. I knew his left side was a little weaker. And just as he faltered between blows, I hit him right where I knew he would struggle most, right to that knee, forcing him to the ground. I climbed over him, pinning his body down with mine. Raihn, get a fucking hold of yourself. Mother, he was going to kill me. I was sure of it when his hands gripped my shoulders hard enough to leave bruises. That horrible glazed-over look in his eyes hadn't faded. Come back to me, Raihn. Come back. I will fucking stab you again, and you know I will, I roared. Snap out of it. He blinked. His fingers loosened. His nose twitched, a movement, however small, that made me tense, but then he closed his eyes and drew in a deep inhale. And when he opened them again, it was him. It was him. Oraya. He said my name like it was the answer to a crucial question. His voice was thin and hoarse. I could have wept for it. But no time for pleasantries. Certainly no time to show him how grateful I was that I had found him. I spoke in quick, clipped sentences. Welcome back. We're in a trial. The animals are poisoned. I don't know what the objective is. Everyone who drinks is going insane. We have to get the fuck out of here. Let's go. I started to push myself up, but he still held my arms, gently now. A wrinkle deepened between his brows as he touched my cheek. The scratch? Did I do this? It doesn't matter, Raihn. We have to go. His expression said it did matter, but I didn't want to think about that right now either. If I get off of you, I said, will you go run after a squirrel? I was grateful to see that familiar long-suffering annoyance. Oh, fuck you, princess. It was a bit of a relief to hear him curse at me again. I decided I accepted that answer and pushed myself up. Raihn got to his feet right after. He moved slowly now, jerking as his left leg threatened to collapse under him. In movement, I hadn't noticed the blood all over him. My heart stopped. The Shadowborn he'd been fighting before had apparently gotten a few hits in. You're hurt. Seems that way. I looked to the sky. Dark, but ever so faintly rosy. Dawn wasn't far off. Let's find somewhere to rest, I said, as we began to walk. Then we'll figure out what's next. Raihn made a wordless grunt of agreement. But after 3 steps, it became obvious that he was struggling to move. I backtracked and tucked myself under his arm. I'm fine, he grumbled. You're clearly not fine. His jaw clenched, like he wanted to argue this and knew he couldn't. And it wasn't just the leg, I knew. I could hear it in the weakness of his voice. He was injured and still starving. No, Raihn was very, very much not fine.
but he accepted my help without complaint. Chapter 38. We found shelter in a cave created by some of the collapsed stones. It certainly wasn't the opulence of the Moon Palace, but it was dark and deep, with plenty of places to hide and only one entrance to guard. I wondered how many of the contestants already fell victim to the poisoned prey. We didn't pass another living soul on our way to the cave, only one convulsing rabbit. I brought us deep enough into the cave that no light reached us from the outside. We reached shelter just in time. The sky was now faintly pink with dawn. The cave was so dark that Raihn had to mutter guidance to me as we went because I could see nothing. By then, he was leaning heavily on me. When we found our place to stop, he practically collapsed against the wall. "Give us some fire. Good thing you've been doing all that practicing." I could hear the smirk in his voice, could also hear the exhaustion. Practice or no, I'd been struggling to use my magic consistently. But when I thought about the way I felt when confronted with Raihn's obvious weakness, the night fire came to my fingertips easily. Raihn's face, hollowed and drawn, bloomed from the darkness. I looked away and focused very hard on sculpting my little orbs of light. "Didn't think I'd see you again," he said. I didn't even know how to explain to myself why I went after him. Never mind explain it to him. "It was a stupid decision," Vincent said in the back of my mind. And frankly, I agreed with him. I didn't regret it, though. "Thank you," he said. I shifted uncomfortably and was grateful I had something to do with my hands. What was I going to say? "You're welcome?" I would have been. He swallowed thickly.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I made another little ball of night fire, so it was now light enough for me to see every movement of his expression and to see every sign of weakness. He gave me a pained smile. "You were right, Princess. We don't have to do this." I said it more sharply than I meant to. "We do. I do. I owe you that, don't I? You don't owe me anything. Ix-tix, Oraya, let me fucking talk. You can barely talk as it is." "Never stopped me before." I managed to laugh despite myself. It sounded more like a gasp of pain. Felt like it too. "I'm sorry," he said. My hands froze mid-movement, hovering around that sphere of light. "I'm sorry," he said again. "You were right to tell me to leave." The apology hit me like a strike, so blunt and direct. No battle of wills or egos. "I didn't want you to see me that way," he went on, "so I pretended that version of myself didn't exist. It does, and I don't like people to see it. I didn't want you to see it. I'm not a fucking animal," he had spat at me yesterday. And suddenly the anger in his voice then sounded so similar to the shame in it now. I didn't like feeling things. Emotions were ever shifting and devoid of logic, and they gave me no way to sink my blade into them. But I felt too many of them now, bubbling up under the surface of my steel exterior. I didn't say anything. The night fire glowed a little brighter in erratic spurts. "We need to do something about your injuries," I said. He was more than hurt. He was starving. Vampires could heal extremely quickly, but he wouldn't be able to if he didn't get blood. I glanced at him. His eyes had slipped off to the distance. I could see little in the darkness, but his superior sight was probably looking to the path leading out of the cave. "I need to go back out there," I scoffed. "Don't be a fucking idiot." Healthy, he might be able to survive an hour in sunlight, perhaps more if there was cloud cover, though it would be painful. In this state, though, there was no way. "Then I might need to ask you to hunt for me," he said. This as if it physically pained him to do so. "Those animals are poisoned. You saw what they did to the others." "Then maybe it's better to die here," he said, "than to die out there, out of my mind." A beat of silence. And in that silence, my mind ran through our situation, tracing the paths between our options. The decision snapped into place, a new, immovable truth. I stood and faced the wall of the cave. unbuttoned the top button of my leathers, then the second. I made it halfway down by the time Raihn noticed what I was doing. No, no, absolutely not. You said it yourself. You don't have a choice. My voice sounded like it was coming from a stranger, like I was watching myself from the outside. I couldn't believe I was doing this. My hands were clammy, my heart a beat too fast, and yet I had no doubts about it, none at all. I unfastened the rest of my leathers. Cool air rushed against my flesh, chilling the sweaty camisole beneath. I turned to him. His throat bobbed, eyes darkening. I knew that look, too. A different kind of hunger. It passed quickly, but I still felt it linger on my skin, making me suddenly self-conscious of the amount of my body that was now exposed. He rasped, "I can't do that, Oraya. What are your alternatives? You die in the sun, you die a mindless beast from poisoned blood, or you die before the sun sets here, doing nothing." A beat of silence. And in that silence, my mind ran through our situation, tracing the paths between our options. The decision snapped into place, a new, immovable truth. I stood and faced the wall of the cave, unbuttoned the top button of my leathers, then the second. I made it halfway down by the time Raihn noticed what I was doing. No, no, absolutely not. You said it yourself. My voice sounded like it was coming from a stranger, like I was watching myself from the outside. I couldn't believe I was doing this. My hands were clammy, my heart a beat too fast, and yet I had no doubts about it, none at all. I unfastened the rest of my leathers. Cool air rushed against my flesh, chilling the sweaty camisole beneath. I turned to him. His throat bobbed, eyes darkening. I knew that look, too. A different kind of hunger. It passed quickly, but I still felt it linger on my skin, making me suddenly self-conscious of the amount of my body that was now exposed. He rasped, "I can't do that, Oraya. What are your alternatives? You die in the sun, you die a mindless beast from poisoned blood, or you die before the sun sets here, doing nothing." A beat of silence. And in that silence, my mind ran through our situation, tracing the paths between our options. The decision snapped into place, a new, immovable truth. I stood and faced the wall of the cave, unbuttoned the top button of my leathers, then the second. I made it halfway down by the time Raihn noticed what I was doing. No, no, absolutely not. You said it yourself. You don't have a choice. My voice sounded like it was coming from a stranger, like I was watching myself from the outside. I couldn't believe I was doing this. My hands were clammy, my heart a beat too fast, and yet I had no doubts about it, none at all. I unfastened the rest of my leathers. Cool air rushed against my flesh, chilling the sweaty camisole beneath. I turned to him. His throat bobbed, eyes darkening. I knew that look, too. A different kind of hunger. It passed quickly, but I still felt it linger on my skin, making me suddenly self-conscious of the amount of my body that was now exposed. He rasped, "I can't do that, Oraya. What are your alternatives? You die in the sun, you die a mindless beast from poisoned blood, or you die before the sun sets here, doing nothing. And I'm not going to just sit next to you while you die, Raihn. I'm just not." Neither of us acknowledged the slight crack to my voice. I approached him. I felt every step, every increase in our proximity. He leaned against the wall. I kneeled before him, so our gazes aligned, and his eyes searched my face. "You think I don't know?" he choked. "You think I don't know what this means for you? I can't." Maybe I should have been surprised that Raihn understood what I'd never told him, that had pieced together a portrait of my past from every moment of anger or fear I let slip through my walls. Maybe I should have been surprised when his fingertip gently caressed my throat, not in hunger, but in sadness, at the scar there, those two little jagged white lines. Maybe I should have been surprised that he knew me more than I wanted him to. But I wasn't.
Words were too weak to convey what I wanted to tell him now. Perhaps he thought that I would think less of him after seeing him in bloodlust. But I didn't. He had been terrifying then, yes. But now I understood exactly how hard he had been trying. It would have been so easy for him to succumb to it in the Moon Palace, take the easy solution. After the half-moon, I was nothing but a liability to him. No one would have blamed him for doing what he had to. And yet he'd rather have remained in that apartment, winding himself tighter and tighter, rather than leave me or hurt me. It must have been agonizing. Offering myself to a starving vampire was more than dangerous, practically suicide. And yet I trusted him absolutely. I didn't know how to say any of that. So I settled on, "I'm not afraid of you, Raihn." And I saw in his eyes how much those words meant to him. Like he had been given something he had been waiting his entire life for. I swallowed. So, what's the best way to do this? He would need my throat, sometimes wrists or arms or... I shivered at the thought. Inner thighs worked well too, but he needed a lot of blood fast, and the throat would be the best way to do it. I thought he might still protest, but after a moment he said, "Come here, lean over me." I inched closer, then swung my legs over his thighs and around his hips. I tried not to think about the fact that he felt beneath me exactly how I'd imagined he would. Tried not to think about how good, how right it felt to feel the warmth of his body pressed against mine, my inner thighs, my stomach. And I tried not to notice that he clearly noticed all these things too. That the muscles of his throat, so close now, flexed with a swallow. That his hands fell to my waist immediately, like they had already been waiting for me. "Like this?" I asked. "That's perfect." It wasn't quite perfect, actually. I was so much shorter than Raihn that even with the extra height of his lap, I needed to push myself up a bit, and he would have to crane his neck to reach mine. His fingertips brushed the angle of my jaw, and for one terrifying moment, I thought that he was going to kiss me. It would be so easy, barely a tilt of his head. But instead, his fingers moved down, grazing my shoulder, then my waist, then reaching for my dagger at my belt. "You are in control of this," he murmured. "All right?" Now I understood. He wanted me here, in this position, because I could pull away if I wanted to. I nodded. My grip around that dagger was sweaty. I wondered if he could hear my heartbeat.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. And especially if one already felt... I didn't finish the rest of that thought. "Just do it," I snapped. He chuckled. "As you wish, princess." And then his lips were on my throat. Every muscle tensed. I braced myself for pain. Instead, though, I felt only a caress. Just the soft touch of his mouth against my flesh, the faintest brush of his tongue, as if asking permission to enter. My cringe melted into a shiver. "You're safe," he whispered against my skin. And then he bit. He was quick and forceful, his fangs striking deep once and hitting their mark immediately. He let out an involuntary groan that vibrated through my entire body. The venom could not possibly have worked that fast. Yet my eyelashes fluttered. Everything, every remaining doubt withered away beneath the warm touch of his mouth, the press of his body against mine. My breasts, suddenly sensitive, peeked beneath the too thin fabric of my camisole, so tight against his chest that I could feel every inhale, ragged and quickening. His tongue rolled against my skin as he took his first swallow, one languid, slow movement. I imagined that this is what he would feel like inside me, too. This deep and all-consuming. Unmistakable hardness formed beneath me. My palm pressed flat against the wall behind his shoulder, the one last holdout in keeping me propped up against him. And I still clutched that dagger, though I'd let it slacken, no longer braced so tightly against his chest. My hips rolled. I couldn't help it, not with the rigid length of his desire right there, and Raihn let out a serrated hiss against my throat. This time I echoed it, the moan escaping me in a choked exhale. We were aligned so perfectly that when I shifted my hips, I pressed against the full, thick length of him, even through the heavy fabric of his pants. And even that stroke, with so much between us, sent sparks up my spine, sent every nerve begging, pleading, demanding more. It wasn't enough. The venom ate away the final dregs of my self-control, unleashing a wave of desire that utterly ravaged me and left nothing behind. I wanted every layer between us torn away. I wanted to run my hands, my lips, my tongue over every inch of his skin, taste every scar. I wanted to offer every expanse of my flesh to him, let him do this fucking amazing thing to every part of me. I wanted his magnificent length inside of me, taking me so deep I couldn't remember my own name, and I wanted him to remind me of it when he came. I wanted to watch him go. His arms gripped me tight, pulling me closer in one desperate lurch, like he'd been trying to hold himself back and failing. My camisole was gripped in a fist in one of his hands, like that was all he could do not to tear it off of me. He drank deeper, his tongue moving against my skin like he was making love to me. I didn't know what I was doing anymore. I rolled my hips again, and now there was nothing hidden about my moan. And this time, he moved with me. I let the dagger fall to the ground with a deafening clatter I didn't hear. I pressed my hand instead straight to his chest, because even through the leather of his armor, I wanted to touch more of him, sense his heartbeat quickening in time with mine. I didn't want to stop. I wanted to give all of myself to him. And the most frightening part of all, the part that would have scared me away if my logical mind had been at all functional in this moment, was that it wasn't the venom. No, all of this had already been there, simmering. This was only what made it bubble over. I abandoned my hold on the wall for his shoulder, gripping him tighter. I moved against him again. I couldn't help it anymore. My body was nothing but nerves and raw want, exposed and tender, desperate for him. The low growl in his throat echoed through all of me. And I knew I should be afraid of him, of how much I knew he wanted me, just as much as I did. He wanted more than I was giving him now, but I wasn't afraid. "You're safe, Oraya," he had whispered to me, and I believed him. And even now, he didn't touch me more, not even in all the places I blindly wanted him to. I could feel him tensing like a drawn bowstring, could feel the urgency building in the way his tongue moved against my throat. I wanted it. I spread my thighs wider, opened the sensitive passage between us more. I didn't mean to say his name, didn't mean to throw myself against him, starving for as much of his body as I could get, selfishly taking every inch of that hard length between us against my core. Stars exploded over my vision. His name fell from my lips in a gasp. Every muscle coiled and then released. Nothing existed but him. Him and everything that I still wanted. The first thing I became aware of when the sparks of my climax faded, mother, I had actually just done that, was his muscles trembling. His hands were drawn into fists against my back, gripping my camisole so tightly that I was certain it had ripped, but not pulling me closer. He was being careful, I realized. Careful not to pull me so close I couldn't get away. He was no longer drinking. Instead, his lips ghosted over my skin, over the wound he had opened there, in tiny, gentle kisses. Kisses over the fresh scar I had asked for, kisses over the old one I had not. I felt dizzy,
boneless, my mind coated in a blur of want. My orgasm hadn't sated me. If anything, it reminded me of everything I still wanted. I wanted his skin. I wanted him inside me. He pulled away. His chest was rising and falling heavily beneath the press of my palm. When he met my eyes, the sight of him cut through the haze of my desire. He looked like a man undone, destroyed. A trickle of red fell at the corner of his mouth. I wanted to taste it, taste myself on him. His lips parted, and I kissed him before words could come out. My blood tasted like warm iron, but that was nothing compared to the way he tasted. He smelled like the sky. He tasted like falling. His lips met mine like he'd been waiting his entire life for this kiss, and had known exactly what he would do when he got it. We kissed like we fought together, responding to each touch, each movement. We understand each other by now. But he jerked back abruptly after too few seconds. I barely recognized my own voice when a frustrated whimper left my throat. "No," he panted the word. "No, that's enough." That was insulting. It wasn't enough. Not for either of us. The way his cock strained beneath me was evidence of that. I saw no reason now not to take what we wanted. You aren't yourself. Don't pretend you don't want to. Mother, I didn't even know who this version of myself was. He made a sound between an exhale and a scoff. You don't even know, Oraya. The corner of his mouth, where a little smudge of my blood remained, curled as he shook his head. The things I've thought about. Want doesn't even fucking cover it. I have a list. A chill ran up my spine. I'd known he desired me, even if I didn't want to acknowledge that. But it still felt strange to hear him confirm it aloud. I liked it. But I want you to want those things too. You, not the venom. The rejection stung a little. I pulled away from him. He chuckled. That face. There she is. Fuck you, I managed. You wish I would. His smile faded. My scowl faded. It wasn't banter anymore, because we both knew it was true. Raihn staggered to his feet. He was unsteady, but already looked so much better than before. Meanwhile, when I stood, I nearly fell back to my knees. He caught me. Easy. You've lost a lot of blood. Your body is a bit shocked. He was right. I had lost a lot of blood. Given him so much. And yet, not too much. Even in starvation, even 2 steps from bloodlust, he had stopped long before he risked me. Sleep, he said. Let yourself recover. Sleep. Sleep sounded good. Not as good as sex, but good. I allowed Raihn to lower me gently to the ground, and I allowed him to lay down beside me, the warmth of his body, big and solid, curling around mine.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. My eyelids immediately began to flutter. His hand rested on my waist, offering quiet stability and nothing more. But then his hair tickled my face. His mouth, warm and now too familiar, brushed against my cheek. And his words shivered over the crest of my ear as he whispered, "Thank you." It was the practical thing, I choked, like we were just talking about the blood and not the everything. He lay back down behind me. The world started to blur, and the last thing I heard as sleep took me was Raihn's voice, so quiet it seemed like he might be speaking to himself. "You are the most stunning thing I've ever seen, Oraya." Chapter 39. I woke up warm. Unusually warm, pleasantly warm, the sort of warm I dreamed about in the crooked bed with the scratchy blanket. Safe warm. Except I wasn't in a bed, I was lying on hard, gritty stone. And the source of the warmth wasn't a blanket, but a wall of a man,
whose chest was pressed to my back and chin rested on the top of my head, arms loosely holding me. The events of the day before came back to me slowly. Raihn's body under mine, his mouth against my throat, my hips rolling against him, and a flush rushed to my face. I stirred, suddenly too conscious in too many different ways of Raihn's arms around me. Apparently, he was already awake. I rolled over to see him looking down at me, hair hanging around his face in red-black tendrils, a smirk at his lips. "Did you know that you snore?" Spoken with the casual lilt of our usual banter, on the surface, but I heard the note of awkwardness beneath it, like he didn't quite know how to interact with me after that either. I cleared my throat and sat up as he stood. I was disheveled. I ran my fingers through my hair, which I was certain looked as messy and undone as I felt. The effects of the venom had worn off, leaving me strangely well rested, slightly groggy, and extremely self-conscious. "Well," I eyed him up and down, "you seem better." That was an understatement. He looked like himself again, rather than the shade of a person he had been the night before. His wounds had already healed dramatically, and he moved around unencumbered. "I feel it," he said. I stood, and the silence stretched. Raihn looked like he was getting a little too close to giving me another thank you that meant too much and lingered too long. Who knew the man was such a sap? He started, right on cue. "This is meant to be Nyaxius rescue, right?" I cut him off, curt and businesslike. "When they captured him. The darkest part of Nyaxia's story. She and her husband had broken out of prison once, but Alaris was lured back to the White Pantheon with the promise of amnesty for Nyaxia. Instead, the other gods dragged him out to the empty plain between the divine and mortal worlds. When Nyaxia realized what had happened, she tore apart the Deadlands looking for him. But she was too late. By the time she reached him, her husband had been decapitated and left to rot." "These are the Deadlands," I said. "There must be an endpoint that we need to reach." Raihn's face shifted. For a moment, I thought he was going to try yet again to talk about what had happened between us the night before. I breathed a sigh of relief when instead he just nodded. "Probably." The two of us went to the mouth of the cave, our weapons drawn. Unlike last night, it was now eerily quiet. So quiet I questioned whether the poisoned contestants had all died off. There were no voices or screams, only distant wails of animals and a hiss that slithered through the air as smoke rolled in waves over the gray dirt. That deadly mist was worse than last night, soupy and thick, stinging my eyes even from this distance. It even pooled in the sky, a blanket covering the stars and moon completely. A few minutes later, it dissipated just enough to reveal the ghostly silhouette of the landscape. Not that there was much to see. Only a few gnarled, broken trees dotted the land, emerging like silent, mournful sentinels. Jagged rocks dotted the empty expanse, vicious as bared teeth. Last night, this place had seemed dead. Now, it seemed more than that. Not just dead, but murdered, grieving in violent death throes. A strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. A nagging thought that lingered just out of reach. There. Raihn's voice was very close to my ear. I followed his pointing hand. "There's something over there. Gold. See it?" "I couldn't. Your eyesight is better than mine." "It's there. It must be the end." "How far?" "Miles." "Fantastic. The smoke is—" I rubbed my arm, where the leather bubbled. "I don't know what it is, but worse, there was now so much more of it than the night before." "I remember," Raihn said, touching his own burnt armor. "So we can't just walk through the center. And you can't fly above it because it just collects up there." I craned my neck around the opening of the cave. The cliff, if that was even what this place was, it was so hard to tell when everything was so jagged and formless. extended straight in both directions before devolving into an unstable-looking pile of rocks. But the land was raised along its edge, as if the broken forest before us was a crater and we had found shelter at the edge of its rim. The ridge curved in both directions, gradually climbing up before my weak human eyes lost track of it in the darkness. Could we climb along that? Raihn followed my gaze. It's less direct, but it would take us to the gate, and there would be less smoke. Less, but not none. I watched the smoke billow up from the ground in puffs, thicker for several seconds, then thinning as the breeze shifted it. Then thicker again as a new wave rose from the earth. I started counting silently. What if? Raihn started, but I barked, "Shh!" and tried not to lose my count. There. 90 seconds. It's predictable, I said, the way the smoke moves. Look. This time, Raihn watched with me. See? I said, when the billow swelled again. 90 seconds. It's predictable. And it takes a long time for the cloud to get up there. I pointed to the crest of the rim. We would be able to see the wave coming. And do what? Hide? Where does one hide from smoke? Behind a rock? I knew even as I said it that it was a stupid idea. Raihn gave me a look that said, "That's a stupid idea." I threw my hands up. "Well, what's your brilliant suggestion, Raihn?" He was quiet for a long moment, thinking. Then his mouth curled. "The man I killed yesterday was Shadowborn, wasn't he?" I couldn't believe we were risking our lives for a fucking cloak. The only reason I didn't object more to this was because Raihn's fight had not been far from here. Still, we had to do some strategic guessing to figure out where the body might be, if it was even still there at all, and the consequences of being wrong were dire. We decided Raihn would go alone. He could fly faster than I could run, and the smoke would affect him less than me. "Wait until it's thinnest," I told him, "and if you don't find him, come back right away. Don't waste time." I know. All I could think about was how weak Raihn had been just hours ago. How, even now, I could see the remnants of it. I swallowed and said as coldly as I could manage, "Don't do anything stupid." He looked back, narrowing his eyes at me. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were worried, Princess." "I don't want to have to make that climb on foot." He just chuckled. "Sometimes I have my doubts, but you really do like me, don't you?" And before I had time to snap at him again, he was gone. His magnificent wings spread as the smoke thinned, and he soared down into the pit. 10 seconds passed, 20, 35. I unsheathed my blade. If he wasn't back by 60, I would go, I decided. My eyes ached from not blinking as I stared into that smoke. For some reason, my mind went to Nyaxia. How she must have felt, fighting her way across the Deadlands, all alone, desperate to save her husband. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. It struck me with sudden clarity just how terrible it must have felt to be out of reach of someone you cared for, to feel utterly powerless to protect them. 55 seconds. That was it. I was going. I drew in a deep breath and held it, as if that would do anything. I started running, and then something knocked me away. I was ready to fight, but a low laugh and a now familiar hold on my shoulders stopped my hand before it moved. Raihn had yanked me back away from the smoke, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. His wings were still out, glistening every shade of night like melted paint in the darkness. "Were you coming to rescue me?" I muttered, and sheathed my blades. "I'm touched. No need, though. Look." He released me and grabbed the fabric he'd bunched up in his other hand, letting it fall. It was dark silver, a favorite of the House of Shadow, and looked as light as air. It shimmered and rippled like moonlight itself. "Avathrian silk," Raihn said, "just like I thought. One of the Shadowborn's finest creations. Looks fragile, but this shit filters out everything.
A bitch to cut through, too. I thought of the Shadowborn man's corpse, practically split in two. Hadn't stopped rain last night. Why don't they make all their clothes out of it? It's expensive and very hard to work with, so they tend to use it for simple things. Raihn affixed the cloak to his shoulders, then raised the hood. He looked as if he was covered in molten steel. Even dirty and wounded, he was a sight to behold, fearsome and majestic. "Will it be enough?" I asked. He shrugged, making the silken fabric ripple. "Let's hope so." That inspires confidence. Oh, right, my idea's the stupid one. Let's hide behind a rock instead. I pursed my lips. Fair. It was the best option we had. So we decided Raihn would wear the cloak, carry me, and move us both as quickly as possible across the rocky crest in 90 seconds. Then we would stop, take cover beneath the cloak, wait the next 90 counts for the wave of smoke to dissipate, and continue. We had no idea what we would encounter up there, monsters, competition, or both. And Raihn would be unable to defend us while moving. That would be my job. He'd be the wings, I'd be the teeth. Repeat until we arrived at the gate. Or until someone else attacked and killed us. Or until the smoke penetrated the Shadowborn fabric and ate us alive. Fabulous. We prepared ourselves, and Raihn scooped me up in his arms again, holding me tight to his chest while I readied my blades. From the first time he held me this way, it had felt different than I expected it to, even if I wasn't ready to admit it. Now, in the wake of last night, I was very conscious, in a very different sort of way, of all the places our bodies touched. His lips ducked close to my ear. Ready? Not really, but as close as I was going to be. Ready. And then we were rushing into the deadly mist. Chapter 40. This wasn't flying. This was just hurtling ourselves through the air, all finesse stripped away in favor of speed. My eyes burned and face stung as bugs, dust, and stray branches clawed at us. Raihn had to move erratically, not in graceful arcs, but messy jerks to dodge trees and piles of rock while keeping us low enough to avoid the cloud of acidic smoke above us. And all while fighting with the flowing fabric that threatened to tangle in his wings. I struggled to keep my eyes open and weapons ready, barely blinking. 30, 40, 65, 70, now! I shouted. Raihn held me tighter, and we slammed to the ground. He pushed me down first, hard enough that I let out a strangled oof, and braced himself above me, throwing the cloak over us both. "Smaller," he grunted, and I pulled my legs up tight to my torso and rolled to the side, making myself as tiny as possible beneath him. I'd never been so grateful to be as short as I was. It was the only reason why this worked. Raihn had said that he would magic his wings away so they didn't get in the way, but he must not have had time, because he ended up pressing them down tight to our sides, the cloak coming down around us. My heartbeat quickened at the suffocating closeness. I was pinned, the ashy ground beneath me, Rain's body above, his wings on either side. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it when the smoke rolled in, because Raihn tensed. I pressed my hand to his chest in a wordless comfort. "Shut your eyes," he commanded, just before the burning started. I squeezed them shut tight, but I still felt it. On my flesh, too, first in the exposed skin, like my wrists and hands and neck, and then the rest of me. 10 seconds in, I thought, maybe this will kill us. But it didn't. The pain remained unpleasant, but far from deadly. 90 endless seconds. When Raihn finally lifted off me, my skin, lungs, and eyes stung, but I was otherwise unhurt. He would have no time to even look at him, though, before he grabbed me and we were flying once more. My mind emptied of everything but counting. We had to make it miles like this, in 90-second spurts. I lost track of how many times we repeated it, my body slamming against the ground again and again. We were lucky at first, encountering no danger other than that smoke. But then, about halfway to our destination, Raihn threw back the cloak, and we were immediately attacked by 3 wolves, foamy-mouthed and visibly starving. Raihn didn't have time to grab his sword, instead unleashing an immediate burst of magic to force them back, far weaker than usual, considering his still fresh injuries. 15 seconds. I had to react fast. I gutted one while it was still stunned from Raihn's blast, and the other when it exposed its throat to me as it dove. 40 seconds. The third refused to die. It lunged for me while I was still pulling my blade from its companion. 55. I fought and I counted. Raihn leapt in to help, taking a nasty bite intended for me. The wolf clung to life, thrashing back at every wound. 60 seconds, 70, 80, as I finally killed it with a strike and a burst of night fire, just in time to look down the steep incline of the crater and see a wave of misty black 10 seconds early. Raihn threw me down roughly. I saw him wince as the smoke rolled over us. We were nose to nose. The fabric didn't cover all of him. You were too close, he whispered. Blame the wolf. This time, when those 90 counts were up, Raihn didn't move quite as quickly. As he scooped me up again, I eyed his wings. The tips had been poking out of the cloak. Now the feathers there were slightly ragged, the black flecked with what I first thought was blood, and then realized were actually spots of red coloring. We flew again. We were getting tired, moving a bit slower when we needed to be going faster. I knew that the burns on Raihn's wings and legs were bothering him, as was the wolf bite. At last, the arch came into sight. My eyesight was so poor in the dark and the fog that we were surprisingly close by the time I could make out that gold gate cutting through the night. Maybe 2 more sprints, I said, relieved. Raihn's hands were already at my waist, preparing to carry me again. You should be ashamed of that terrible human. He stopped short. I turned. He was looking down at something. We had climbed high, the rocky ridge now looming far above our starting point, and farther still above the deepest parts of the crater below. From this distance, it looked like a cauldron of mist. It had been difficult to see the curvature of the landscape at the bottom, but up here, the shape of it was unmistakable. The circle so well defined that it seemed as if it had been man-made. The hairs rose at the back of my neck. Once again, an odd sensation of familiarity passed over me. I glanced at Raihn, and his expression made me stop breathing. Anger and fear and devastation painted over every feature. I had only seen that once before, when he thought Mish was dead. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Something silver glinted in the dirt. He kneeled down and picked it up, stared at it. This is, he sounded as if he didn't realize he was speaking aloud. The silver in his fingers glinted as his hand shook. I realized it was a street sign, or part of one. We were running out of time. Raihn, we have to go before, he rasped. This is Salanai. Salanai! I almost laughed at him because it was so outlandish. Salanai was one of the biggest cities in the House of Night. When the Rashan had been in power, it had been their second capital. I'd researched it obsessively, preparing for the day I could storm it. I'd studied every drawing, every map. Salanai? That's ridiculous, I started to say, but I'd studied every map. And suddenly, there it was, superimposed over this desolate wasteland. Piles of smashed rock became buildings, the city hall there, the church there, the library there. Veins of packed dirt through the landscape, dismissed before as natural rivulets in the earth, became roads. My lips parted in sickened shock. This wasn't a wasteland. It was ruins of a city that no longer existed.
the ruins of a city that had been thoroughly, systemically devastated, as if by one of the most powerful militaries in the world. And finally, I realized why the air felt so familiar. It smelled like the aftermath of Asteris. Asteris and explosives, power stripped directly from the stars itself, wielded by thousands of warriors. It smelled like this very place had smelled 16 years ago, the night Vincent had taken me home. I was numb as the realization fell over me. "I will spare no one," Vincent had said. "I will not spare your wives or children." And he hadn't. Not just the Raihn, but the humans too. Vincent had killed them all. Chapter 41. My ears rang. My hands went cold and still. I didn't move, just stared at this place, this dead, broken place where countless people had once lived. Any family I had left? Gone. I couldn't think. Raihn was saying something, but I didn't know what. I wouldn't understand the words, even if I could hear him, which I couldn't. "Salanai is gone, gone, gone." "Go, Oraya, get down!" Raihn roared as he rammed against me. We had been distracted. We'd stopped counting. Pain seared my left foot, which jutted out beyond the cloak that Raihn had hastily thrown over us both. I felt his body tense too. It didn't cover either of us. For 90 long seconds, we remained that way. Everything inside of me turned to ice, and I was grateful for it. I would rather be cold and hard and feel nothing than confront this, even though I could feel my grief there, burning under the surface, far too hot to be contained by even a lifetime of frigid control. Vincent wouldn't have done this. He couldn't. I couldn't help but think of Nyaxia. Mother, she couldn't have set it up more perfectly. We were acting out a morbid caricature of the worst moment of her life, when she fought through the wastelands in desperate search of her husband, only to find that he was already dead. She had been too late, and now so were we. 90 seconds passed. Raihn pulled the cloak away, slowly rising. Yet he still struggled to tear his eyes from the ashy ground. It was littered, I realized now, with little glints of silver and broken metal, skeletal remains of the city. 500,000 people, he choked out. 500,000 people lived here. Distantly, a voice whispered in my ear, "You need to move. You need to move right now, little serpent." I looked up to see a figure moving fast towards us over Raihn's shoulder, a streak of silver coming right for us. No time to dodge. I pushed Raihn out of the way and collided with Ivan at full force. My back slammed to the ground. Ivan was on top of me, every part of his face but a sliver over his eyes covered by torn strips of fabric. I'd had time to get Raihn out of the way and stop Ivan's attack, but that meant I had no good counter of my own. My blades had been knocked from my hands. Something cut across my abdomen, shock dulling the pain to a distant throb. Ivan's eyes crinkled with a satisfied smile. And then the pain was suddenly excruciating, like all my blood was being boiled within my veins. Little droplets of red rose into the air, hovering around Ivan's pale face. My blood, as his magic wrung it from my body. "For the half-moon," he whispered, and I prepared to meet death fighting. But then Raihn ripped him off me, hurling him to a pile of rocks with enough force to snap a spine. "Don't fucking touch her," he growled as black light cracked through the air, his Asteris awakened with fresh power. I tried to move and couldn't. My strength drained, seeping into the ground like rainwater. I only managed to turn my head, turn it enough to see, through blurring vision, Raihn on top of Ivan, sword raised, getting ready to deal the killing blow. Behind him, another smear of silver emerged from the smoke. Angelica. unmistakable even in the darkness. Like Ivan, she covered her entire body save for her eyes. Still, every line of her radiated power. "Raihn!" I tried to scream as she raised her bow. It came out only as a strangled grunt, but even that was enough for Raihn's head to snap up. "Let him go!" Angelica bellowed. Through my blurry vision, I noticed something strange. Her arrow did not point at Raihn. It pointed at me. "Let him go right now, or I'll fucking kill her, Raihn." Another Nasanyan. "Do you want that? Let him go." Rain stilled. Everything went gray and blurry. The voices distant. Vincent's seemed closer as it whispered to me, "You made it so far, little serpent. But at least your bones will lie in your homeland." My palm pressed to the gritty, ashy sand, fingers loosely closing around a handful of it. I wondered if the bones of my family were here too, ground down to nothing but dust. I blinked enough to make out Raihn's form, gripping Ivan's limp, injured body by the collar. "Fine," he said at last, "I'll let him go." And then he ripped Ivan's mask off his face and hurled him down the steep incline, directly into the incoming wave of deadly smoke. Raihn threw himself over me. My throat released a whimper as his weight fell across my injured body. A distant wail of agony cut me to the bone. Angelica's. At first, I thought perhaps she had been caught in the mist too. Then I realized, no, it was because of Ivan. She was screaming in grief. Raihn pulled me close to him. When he touched my wound, I let out a weak, involuntary keen, and he stiffened, as if with awful realization. He murmured into my ear, "We need to run right now." "I'm all right," I tried to say, even though he didn't ask me that. I was losing my fight to keep my hold on the world. "Hold your breath," he said. And then I was being lifted into the air, and my face was tucked against a solid wall of warmth, and we were flying fast, fast. Everything hurt, like my exposed skin was being flayed away in little chunks. Angelica's scream echoed behind us. We wouldn't survive this, not even a few seconds of it. We were being consumed. But I forced my head up, just in time to see the gate rushing towards us. And then it was silent. Raihn's land was far from graceful, had been moving so fast that he had to stop short to avoid hurling us both against the stone barrier opposite the gate. We ended up in a heap on a packed sand ground. I tried to push myself up while Raihn's hold steadied me. My eyes adjusted to familiar gold and silver lights over an endless sea of seats. The Colosseum looked so different like this, completely empty. There were no screaming crowds, no cheering voices, not a single spectator on those countless deserted benches. Only menacing silence. Before us, a bloody figure sat on the sands with their knees pulled up to their chest, a dark red blanket around their shoulders. They were covered in so much blood. It took me a moment to make out who they were, until their gaze lifted to meet mine. It was Ibrahim.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. And the blanket was not a blanket, but his wings tattered and bubbling with oozing burns that matched those around his eyes. He'd covered his face as much as he could, and had covered the rest of himself with his wings, now destroyed. Perhaps the look on my face betrayed my horror, because he smiled, a humorless twist of his lips. The most useful they've been in years. The minister stood in eerie stillness, 4 of his acolytes behind him with their heads bowed. "Welcome, Oraya of the Nightborn, and Raihn Ashraj," the minister said. "Our mother of the ravenous dark is pleased by your service. You have progressed to the final trial." I had imagined that I would feel more when I heard those words. Instead, they were met only with a numb sense of dread. "There has been a change," the minister said. The new moon trial will not take place in 3 weeks. It will take place tomorrow. My brow knitted. What? That was unheard of. Tomorrow, Raihn repeated. Why? I croaked. My fingers dug into his arm. I hoped I was hiding how heavily I was leaning on him. It is very important that the Kejari concludes, the minister replied, simply, as if that answered our question. Raihn said, well, of course, but why? Nyaxia recognizes there is no certainty that Sivrinaj will exist in 3 weeks. The minister's face lifted in the faintest hint of a nod to the distance. We turned to follow it. The gates of the Colosseum were wide opened, revealing a grand tableau of the city. My eyes rose to the upper stretches of the Colosseum walls and the skyline of Sivrinaj beyond them. Fuck, Raihn breathed. I couldn't even bring myself to speak, not even to curse. I knew what Sivrinaj looked like. I'd memorized every shape of this landscape in a million mournful moments at my bedroom window. And though I never forgot that this was a city, a kingdom of brutality, I never thought that my lethally beautiful home could become this. The city of Sivrinaj had always been as sleek as a weapon, but now the blade had been drawn, and it was covered in death. Bodies lined the Colosseum walls, propped up on stakes. Some still twitched in their final death throes, the life draining from them for mother knew how long. There were hundreds of them, so many they stretched into the distance, too far for me to make out the shape of their bodies. But my father did not start anything he could not finish. I knew they would continue for the entire length of the walls, even when I could not see them. And pinned below each stake, stretched out in garlands of death, were their wings, countless feathered wings, staked through ancient stone. Red-black blood dripped down white marble in deceptively elegant rivulets, glistening in the torchlight beneath a rainbow of brown and gold and white and gray and black feathers. We had been locked up in the Moon Palace, isolated for weeks. More than long enough for the war against the Raihn to escalate. Still, the sheer scale of this was staggering, sickening. I've had 300 years of practice, Vincent whispered in my ear. It is always important to be decisive and efficient. You may want to rest while you have the opportunity, the minister said, as if nothing of note was happening here. He gestured to another door, which offered a glimpse of the Moon Palace's great room. Much has changed. Interlude. The wounds on the young woman's neck had not yet healed. 2 days ago, the boy she thought loved her tried to kill her. Today, her father came to her room. "I have a gift for you," he said. "Follow me." The king often gave the young woman gifts, though he rarely called them so. Right now, she was heartbroken. She felt hurt and foolish and stupid. She was not in the mood for gifts, but she was not in the mood for arguing either, so she went with her father. He led her to his throne room. It was a stunning place, a sea of marble tile in red and white and black, the Nightborn throne looming over it all. The king closed the double doors behind him and ushered his daughter inside. She froze. The room was empty, save for a single figure at the center of that expanse of smooth red marble. A handsome young man, kneeling, his hands bound behind his back. He looked up at her with the same eyes that she had dreamed about, uttered a frantic apology with the same mouth that had tried to tear open her throat. The girl could not move. The mere sight of her lover seized her heart, too many feelings thrashing in too many directions. The king strode across the room and stood behind the boy, hands resting upon his shoulders. He turned to his daughter and said, "Come here." She did. Up close, she could see that the boy was trembling in sheer terror.
This was strange to her. She had not yet seen that vampires, too, could be just as frightened as she was. "Look at him," the king commanded. She did. She did not want to. Looking into those two familiar green eyes was agonizing. "He's afraid," the king said. "As he should be." The boy gazed up at his lover. He tried to apologize, tried to say that he didn't know it would be that way, that he would feel that way. The king shushed him. He reached to his belt, unsheathed the dagger, and held it out. "Take it." A command. The young woman could not disobey her father's orders. She had done so only once, and now look at what had happened. So she took the dagger. The king had trained her for years. She knew how to handle a weapon. Her fingers fell into place immediately, now second nature. But this was the first time she had held one so close to another living being. The light from the lanterns bounced on the blade, casting sparks of green in the boy's frantic eyes. The king said calmly, "I told you the night I brought you here that I would teach you how to wield your teeth. And I have upheld that promise. But now it is time that I teach you to bite." The young woman kept her face still. But inside, panic seized her. "The heart is the easiest way," the king went on. "Straight through the chest, slightly to the left. You will need to be forceful, quick. It will be easy right now, but other times they will try to run or fight. Do not give them the chance." Everything had gone numb. The dagger was heavy in her hands. Her lover looked up at her and begged, "I am so sorry, Oraya. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't mean to. I don't even remember." There are moments in one's life that remain permanently distilled in memory. Some wither within minutes, and others are carved forever into our souls. This image of the boy she loved begging her for mercy would follow her for the rest of her life. Years later, when the girl was a grown woman, she would decide that the boy did not mean to hurt her that night, that he had not yet understood his newly turned vampire impulses. It did not change what he did. It did not make it any less unforgivable. It only made vampires more dangerous. But in this moment, the girl did not know what to believe. "I can't." The words lingered on the tip of her tongue, shameful words. She knew better to say them to her father. The king stared at her, unblinking, expectant. One strike. That is all. She started to shake her head, but he snapped. "Yes, you can. You will. I warned you long ago that you were never safe with anyone but me. I warned you. This is the consequence, Oraya." He did not raise his voice. The king rarely shouted, but the edge of his words was just as cutting, just as lethal as the edge of the blade he handed her. Now she understood. This was more than just a lesson. It was punishment. She had disobeyed her father's tenets. She had allowed someone else into her heart. And now he would force her to carve it out and lay it at his feet. "This is a dangerous world." His voice turned soft, tender. "This is what it takes." Perhaps another teenage girl would have hated her father for this moment. And perhaps this one, in some ways, did. Perhaps she would carry a little fragment of that hatred for the rest of her life.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. But she also loved him for it, because he was right. He was forging her. If she had listened to him before, none of this would have happened. She was not yet cold enough, not yet strong enough. But she could hone herself a little sharper now, even if it meant throwing herself upon the unforgiving steel of her father's command. She swallowed. She lifted the dagger. The boy wore a thin cotton shirt. It was easy to see the outline of his chest. She picked her target. Slightly to the left, just as her father said. "You have to push hard to make it through the breastbone," the king said. "Harder than you think." "Wait," the boy choked. The girl struck. The king had been right. She'd had to push harder than she thought. She felt every layer of flesh, had to fight with the blade to get it through. The blood burst forth from the boy's skin like it had been waiting for this moment. Bile rose in her throat as her lover cried out. He lurched, but the king held his shoulders tight. The young woman started to turn her head, but her father hissed, "No, don't look away, little serpent. You look them in the eye." She forced herself to obey, forced herself to look the boy she had loved right in the eye until the last dregs of life seeped from them. She held tight to that hilt long after his head lolled. At last, the king stepped back, allowing the body to flop to the floor. The boy was only recently turned. His blood was redder than it was black. The crimson bloomed over the marble like rose petals bursting from a bud. "Good," the king said. He strode away. He offered his daughter no comfort, no tenderness. Why would he? The world would offer her none either. She should learn this. So the young woman stood there, alone, for a long time. Strange that girls are so often told that the loss of their virginity marks a threshold between girlhood and womanhood, as if it fundamentally alters them in some way. It was not the sex that changed the girl forever, not the blood that spilled between her thighs that shaped her. The blood that spilled over that marble floor, though, those are the stains on one's innocence that never fade. Chapter 42. I insisted on walking back to the apartment, even though I could barely move. We were far down the hall by the time Angelica, the fourth and final contestant, stumbled through the door to the Moon Palace. She must have turned back in an attempt to find Ivan, but she had come back alone. Her wordless scream had echoed in every crevice of the Moon Palace. That sound was a mirror to something inside of me that I didn't know how to acknowledge. I clutched my abdomen. Blood bubbled beneath my fingers. But I didn't feel it. I only felt the gritty ash of Salinaor, what remained of it. I thought of thousands of humans burning in Asteris power. I thought of their lungs withering in that toxic smoke. I thought of a little boy and a little girl that I only distantly remembered, that I only allowed myself to dream might still live, somewhere, and their bodies lying deep, deep beneath the bones of a war they wanted no part of. Raihn closed the door behind us. I stumbled, nearly falling to my knees, which seemed to jerk him back to the present. He slid his arms around me. I stiffened. "We need to patch you up," he said, before I could protest. I didn't have it in me to fight. He picked me up, brought me to my bedroom, and lay me down on the bed. Then he went to our packs and rummaged through them. I stared at the ceiling, blinked, saw the ruins on the backs of my eyelids. Gone, gone, gone. "We have enough medicine for this," Raihn said, sounding grateful to have both good news and distraction. He returned, sat beside me on the bed, and poured the potion over my abdomen. I didn't flinch as my open wound hissed and bubbled, flesh melding to flesh. I knew Raihn's grief was everything mine was, everything and more. I wanted to put my hand over that wound in his heart, even when my own threatened to tear me apart. When he set aside the glass, I let my hand fall over his. It now felt so familiar beneath mine. Knobby joints and scars, and the coarse suggestion of hair over the back of his hand. At first he didn't move. Then he slowly flipped his palm up, closed his fingers around me, and circled his thumb over my skin, just as intimate as his lips on my neck. I wanted to tell him I was sorry. Sorry for what my father had done to both of our peoples. "This is war," Vincent whispered in my ear. Power demands ruthlessness. What did you expect me to do? Our hearts bleed black. And the worst thing was, I understood it. I understood it and still hated it. I almost sent Misha there, Raihn said. 2 weeks later, and she might have been there. The thought sickened me even more. I felt the bedspread shift, his other hand closing into a fist. "You're fucking monster," he hissed. For a moment, I agreed. But just as quickly, a wave of ashamed denial rose up to combat it. I had to be missing something. Vincent wouldn't do it unless he had no choice. Not unless the Raihn had already done something worse, or were going to. He wouldn't do that to me. Not knowing what I was going to go do. Not knowing why I was in this damn tournament at all. He wouldn't. There must be a reason. He must have had no choice. I hated the way the words tasted. Hated myself for even saying them. Raihn's voice was cold and hard. 500,000 people. 500,000 lives. I don't give a fuck what reason he might have. What explanation could make that acceptable? None. There was none. We don't know what happened. I know enough, he snapped. I saw the ruins. I could smell the bones in that dust. That's enough, Oraya. That is enough. My fingernails were biting into Raihn's skin, my knuckles trembling. My jaw ached because I was clenching it so hard. And when a voice in my head whispered, "He's right. Isn't that enough?" It wasn't Vincent's voice. It was mine. The line between anger and sadness is so thin. I had learned that fear can become rage, but rage can so easily shatter into devastation. The fracture spiderwebbed across my heart. There has to be something I'm not seeing. He couldn't have. He wouldn't. Why not? Raihn spat, mouth curled into a sneer of hatred. Raihn lives. Human lives. What the hell are those worth to him? Why? Is that so hard for you to believe? Because I was going back for them. I didn't mean to say it aloud, but the words were too close to the surface, ready to spill forth. Because he knew. When I became his Coriate, I was going to go back, and he knew it. Raihn, went still. His grip tightened around my hand, then released abruptly as he stood, rod straight. "Coriate?" he said, calmly. My jaw snapped shut. "Do not," Vincent whispered in my ear. But I had already let Raihn see too much, as I always had, as he always did. And he could not unhear what I said, what I had just shown him this time. "Coriate!" His voice had the same danger to it as the sound of a blade being pulled from a scabbard. "You were going to ask Nyaxia for a Coriatis bond?" Judgment bit into every syllable, a sharp prod to all my weeping wounds. "I'm not strong enough to go as I am now," I snapped, and he knew that as well as I did. Raihn only laughed, dark and humorless. "A fucking Coriatis bond. You were going to become Vincent's Coriate and march into Salanea to liberate your human kin. You were going to bind yourself to him so you could go be a hero." Was he mocking me? Or was the dream so outlandish that the words just sounded like a mockery aloud? I said, "We all do what we have to. You're too damn smart for this, Oraya. Do you know how many humans were left in Salanea? Almost none, because your father had been taking them, just like he took all of Salanea's resources for the last 20 fucking years. Resources, like humans were fruit or grain? No, that wasn't true. Raihn territory was protected. Protected, Raihn spat. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Like the human districts are protected? The truth of his words slipped through the plates of my armor like a too-sharp blade. When my fingers tightened, I could feel that gritty ash of what had once been Salenai against my palms. I had never seen Raihn like this. His rage pulled taut every line of his form. It wasn't like when I'd seen him in a bloodlust that had been unnerving, but this was petrifying. He'd just gone utterly still, every angle of his body rigid, even his breathing too steady. Like every thread of muscle needed to unite against holding back whatever wild thing thrashed within, visible only in the rising fire of his rust-red eyes. He sent you into the Kejari, he said, with a promise of being a hero, all so he could fucking use you? That's what this is for? He's making you do this, Ilana had told me. I was so angry at Vincent, more angry than I had ever been. Yet so quickly I jumped to his defense, like every attack against his character struck me too. I leapt to my feet, rewarded by a stab of pain in my freshly healed abdomen. Use me? I scoffed. He's giving me his power. Giving me? You cannot possibly be this naive. Giving you his power and taking yours, making a deal with a goddess so you can never hurt him, never act against him, and sending you into this depraved cesspit to do it? What a saintly, loving father! My weapons were out before I could even stop myself. Enough, I hissed. Enough. Vincent had given me everything. He had taken me in when he never had to. He had cared for me when no one else did. He had made me a stronger version of myself, even when I didn't want to be. He had turned me into something worth fearing. And above all, he had loved me. I knew this. There was nothing Raihn could say to convince me that he didn't. Vincent's love was truth, like the moon was truth. Raihn didn't even look at my blades. His eyes only met mine. He took one step closer. He killed them all, he said quietly. And just for a fractured moment, the rage in his eyes shattered to grief. Grief for the Raihn, his people. Grief for the humans, mine. And grief for me. He killed all of them. They were nothing to him but tools or obstacles. It doesn't matter what he promised you, what he told you. That is the truth. The sight of Raihn's sadness hit too deep. I shook my head, the words sticking in my throat. You need to ask yourself some hard questions. Why is he afraid of you, Oraya? What does he get from this? Afraid of me? Bullshit. What could Vincent ever hope to gain from me? What could this plan be other than a gesture of his love to make me every bit as strong and powerful as he was? I was a human. I had nothing to offer him. Yet Raihn's concern for me, too raw to be false, hit the places I couldn't protect. His hand lifted, as if to brush my cheek. A part of me longed for that touch, longed to let myself fall apart and let him keep me together. Instead, I jerked away. I can't, I choked out, even though I knew he deserved more. I just can't. I threw the door open, and he let me go. He didn't come after me as I walked down the hall, each step fast and purposeful. I kept going until I left the Moon Palace, and I kept going straight past Vincent's meeting place. No, I was done waiting for my father to come to me, done waiting to meet on his terms. This time, I was going to him. I walked and walked and walked until I reached Vincent's castle. Chapter 43. Had the castle changed, or had I? Before, this place had always made me feel so small, like I was too weak and impermanent to live somewhere of such grand, enduring strength. But maybe I'd mistaken brutality for strength and stagnancy for agelessness. How exactly had I not noticed that its elegant scent of rose was just a little rancid? How had I not noticed that it masked the sour smell of rotting blood, like the whole damned building had been soaked in it? The flowers that adorned every table were withered at the edges. the wallpaper stained with faint death-brown blooms of old blood. The plaster cracked with the stress fractures of a kingdom that had gotten too heavy. There were many vampires here, far more than I was accustomed to seeing roaming the halls. All Vincent's warriors. It was wartime, after all. They stopped to stare at me as I passed. I didn't even notice if their nostrils twitched, didn't even give a fuck if they did. I'd never once gone to Vincent's office without being invited. Now I didn't even knock as I threw open the door. Jessamine was there, arms folded and red-tipped fingers playing thoughtfully at red-painted lips as she observed a military map pinned to the wall. Her amethyst eyes slid to me and shone with curiosity. "Oraya! How lovely to—" "Where is he?" A demand, not a question. Her perfect lips closed, the only sign of surprise. "Meetings, busy times as you—" "Where? He'll be done. I need to speak to him now, Jessamine. Tell me where or go get him for me." Her flicker of annoyance became a flame of irritation. She looked like she was running two calculations in her head. The first being, should I kill Oraya today? And the second being, does she, as Vincent's daughter, outrank me as his general? "I don't want to fight with you," I spat. "If you want to, it won't end well for either of us, but I'll do it." Apparently, she decided that the answer to the second question was too close to call, and thus decided that the answer to the first was not today. She said, "I'm the king's chief general, not his errand girl, but I'll indulge you," and left the room. I waited. Vincent's office was usually meticulously neat, but tonight it was a mess. Open books and papers and maps everywhere, all splattered with black and red. My hands were shaking with anger, with grief, or maybe with fear. Not of Vincent, but of what he might say to me. The door opened. Vincent came alone. His clothing was more disheveled than usual, the collar of his jacket crumpled on one side, his sleeves pushed up to his elbows. A few strands of fair hair fell into his face. His hair mark pulsed at a slightly faster rate than before, as if his slow heartbeat had quickened a beat since I'd last seen him. He closed the door behind him and stood before it for a long moment, just staring at me. I knew how to read Vincent by now, and I knew that his annoyance fought with his relief, as if Vincent the King and Vincent the Father waged a silent battle behind his eyes. "What are you doing here?" he said. That was Vincent the King. "You made it back from the Crescent trial." And that thankful exhale was Vincent the Father. He stepped closer, a strange uncertainty flickering over his face. Maybe he saw the difference in my expression, too. "Salanai." My voice was hard and too rough. "You destroyed Salanai." A hint of confusion. I saw it. It was the location of the fourth trial." He tried to hide his wince. I could practically hear him utter the curse, Nyaxia and her fucking sense of humor. And yet that little flinch, the expression he mostly succeeded at hiding, hurt the most, because it confirmed what I didn't want to believe. I let out a pained, ugly laugh. "You weren't going to tell me?" And why wouldn't he hide it? Just a few weeks until I was out of the Kejari, one way or another. I was isolated. He thought I didn't even spend time with the other contestants. "I have to make difficult decisions," Vincent said. "This is war. The Raihn were a threat. They attacked our eastern outposts. I needed a strong you. You were going to let me believe that they were still out there? That I could still go after them? Was it better or worse that he didn't even deny it? There was no use in you knowing the truth, just like there was no use in keeping them alive? Easier to just kill them all?" His face hardened. Vincent the Father stepped back. Vincent the King stepped closer. "The decisions that I make for my people and my kingdom are beyond your judgment." Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. "For your people? I was lucky I was drunk on my own anger and hurt, or else I never would have been able to speak to him this way. Even now, the shock on his face had a part of me shrinking back. But another part of me liked it, the same way I liked it when my blade hit a mark. "Who are your people, exactly?" I snapped. "Are they the ones whose ashes are in that city? Those were my people, Vincent, and I did what was right for my kingdom. Salanai is part of your kingdom. 500,000 people. I could have been one of them. It could have been me in those slums." It was never going to be you. He always said that. But how could he not understand? It was pure chance that brought me to him that night, all those years ago. The fibers of fate twist a different way, and I never make it here at all. I am human, Vincent. I am human. I said it twice, just because he never liked to hear it, never liked to acknowledge it. I was born in Salanai, to human parents, to a family who— Vincent's restraint rarely buckled. Now it outright shattered, the wave of his temper unleashed. Family. What does that word mean? That you were yanked from between human legs? You don't even remember them. If they had lived, they would not remember you. Perhaps they'd be grateful you were gone. What would you have been to them? Another unwanted child to keep alive? Or maybe another lost one to grieve when the world inevitably crushed you? Each word buried deep in my chest, skewering another unspoken fear. His lip curled with disgust. And yet, this is your dream? This is the life you long for? And what does that make me? The cruel man who ripped you away from what? This great life of love? Is that how you see me? As a captor? I swallowed a writhing twist of guilt. Even through my anger, my impulse was to apologize to him. "No, I'm sorry. That isn't what I meant. I love you, and I'm grateful, and thank you for saving me." But then he strode to the door and threw it open so hard that the silver knobs banged against the wall. "Look," he snarled. He grabbed my wrist and dragged me down the hall to the railing that overlooked the feast hall. It was crowded, busy with men and women wearing the deep violet uniforms of Vincent's Hai army. Long tables were set up below, dotted with overflowing plates. Most of the plates were untouched, though, because instead the warriors fed on the humans. There were a dozen in that room alone. Some lying on the table, heads lolling, barely conscious. A few, clearly drained, slumped discarded against walls. Some had been bound to the table with rope. One man, who must have struggled fiercely, was pinned to the table with daggers piercing his flesh. My chest burned, stomach churned. I couldn't breathe. Even swallowing would make me vomit. How long had he been doing this? I wanted to deny it, wanted to pretend I didn't see it. This brutality was so much worse than anything I had witnessed in this castle before. But it made sense, didn't it? How does one feed one of the biggest armies in the world? How does one keep morale up when waging an endless war? How does one entice warriors who value nothing more than blood? A nice perk of wartime, isn't it? Endless death. And perhaps it did not happen out in the open like this before. But maybe, like so much else, it had rotted beneath the surface, and I had chosen not to see it. Look, Oraya. Vincent's fingernails bruised my arm. Look at them. These aren't people. They are livestock. You never would have allowed yourself to be one of them, because you are better than them. I made you better. I gave you teeth and claws. I made your heart steel. Do not pity them. They are less than you. I couldn't tear my gaze from the humans below. Their blood ran over the tables in rivers of crimson. He was right. I would never be human like they were. Just as I would never be human like the people I saved in the slums, or the ones who occupied the pub I went to with Raihn. Just as I never would be as human as Alana. And maybe that was a blessing in some ways, a curse in others.
Maybe Vincent had stolen something precious from me as he stripped away my humanity. And I'd fucking let him. Not only that, but I'd done such a wonderful job deceiving him that he thought I would see what he did when he showed me this sea of savagery. My eyes stung. I wrenched my hand from his grip, turning away from the feast and retreating down the hall. You lied to me. I indulged your childhood fantasies, knowing that one day you'd grow past them. He thought I would become like him, and I would no longer care, just as he no longer cared. But he was wrong. I thought of Raihn, who had been a vampire for more than 200 years, and yet still so clearly mourned his humanity with every heartbeat. Suddenly, I mourned my humanity too. I mourned it the way I mourned Alana. I stopped short just within Vincent's office door. I turned to him, let out a trembling breath. "Why do you want me to be your Coriate?" I asked. I knew the answer. Vincent wanted me in the Kejari, wanted me to become his Coriate, because it was the only way to turn me into something acceptable for him to love. My father loved me. I knew this. But he loved me in spite of what I was. Loved the parts of me that he could make like him. Vincent's jaw tightened. Again, a glimpse of the silent battle between king and father. He closed the door behind us and leaned against it. "Because I want you to fulfill your greatest potential," he said at last. "I want you to be strong. I want you to be powerful. And I want you to be my daughter, in every sense. Because you are more like me than you ever have been like them, little serpent." He was right, and I hated it. My voice was strangled, on the verge of breaking. Today, I am ashamed of that. The words hit Vincent like a blow to his heart. Hurt careened across his face for a split second, replaced immediately by ice-frigid anger. Vincent the father disappeared. Vincent the king approached me, rage rising in his silver eyes with every slow, predatory step. "Ashamed?" he said quietly. "Ashamed? I gave you everything. I made you all that you are. I could have killed you. Many said I should have. And you say that you are ashamed of me?" I was a decent fighter, but no one was as good as Vincent. When he grabbed my arm, I didn't have time to move, and I was too shocked to anyway, when he wrenched it hard and slammed me against the wall. He was so close that I could see every pulsing line of his air mark, every glowing wisp of magic unfurling from each stroke of ink, just as harsh as the hateful lines on his face. "What would you rather be, then, if you don't want to be my daughter?" His fingernails bit into my skin, tighter, tighter, drawing blood. "Do you want to be my enemy instead? Is that what you'd prefer?" I had never, ever been afraid of Vincent before. I was now. Because now he didn't look at me like I was his daughter. He didn't even look at me like I was human. No, this was worse. He looked at me like I was a threat. "Let me go, Vincent." I tried to keep the waver from my voice and failed. "Let me go." But maybe the waver saved me, because Vincent the king disappeared all at once, and Vincent the father was appalled with himself. A wave of horror fell over his face. He looked down at his own hand, wrapped tight around my arm, red blood and purple bruises purling at his grip. He released me and took several steps back. He ran his hand through his hair. He was shaking. "Oraya, He wouldn't say he was sorry. The Nightborn King apologized to no one, and if he was going to, I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear anything he had to say, ever again. A part of me thought he would stop me as I threw open the door, but he didn't. There were more out here than ever now. With Raihn and I unable to come to the human district since the half-moon, the place was crawling with vampires. They were lazy, easy to kill. Before, I'd found this satisfying.
gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. At least I could ease the unpleasant thoughts in my head with the plunge of a blade into a chest over and over again. Now it just made me angrier. They thought so fucking little of us that they didn't even think they needed to be careful. Whatever joy I found in the dying light of their eyes was fleeting, each one a weaker rush than the last. I killed my fourth for the night in an alleyway close to the pub that Raihn and I would frequent. It had been a very long night. It was probably close to dawn. I couldn't bring myself to care, not about any of it. I didn't toy with this one. I went straight for the heart. He was so afraid that he pissed himself in the end. I stepped slightly to the left to avoid the puddle at his feet. He'd been going for a child, a little girl. He was preparing to go through the window for her. That was rare. I didn't often see them ready to crawl into houses for their prey. The body sank to the ground. I kneeled over him as he lay limp in the dirt, ready to pull my blade out. He thought he was entitled to these people. Their houses weren't homes, just dens to be rooted out, chicken coops to stick his hands into and pull out whatever he wanted. Maybe the haze of death over these recent weeks had made them believe that there was no such thing as protection, no such thing as consequences. They are livestock, Vincent had hissed at me. Only now did it occur to me that maybe that's exactly what humans here were. The human districts weren't for protection. They were breeding grounds. Because it would be a fucking shame if no more humans lived in the House of Night, wouldn't it? Just think of all that blood. My knuckles were white around the handle of my blade, which still protruded from my victim's chest. This piece of shit felt it for 5 seconds. For 5 seconds in a lifetime of centuries, he felt that powerlessness. When it had been bred into us, tattooed into our souls, for our entire brief, pitiful existences. I was done hating myself for all my human weaknesses. No, I hated them for it. I pulled out my dagger, but instead of sheathing it, I brought it down again. Flecks of black blood spattered my face. Withdrew. Again, again, again. Each strike met less resistance as bones cracked and flesh parted. I hated them. I hated them. I hated them. I hated Oraya. Stop! The moment the hands touched my shoulders, I whirled, lashing out before I could stop myself. I came into this world fighting. I'd leave it fighting. And I'd fight to cover every soft spot or vulnerability. And right now, I felt as if my entire body, my entire soul, was a raw wound to be protected. I wanted to fight. But of course, Raihn knew that. And of course, he knew me well enough to counter my every move. Until finally, my back hit the wall, my arm in his grasp. He bent over me, one hand to the wall over my shoulder, the other holding my arm, firmly but gently. The relief in his gaze shook me. He jerked his head to the body, now little more than bloody pulp. I appreciate your thoroughness, but I think he's dead. His eyes softened as they flicked back to me. I really did try not to notice or care that they drank me in the same way he drank in sunshine. It's almost dawn, he said. I've been looking for you everywhere. He didn't ask, are you all right? But I heard it in his tone anyway. I was not all right. I didn't want such softness. It prodded too close to everything I was trying to protect. His finger shifted, encroaching on the marks that Vincent's nails had left on my arm. They hurt more than a wound so small should have. I winced slightly, barely a twitch, but Raihn still saw it. His gaze fell to my arm, hardened. Where did this come from? What does it matter? It matters. Him? I hesitated a moment too long before saying, some piece of shit in the slums. Bullshit. His lip curled. Pure hatred. As if those few little bloody marks were just as great of a crime as the destruction of Selene. I hated that. I didn't deserve to be defended that way. And still, despite everything, I hated to see the disgust on his face. I was offended on Vincent's behalf. I yanked my arm away. You've done worse to me yourself. I'm not a princess to be protected, no matter what you like to call me. I know. 2 words, and yet so much judgment in that expressive face of his. I knew how to see through all the masks now, and beneath it, everything was always laid out bare. Too bare. Stop, I hissed. Stop what? Don't look at me that way. How am I looking at you? I pushed past him. I didn't know how to answer that. Too many ways. I saw multitudes in Rain's eyes when he looked at me. Like you pity me, he scoffed. I refused to look at him, but I could hear the twist of a sneer on his lips. You think I pity you? I don't pity you, Oraya. I just think you deserve better. That sounded a hell of a lot like pity to me. And if it wasn't pity, it was something else, something more real. And that I hated even more. I whirled around. Why are you here? My tone was downright vitriolic. It was undeserved. He had done nothing but be kind to me. Still, the hurt on his face disarmed me. Then his jaw went tight. I know what this is, and I'm not doing this with you. If you want to get kicked out of the Kejari because you don't make it back to the Moon Palace before dawn, fine, I'll let you. Good. It'll be easier for you. Maybe you deserve the win more than I do anyway. Why do you care? Raihn had already started to walk away. My voice was weaker than it had been. The look of hurt on his face had sapped the venom from my bite. Now I was that little child all over again, lashing out at monsters with feeble human teeth. He stopped, turned back slowly. Why do I care? He repeated, indignant. The thing was, I knew it was a ridiculous question, and it shouldn't have been, because Raihn had every reason to just let me spiral and get myself disqualified or killed. I was his enemy in every sense of the word. The daughter of the king he hated, raised in the clan that destroyed his, rival to a title that only one could win. He took a step closer, unblinking. Why do I care? He rasped, again. Are you a fucking fool, Oraya? I wasn't expecting the desperation in his voice, like he was pleading for help. He scoffed. Or maybe I am. No, we both were. Because I knew exactly why Raihn cared. And I knew that I cared in all the same ways. I didn't breathe. I let my blade slide back into its sheath. No, a weapon couldn't protect me from this. I wasn't sure if I wanted to anymore, even though my heart was open and bleeding and so very pitifully, humanly delicate. Still, as the moonlight fell over his face, I drank in every angle of it. I had come to know it so well, and yet I discovered something new and captivating in it every time I looked at him. Now, so much of it held pain and grief. I ached for him. And I was so tired of loss. I wasn't sure what I intended to do or say when I approached him, but I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him. Chapter 44. Raihn met my kiss with so much fervor that I found myself questioning which of us had moved first. His arms folded around me, pulling me flush against him, and the two of us stumbled until my back hit the wall. His mouth sought mine like he wanted to learn every part of me, claiming my lips, top and then bottom, his tongue warm and soft and demanding and giving. A groan rose from deep in his throat. It shuddered through my entire body. I was pinned between him and the wall. His hand ran down my side, and I leaned into that touch. Not enough. Still not enough. Whatever spark we had ignited in the cave hadn't been put out, only dampened. It roared back to life hotter and deadlier than before. And right now, I wanted nothing more than to burn alive in it. The hand that slid down my side kept going, flattening around my hip, then my backside, and then suddenly my legs were lifted, parted around his hips, and the hard press of him between my thighs made my breath hitch.
Fuck.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I needed more than this time. Needed less between us. I needed it so badly, I didn't even care that it meant exposing myself to him, too. His kiss slowed, deepened, shifting from frantic to tender. I pressed my hand between us, down his abdomen, down to the stiff length of him pressing at his pants. Another groan. His lips smiled against mine. Careful, princess. I kissed him, kissed that smile, because the idea of not doing so seemed sacrilegious. Why? Because I don't want to fuck you for the first time in an alleyway 3 feet from a pile of entrails. I couldn't argue with that. Even if, embarrassingly, a part of me wanted him so much that I would have done it here, just to bury myself in a different primal pleasure. First blood, then sex. Maybe I was more vampire than I thought, after all. But then his free hand cradled my cheek. His next kiss was different, gentle. It reminded me of the way he had kissed my throat in the cave. Like he cherished me. My chest tightened. There was nothing vampiric about that. Nothing carnal and cold. Oraya, look at me. I opened my eyes. Our noses touched. The moonlight illuminated every little scar on his skin. His pupils were slightly slitted against it, the ring around them almost violet beneath the coldness of the light. Give me one honest thing, he murmured. One honest thing. The most terrible honest thing of all was that with Raihn, it was all honest. It always had been. He saw too much of me, understood every complexity and senseless duality. I was honest even when I didn't mean to be. He did not fear my darkness, nor pity my compassion. And the truth was, the idea of dying without knowing him completely was torturous. How could I say any of this? Did he want that kind of honesty? Was I even capable of wrenching it from my bleeding soul without unraveling all my stitches? Well, probably die tomorrow, I said. Show me something worth living for. A momentary pause, as if something about this response had hurt. Then a faint curl to his lips. Pressure. He kissed me again. This time, not a demand, but a promise. I think I'm up to it, though. We'll fly. We need to beat the dawn. Raihn stole kisses from me as we flew, as we made it into the moon palace just in time for the sun to crest the horizon. They were sweet and tender, punctuated with little grazes of his teeth that promised the harder edge to our morning. By the time we returned to the apartment, my heart was beating fast behind my ribs, my breath rapid. I felt oddly dizzy, every sense dulled by the intensity of my want and sharp with anticipation of what it might be like to fulfill it. I hadn't even been able to admit to myself how many times and in what great detail I had imagined what it might be like to taste Raihn, to touch him, to feel him inside of me. But reality, of course, was different than fantasies, more treacherous and more exhilarating. The door closed. I leaned against the wall, watching Raihn as he bolted it. Even the flex of the muscles of his forearm was beautiful, each tendon working like a string in an orchestra, elegant and graceful. It was almost embarrassing how stunning I found him. He finished locking the door and turned to me. For a long moment, he said nothing. I wondered if he was thinking everything that I was, imagining what we might do with our final night with each other. Final? Mother, how I had avoided thinking about that word. Everything that had happened over these last few days had chased it from my mind. But the truth was unavoidable. The last trial was tomorrow night. Raihn and I were both finalists. It was very, very rare that more than one contestant survived the Kejari. Raihn was the first to break our suspended stillness. He approached me, fingertips running down the bridge of my nose, then my mouth, then my jaw. "What's that face for, princess?" I could not lie to him, so instead I said, "Kiss me." And Nioxia, fucking bless him, he did. I could melt under this kiss. I wanted to wind myself around him the way ivy claims stone. I opened my lips to him, encircled my arms around his neck. His fingers clenched around my hair, pulling just a bit. His hand paused there, thumb rubbing my hair, kiss slowing, and I wondered if he was thinking about it, too. Thinking about the night of the feast and my hair around his fingers. I didn't want him to let me go then either. Maybe I realized in that moment that I never would, even if I was too terrified to admit it then. Maybe I was too terrified to admit it now, too. My teeth closed around his lip, coaxing a satisfying hiss from his throat. His hands roamed over my body, down my back, cupping my backside, lingering at my upper thighs, like he wanted to memorize the shape of me. His hands were so large that the pressure of his fingertips ventured agonizingly close to the core of my need. Still not close enough. His lips slowly curled, just as his fingers did, inching ever slightly higher, deeper. Your armor's too thick. What was it about him that made me so bold? I kissed him, then slid my hand down, over his chest, his abdomen, down over his length. Mother, he was big. Even through the layers of his clothing, he responded to my touch as easily as I responded to his. It was the most incredible, powerful thing, feeling him twitch under my hands, listening to that little shudder in his breath. Yours too, I whispered against his lips. It should have been frightening to me to know that he wanted me this fucking much. It wasn't. Instead, it made my own desire maddening. He drew me closer, his hand tightening in my hair, and claimed my mouth in a kiss so sudden and passionate that everything but him withered away. He lowered himself, released my hair in favor of cupping my backside with both hands, and lifted me. I kissed his mouth, his jaw, his throat as he carried me into his room, and the two of us fell onto the bed. His broad form crawled over mine. I freed my hand so I could work at his jacket. It was a complicated thing, all buttons and straps, and especially difficult to navigate when I was feeling around blindly. After a few seconds, he laughed against my lips. Having trouble? He pulled away enough to look at me, and goddess, I mourned his mouth already. But before I could complain, the beauty of him stopped me short. It was now morning, and though the curtains were drawn, the barest hint of sunshine slipped through the fabric and outlined his silhouette in a faint kiss of gold. I'd never realized before just how much red was in his hair, or in his wings, which were still out. I touched them without thinking, prompting a sharp inhale from Raihn. They were softer than I imagined they might be. He gently pulled my hand away. We'll save that for another time. Does it tickle? He chuckled. In a way. If he expected this answer to dissuade me, it very much did not. But disappointingly, with a puff of smoke, his wings were gone, and he leaned down, as if to kiss me again, then paused, drinking me in the way I just had him. His hands went to the button of my armor. May I? I swallowed. I wanted this. Mother, I wanted it. The slick ache between my legs promised that. Yet something about this made me strangely nervous, my heart fluttering against the inside of my ribs like a captured bird. I didn't want to feel that way, but the memory of the one and only time I had done this still seized me, a map carved into my body that I couldn't erase. You first, I whispered. Raihn sat up, and slowly, button by button, his armor fell open. Sheets of battle-worn leather, parting to reveal the most stunning body I had ever seen.
As he shifted the coat from his shoulders, I watched the light play over the surface of his flesh, and I was fucking jealous of it. Jealous of the way it got to pool in the crevices and dips, the way it kissed the raised texture of his scars, the way it shuddered over dark hair at his chest and below his navel. I had stopped breathing.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. He caught my eye and smirked in an infuriating way that told me he knew exactly what I was thinking. Oh, fuck him. I rolled off the bed and rose. "And where, exactly, are you going?" he asked. "Nowhere." I stood with my back to him and worked at the buttons of my jacket, then the laces of my pants. I let my jacket fall to the ground first, then peeled off my trousers. Raihn had shut up. I turned around. He had gone so still. It was rare that he embodied that stillness, vampire stillness, the kind that made the world go silent. He drank me in, starting at my face and moving down. I could feel that stare, as if it was his touch, caressing the scars on my throat, the curve of my clavicle. I could feel it pause at my breasts, peaked with my arousal, covered by the tips of my black hair. It slid down my stomach, traced the angry pink slashes from the trial, landed at the apex of my thighs. His nostrils flared and eyes went hard, and I wondered if he could sense it, smell it, how much I needed him. When his eyes came back to mine, he looked like a man undone. "Come here," he whispered, pleaded. I returned to the bed. And I couldn't help it. The moment he was in reach, my hands were all over him. I touched him like the light had, tracing every line of muscle, every scar, every trail of hair. His mouth was on mine immediately, his hands on my waist, my breasts, making me gasp with every new expanse of skin. "Beautiful isn't enough," he rasped as he pulled away from my mouth. "Fuck, Oraya, you're—" He gave up on words. Instead, he lay me down and his lips moved to my throat, soft over my flesh. He lingered at the scar where he had drank from me and the one beneath it. Then, slowly, he moved down. His fingers circled my breast, thumb rolling over my nipple. When he lowered his head to me and brushed his tongue over that sensitive peak, my eyes rolled back. I didn't know it was possible to feel this much, want this much. It hadn't been like this last time. But then again, we'd both been barely more than children. And it had been. I didn't mean for my thoughts to wander to that night, just as I didn't mean for my fingertips to brush my throat and the older scar there. Raihn raised his head, a wrinkle of concern between his brows. "Don't stop," I breathed. But he just looked at me, lips thin, as if a thought had just occurred to him. "I can't believe Oraya, is this your first time?" He didn't ask it with any judgment, only genuine concern. His hand fell over mine, his thumb rubbing my palm. "No," I said. The truth, even though in some ways it felt like a lie. Raihn's stare slipped to my throat, to that scar, the same one he had kissed in that cave. He knew. He understood. His breath was warm over that mark. "Is that when you got this?" I squeezed my eyes shut and was rewarded with a vivid image of a different night, a different man, a different breath on my throat. Yes. How? No big story. He just couldn't control himself. Raihn didn't believe my forced indifference for a second. His lips kissed one silvery white jagged line, then the other. He withdrew, looking into my eyes hard, like he wanted to watch to make sure I understood what he was about to say. "You're safe, Oraya. I need you to know that. You're safe." I know, and I meant it. Because from the first time he told me those words, I believed him. "I want you to enjoy this." His lips curled, and he shook his head, immediately correcting himself. "No, more than that. I want you to... Fuck, there are no words for what I want. I'm not some naive virgin. Sure, my last sexual experience had ended poorly, but a girl could do a remarkable amount of experimentation on herself. Still, looking at Raihn's body, looking at the way his trousers strained, I had to admit, this seemed like it would be very different. Oh, I know. No one could call you a shrinking violet. He kissed me, long and slow. I just want you to know, he murmured against my mouth, that you are in control, and we can take all the time we need to make sure you're ready. His fingertips brushed the curve of my inner knee. My thighs opened, and that touch wandered higher, my breath growing shallower with every inch. Time? I barely managed to speak. We have one night, Raihn, and then we die. So you'd better be a fucking amazing lay. Oh, don't you worry. He ventured farther up my thigh, still not as high as I wanted it. My heartbeat quickened as his lips moved slowly over mine. When his fingertips brushed the wetness of my folds, he shuddered too, in a way that I found very satisfying. I've done a lot of thinking about this. Did I imagine he sounded a little self-conscious? A lot of thinking about you. Another kiss. What I would do to you. Another. What you might sound like. Another. And his fingers again stroked the yearning at the apex of my thighs. I have all kinds of experiments to conduct. He pulled away from me abruptly, his mouth moving down my body. He kissed my breast, my stomach, the crest of my hip. And then he gracefully stepped backwards off the bed, kneeled before it, and turned me so that my legs hung over the edge as he positioned himself between them. I propped myself up on my elbows, watching. My arousal and my fear warred with each other. I found myself stiffening, suddenly very exposed I was. I was naked. My blades were across the room. And Raihn, a predator with a bite much sharper than mine, had me spread before him, helpless. He opened my thighs a little more, as if he wanted to observe more of me. The sight of him there, kneeling between my legs, made something primal within me flutter with desire. His gaze dragged back up to mine, reluctantly, as if he had to force himself to look away. Let me taste you. I let out an almost laugh. You already have. And even then, I was thinking about this. His hand roamed up my stomach. Mine met it without me telling it to. His thumb swept over the back of my hand, reminding me I knew that even though his teeth were so close to the most vulnerable parts of me, I was still in control. Yes, I whispered. I couldn't take my eyes off him as those perfect lips curled, or as his head bowed before me. But at the stroke of his tongue, I threw my head back. From the first touch, it was demanding, giving. I thought he might tease me just because he knew how much I wanted him. Instead, even the first stroke was firm and definitive, caressing the length of my slit, ending with a pause at my clit that had my hips bucking. His hands tightened around my thighs, pulling me closer to his face. He let out a groan that vibrated through the most sensitive parts of me. Better, better than your blood. Better, I agreed, blindly. Better than anything. Better than everything. I had no snarky retort to this, no sharp comeback. Only the blind, delirious desire that he never stop doing this, ever. I opened my thighs wider, just as his lips met me again. His tongue was thorough, deliberate, soft where I needed it, hard where I needed it. My body bowed against him, with each stroke the tension of my past unraveling in favor of wanton ecstasy. I had imagined what this might be like the night he drank from me, but he was right. This was better. His mouth moved against me with the same urgency, the same reverence. My hands clutched fistfuls of the bedspread, every muscle growing taut in anticipation of the next kiss, the next stroke. His hands were so tight around the pale flesh of my thighs that surely his fingernails were leaving marks. Good. I wanted him to. My breath was rapid and serrated. The final vestiges of my self-control kept me from making a sound save for a few whimpering moans. But soon my hips rolled against him in time with his tongue. When he lingered at my most sensitive nerves, brushing his teeth against me, the shock of pleasure was so intense that his name ripped from my throat. Oh, goddess! Oh, mother! I was on the precipice, ready to fall, and everything shattered. Except he stopped. I let out a frustrated gasp. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I lifted my head to see him peering at me. My chest was heaving, bare breasts rising and falling. "Say that again," he rasped, "when you come for me." This time, when he lowered his lips to me again, he slid 2 fingers inside of me, giving me everything, 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 with one long, forceful stroke of his tongue. The new combination of sensations was too much. Pleasure consumed me. My back arched violently against the bed, and I gave him exactly what he wanted. I moaned his name again, again, again. I was panting when the world came into focus again. The first thing I heard was Raihn chuckling, his lips against the sensitive flesh on my inner thigh. Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible, I agreed. But not as incredible as it would feel to have all of him inside me. To reduce him to the whimpering mess that he just made of me. I sat up. My entire body felt soft and loose, the last of my tension erased beneath his tongue. Before Raihn could move, I threw my legs off the bed and pushed him flat to the floor. "Ugh," he grunted as I crawled over him. "I go through all the trouble of bringing you to the bed, too." But he wasn't complaining. Already his hands roamed over me, tracing the curve of my thighs as they spread over his hips, up my waist, lingering at my breasts. The deeper desire for him tightened in my core, more intense than ever now that my nervousness no longer tempered it. I lowered myself against him and drew in a deep inhale, without even meaning to. His scent hit me like a lungful of cigar smoke, and the taste of his skin, the taste of the sky, left me dizzy. Raihn's fingers gently tangled in my hair as I trailed down, following that widening path of soft dark hair to the waistband of his trousers. His leathers were thick and cut close to his body, but his length still strained admirably against it. It looked a bit painful. He stopped breathing as I worked at the buttons and laces. Hell, I did too. And when that fabric fell open and his cock was at last liberated, I let it out at once. I didn't know it was possible to find such a thing so stunning, like a work of art. It was as big and powerful as the rest of him. Actually, the size of it made me faintly nervous. And yet it was also so elegant, every shade of flesh exquisitely complementary, the head peeking from a graceful sweep of tan skin. When my fingers wrapped around it, mother, his skin was so soft compared to the unyielding hardness of his desire. It twitched, the bead of moisture at its tip swelling. I watched it, transfixed, then lowered my head and licked that moisture away. Raihn let out a ragged exhale, fingers tangling in my hair. I lifted my eyes. He had propped himself up on his elbows, watching me with his lips parted, pupils dilated. He didn't blink, didn't move. Maybe it was in the way he looked at me right now that made me understand exactly how much he wanted me. I had him. After a moment, his mouth twisted into a rueful smirk. He knew exactly what I was doing. Because everything with us was a game of power and vulnerability, give and take. My mouth curled too. Should I make you beg? I brushed my lips over him again. He made a sound somewhere between a hiss and a chuckle. And when I've been so generous with you, too. You already had me on my knees. Then the smile faded, his eyes sharp as my tongue swept over him once more. I need to be inside you. I'm sick of waiting. I was too. I sat up, swung over him, positioned myself so that his rigid length lay right against my core, right between my thighs. At the first touch of his silken skin to my wet folds, we both drew in gasps. His hands gripped my hips, his eyes never leaving mine. I would beg, he murmured. For you, I would. You have fucking destroyed me, Oraya. Do you know that? His whisper was hoarse and raw, too raw to be anything but the truth. And my own truth swelled in my throat too much for words. I would beg for him too, break for him, cut myself open like an animal for dissection. He held me open that way, not just my body, but my soul too. I would let him think that this was nothing but pleasure, nothing but a rebellious daughter's revenge against her father, or a final carnal indulgence before near certain death. I would let him think that we were just fucking. Or at least I would not make him acknowledge the fact that he surely saw otherwise in my face too, just as I saw it in his. I reached between us and aligned him with my entrance. Even the first press of his tip into me was enough to make my breath hitch. His fingers tightened at my hips, his desire and his steadying guidance. The grip said wordlessly, "You are in control." I wanted to take him hard and deep, but my body had other plans. He was so much bigger than I was used to. I had to lower myself slowly, inch by inch, allowing myself to adjust as he filled me. Yet what little pain there was disappeared beneath a dizzying wave of lust once I finally had all of him. We were so close together, so tightly linked. I could swear I could feel every pulse of his blood, and he was buried so deep inside of me that surely he felt every throb of mine too. It was so much, too much. It was, "You all right?" he whispered. His hand flattened against my thigh, a comforting stroke, and I realized that I was shaking, overwhelmed as every muscle contracted and responded to his presence within me. My only response was to circle my hips, fractured moans escaping both of us even at that small movement. Oh, mother, this was going to end me. It was going to fucking annihilate me. I pressed my palm to his stomach, felt the taut, trembling muscles of his abdomen. My eyes locked with his. "You're holding back." His silence was my answer. Slowly, I rose again, so that only his tip was left within me, never looking away from him, from the feral desire in his eyes, the way his teeth closed around his lip. "Don't," I whispered, and took his entire length in one sudden thrust. The tension, the tenderness, shattered into a million pieces. Fucking him slowly was agonizing. Fucking him hard was devastating. He released a growled curse as he grabbed my waist, helping me through each stroke, his hips rising and falling in time with mine. I didn't know how it was possible that he seemed to get deeper with each one, branding every wall within me, every muscle. I asked him not to hold back, and he didn't. His thrusts were deep and vicious, pistoning in and out of me with a force that left me incoherent. But it wasn't enough. I wanted more. So much of my flesh still screamed for him. As if he read my mind, he sat up, seizing my mouth in a kiss just as fierce and thorough. The change of angle forced him to abandon speed for depth, moving harder. The sound that escaped my throat didn't even sound human. He rolled his hips again, mine meeting the movement on nothing but instinct, and I realized the sound was a plea, begging for I didn't even know what. "Yes, Oraya," he growled. "Fuck yes. Anything." I clawed at him, my fingernails digging into his back, surely leaving marks.
our kisses wild and messy and fighting for dominance. Every sensation sent me hurtling towards a pleasure beyond my control. His lips, his tongue, his skin, his chest pressed to my breasts, his hands gripping my hair, each torturous stroke of his cock. Pleasure shot up my spine. My mouth escaped his, kissed his jaw, his ear, his neck. He gripped my hips and levied an especially powerful thrust, one that forced a curse from my lips, and I closed my teeth around the perfect flesh of his throat, tongue darting out against the iron warmth of his blood. He groaned, his hold on me tightening. His hands roamed my back, my ass, my hips, my breasts, like he wanted all of me and couldn't decide what he most wanted to touch as he went. I had to force myself away from his skin to look into his eyes. "Say my name," I gasped, echoing his words. "Say it when you come."
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. He covered my words with his kiss, demanding, tongue claiming my mouth. I could feel his muscles coiling in time with mine. I knew what was coming. And as his lips moved to my throat, some distant part of me balked in memory of another moment, long ago. But I was too far gone. He drove deep into me, hard. Oraya. He whispered it like a prayer against my skin. Oraya, Oraya, Oraya. I cried out. I felt his cock swell, twitch, as my walls contracted around him. Felt the warmth of him fill me, our hips wringing out the final waves of pleasure from each aftershock. I didn't fall back to earth so much as it all simply faded back. My senses returned to me in pieces. First, the air rushing in and out of me with my heaving breaths. Then the warm, solid wall of Raihn's chest. His hand rubbing my back. He had leaned back to the floor, and I had gone with him, now limp on his chest. I was a little surprised that I was able to move at all when I lifted my hand and brought it to my throat. I felt only the raised bump of my scar and the damp remnant of his kiss, and nothing else. "Fuck, Oraya," he breathed. "Just fuck." His words from earlier echoed in my head. "You have destroyed me." He had destroyed me too. Perhaps it was good that we would die tomorrow, because I didn't know how to remake myself after this. I pushed myself up enough to look at him. His hair fanned out around his head on the dark wood floor. A certain contentedness had overtaken the typically harsh lines of his expression, albeit still with a lingering shine of lust to his eyes. But there was something else there, too, softer than lust, gentler, and yet far more dangerous. A drip of black red rolled down his throat. He touched it and let out a wry chuckle. "Why am I not surprised that you were the one to draw blood?" I licked my lips, tasting a residual drop. "Maybe I understand what you see in it." I meant it as a joke, and he laughed, but oddly enough, I did see the appeal. He tasted like he smelled. All of him, his blood, his skin, his mouth. "So," I eyed him, "how long before you can do that again?" Abruptly, he rolled over, dumping me to the floor. He grinned, his nose touching mine. His cock brushed the inside of my thigh, already hardening. "One night. I don't plan on wasting any of it. I have a list, remember." A list, I thought, as he kissed me again, hard, and my arms fell around his neck, and I lost myself in him all over again. A fucking list. The most beautiful word in the goddess-damned world. Chapter 45. We barely made it halfway through. It was an impossible task. Every time I had him, I discovered a new piece of him I wanted to claim. It was the opposite of satisfaction. With each climax, I only desired more. By the time we found ourselves crawling into the bed out of sheer exhaustion, I had come up with far, far more than a single night's worth of fantasies. Yet I found myself not minding as I drifted too easily to sleep in his arms. And now, as I lay nose to nose beside him, watching the heavy fall of his lashes against his cheek and the steady rhythm of his sleeping breaths, I thought, it was worth it to witness him this way. I ran my fingers over the swell of muscle of his shoulder, down his back. Mother! I hoped he had no clue how transfixed I was by him. His eyes opened. The moment they landed on me, the smile warmed his lips immediately, like he was relieved that none of it had been a dream. Don't tell me it's time to go. We have a few more hours, he stretched. Wonderful. Not ready for death just yet. Maybe after I watch you come one more time, I will be. Death. The pit in my stomach, the one I had desperately been trying to ignore, grew larger. Before, I could drown all those unpleasant thoughts beneath our shared mindless carnal pleasure. But as I'd watched him sleep, alone, all those fears seeped into the silence. We joked about death because we had to, but it wasn't a joke. It was real, and it was coming for us. And the thought of death getting anywhere near Raihn made me sick. For so long, he and I had danced around each other's pasts. It didn't behoove either of us to learn too much about the other. The less we knew, the easier it would be to carve each other out of our lives with a single well-placed strike of our blades, like a cancer excised. But in this moment, I came to the horrifying realization that I would never be able to carve Raihn from my heart. He had embedded too deep. Roots through stone. And as I had watched him sleep, I couldn't help but see Ilana's face float through my mind. There were so many things I hadn't asked her to, and when she died, I had to bury myself in broken, incomplete shards of her life because it was all I had. I wanted more of him than that. More of his body, more of his soul, too. I said softly, "You told me before that you had a lot of people relying on you." Raihn's smile faded. "I do. Who? I'd rather have more sex than this conversation. Glad your pillow talk is about as pleasant as your bedside manner, princess." I smiled weakly, a little embarrassed. But his fingers caressed my cheek in a way that said perhaps he understood. And maybe he felt some of what I did. This masochistic urge to hack out little pieces of our heart for each other, because he said, "Do you want the short answer or the long one?" The long one. What I didn't add, I want to listen to you talk for as long as possible. Raihn looked away, silent for a long moment, as if he had to prepare himself. "The man who turned me," he said, "was a very powerful person. When I was human, I was a guard, and I took a job securing a trading ship from Pakchnai to Farima. Our boat was too small to be making a journey that long. We got caught in a storm, and it flung us right to the shores of the House of Night. Snared on Neaxia's hook. I knew the term. It referred to a little rocky hook of land that jutted out from the southern shores of the House of Night. The currents were very strong, and though I'd never seen it, I'd heard stories that the horizon there was littered with the remnants of shattered ships. I had no idea where I was when it happened. We were off course. It was dark. Most of the others died. I was close to it, too. Literally dragged myself to shore." His eyes fell straight ahead, not to the wall, but to the past. "Luck," he said. "Luck saved me. Or damned me. I was mostly dead by the time I found him. I'd seen a lot of death, even then, but when it's breathing down your throat, it's different. When he asked me if I wanted to live, what kind of a question was that? I was 32 years old. Of course I fucking wanted to live. I had a life. The dismay in that sentence, I felt it in my heart too. I had a life. "A family?" I whispered. "A wife. A child coming. A lot of future to live for." I was willing to do anything for it. He said this with such rueful resentment, as if he hated his former self for thinking it. I wondered if he thought of that version of his life as often as I thought of a different version of mine. So I accepted. I thought he was saving me. I traded away my broken humanity in favor of immortality. Or so I thought. But then, his throat bobbed. He didn't let you leave, didn't you? At first, it was because I was sick. Turning is, I hope to any god that you never know, Oraya. I really do. I fought hard to live, but clawing my new self out of the old took weeks, months. But after that, he bit down hard on his words, swallowed. I slid my palm to the bare skin of his chest in silent reassurance, and his hand fell over mine, pressing hard enough that I could feel his heartbeat quick with the memory of the past, despite the careful restraint of his voice. I wasn't the only person he turned, not the only vampire he took. He chose. His head tilted slightly to the opposite wall, as if he didn't want me to see his face. He had his tastes, all right. He was very, very old. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. And once someone has been alive for the better part of a millennium, it gets hard to find excitement in the world. Fulfilling their various hungers gets difficult. Entertaining those they seek to influence, keeping their attention, gets difficult. People become nothing more than sources of amusement. And when they're that powerful, when they have that much control over every living being, you don't have any choice but to let them do what they want to you. Horror curdled in my stomach. Oh, Mother. When I had first met Raihn, he had seemed like an immovable pillar of strength. First physical strength, and then emotional strength. The idea that anyone had ever used him that way, the idea that anyone had made him feel the level of shame that I heard now in his voice all these years later, and yet so much now made sense. That Raihn knew so implicitly all the things I didn't say, knew what it felt like to be so powerless, to be used in ways beyond your control. Knew how to recognize the scars of a past, whether on a throat or on a heart. It seemed patronizing to tell him I was sorry. What good did my pity do him? Instead, I said, I am fucking furious for you. No, I wouldn't give him my pity, but I'd give him my rage. The hint of a smile creased the corners of his eyes. There she is. I hope he's dead. Tell me he's dead. If not, I'd hunt him down and kill him myself. Oh, he's dead. A wince flinched across his features. I'm ashamed of what I let myself become back then, once the fight was stomped out of me. There was no shortage of ways to numb myself. He won, so I took them. I hated vampires. And for 70 years, I hated myself because I had become one of them. Fuck. I couldn't. I hated them too. But I wasn't alone either. There were others in the same position as me. Some turned, some born. Some of them were shells of who they used to be, like me. Some I formed an uneasy kind of kinship with. And some I wasn't sure how I knew. Maybe it was something about the faraway mist over his eyes, and the fact that I'd only seen that expression once before. Nesenin, I murmured. Nesenin, his wife. Every bit as much of a prisoner of him as I was. A lump rose in my throat. And you fell in love with her? I admit there was a little twinge of jealousy at the thought. Why? But that aside, I hoped he had. Because I knew firsthand that having someone to love could help someone survive impossible situations. He didn't answer for a long time, like he really had to consider this. I did, he answered finally. And loving her saved me, because by that time I didn't think there was a single God's forsaken thing in the entire shitty world that mattered, until suddenly Nesenin mattered. And the difference between nothing mattering and one thing mattering is a big one. I was grateful to her for that she had helped him survive. But she and I were very different people. If we'd met in another life, he shrugged, I don't know if we would have paid any attention to each other. The only thing we had in common was him, but he was our entire lives, so that was enough. Together, we were able to craft something that was just ours. She was the first kind vampire I'd ever met, just a good, decent person. And through her, I met others. It just changed everything. He looked away, as if embarrassed. It sounds silly. It sounds like nothing. It's not nothing. It's not silly. I spoke more sharply than I had intended. I was so fucking angry on his behalf. Angry that this had happened to him. Angry that anyone had dared tell him that any of it, any shred, was silly or shameful or undeserving of anything other than righteous fury. How did you get out? I asked. The world he had built was collapsing under its own weight. All that cruelty was catching up to him. I saw it happening, and I knew it was the only chance I'd have to get out. I begged Nesenin to go too, begged her to save herself, but she refused. I couldn't fathom this. Why? You'd be amazed what people can be loyal to. She would rather die with the man who tortured her than live? She was a dreamer, kind but soft. She'd rather escape to the world she dreamed of than fight for this one. Then he winced, as if offended on her behalf by the harshness of his own words. It isn't that simple. But in the end, she died in the rubble of his world right alongside him. I got out, and she didn't. Did you ever go back to find your wife? Your child? He brushed the scar on his cheekbone, the upside-down V. I tried. It didn't go very well. 70 years is a long time. I didn't consider myself a vampire, but I wasn't human anymore. I disliked how familiar that felt. I had human blood and a vampire heart. He'd had a human heart and vampire blood. The world left no room for either. I spent a long time traveling. When I was human, I became a guard so I could see the world. That and, well, look at me. He gestured to himself with a half-smile. What else was I going to do with myself? I could choose between blacksmith and soldier, and only one of those didn't require me to stare at horses' asses all day. You could have been a chef, I countered, and when he laughed, an actual laugh, the sound of it loosened something in my chest. Maybe I should have. Just spent my whole life fattening up a simple, happy wife and having a simple, happy family, and I'd be long in the ground getting much more rest than I do now. It did seem nice. It also seemed smaller than him. But the truth is, I didn't even get to travel much when I was human, he went on. So, when I was free, I went everywhere. All the House of Night, all the islands. The House of Shadow, House of Blood. House of Blood? No one went to the House of Blood. It was about as morbid as you'd expect, he said, at my raised eyebrows. I even traveled the human lands. Realized I could pass, if I was careful. But after a while, I think I realized I was running. They were with me everywhere. Him reminding me of everything fucked up about the world. Her reminding me of all the good I had abandoned in it. And then, when I came back to Obetrez, I found Miche. Those words held so much more weight now that I understood his background. Oh, Miche reminded me of her in some ways, the good and the flaws. Both of them saw so much beauty in the world, but they also both had that fucking naivete, that willful ignorance of what it takes to actually make that kind of reality. He paused for a long moment of thought. Those 70 years with him had been bad, but I met a lot of good people who were suffering too. People that Nesenin was trying to care for, even when she was drowning. Rishon people, who were now more trapped than ever. And I should have fought for them when it all collapsed, but I didn't. I didn't know how, or maybe I did and wished I didn't. I thought with new horror of the hundreds of wings pinned on the wall, thought of the ashes of Selene. So, you came here? I didn't think those responsibilities were mine for a long time. Miche disagreed. She forced my hand. Entered the Kejari first. Knew I wouldn't let her do it alone. My brows leapt. Entering the Kejari just to force him to do it. To call it extreme was an understatement. She very well could have been sacrificing her life. I must have made a face, because Raihn let out a dark, humorless laugh. I was ready to fucking kill her myself. Stupidest thing she possibly could have done. And mark my words, I would have found a way to get her out. One way or another. His face softened. But that's Miche. Impulsive as shit, but always, always well-intentioned. More than she has any right to be after all she's seen. Sometimes foolishly so. I love Misha like a sister, but I worry about her. The world isn't flowers and sunshine. She doesn't realize that you have to fight hard enough to leave a mark, I finished. That isn't easy. His eyes fell to me. The familiarity of them, like a mirror, struck me deep. Exactly. The world was not easy or straightforward. Goodness was never pure or simple.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. When I first met Raihn, I thought we would never understand each other. But now, for the first time, I felt like someone was really seeing me, seeing the world as I did. I became aware of the warmth of his skin under my palm, the thrum of his heartbeat. If I were to kill him, I would need to put my blade right there, replace this caress with a strike. And maybe I couldn't do it. Maybe I didn't want to. Raihn had people to save. Mine were gone. Who deserved this more? I couldn't voice this. But I had never been able to hide my darkest thoughts from him, not even when I needed to the most. He saw right through me. But then, he said softly, I met someone who still managed to find defiance where I thought it didn't exist anymore. My throat tightened. Defiance? He made it sound so noble. A stupid dream, I choked out. As if gutting a few vampire scumbags in the alleys means anything. As if it changes anything. Stop. The word was a sharp rebuke. You found a way to defend your world when everyone told you that you shouldn't. Do you know how fucking hard that is? How rare? I wish I had fought the way you do. That is strength. Was it strength to lash out against a steel wall, or did that make me just another naive dreamer? I don't know why I'm doing any of this anymore. My hand wandered to the pile of my clothes on the other end of the bed, fingertips playing at the hilt of my blade. I withdrew it, observing the dark steel in the lantern light. Orange dripped along the swirls etched into its length. I'd been so honored to wield this weapon, but how many like it had been used to murder people with blood like mine? How badly did I have to injure myself, I wondered, for Nyaxia to accept my withdrawal? Raihn could defeat Angelica. He could certainly defeat Ibrahim, and he could seize that wish and use the goddess's power to help those who needed him. As if he could hear my thoughts, he grabbed my hand, tight. Look at me, Oraya. I didn't want to. I would see too much. He would see too much. But I did anyway. You are more than what he made you, he said. Do you understand? That isn't the strength. The shit he tried to carve out of you is. You have every reason to keep going, now more than ever. And I say this knowing how stupid it is for me of all people to say it. He wasn't talking about the Kejari. He was talking about something bigger. And his fingers clutched mine, trembling, as he hissed, "So don't you fucking dare stop fighting, princess. It would break my damned heart." My eyes stung. I wouldn't admit it, but it would break mine if he did too. "Then you'd better not either," I said. "Swear that to me. We're in this now. We knew what we were getting into. Nothing has changed." Everything had changed. But Raihn paused, then inclined his chin. "Deal. If we fight, then we fight to the end, whatever end that may be. Whoever's blood needs to spill to win it." I thought I would feel better, like we had restored some piece of our relationship to what it was before. I didn't. We hadn't. I glanced to the curtain-draped windows. The light beneath them was now scarlet. "The sun's going down," I said. "Don't you want one last look?" And Raihn didn't hesitate, didn't look away from me once, as he answered, "No," and kissed me. I had never so dreaded nightfall. It came nonetheless. I was expecting the little thread of shadow in our room, Nyaxia's beckoning hand, but the sight still made my breath burn in my lungs. When it appeared, Raihn and I rolled out of bed and put our armor back on without a word. Before we left the room, left it for the final time, we stopped and looked at each other. "It has been a pleasure, princess," he said. I watched his lips curl. Mother, those perfect lips. I thought about kissing him one last time, thought about winding my arms around his neck and never letting go, dragging him back to bed and refusing to leave. At least we'd die happy when Nyaxia struck us down. I did none of those things. I didn't know how Raihn could possibly call me brave. I was a fucking coward. "It's been," I shrugged. The smirk crinkled my eyes without my permission. "Tolerable, I guess." He laughed. "There she is," he said, and opened the door. Angelica and Ibrahim were already waiting with the minister. Ibrahim did not look at us. Angelica's typically hard face was even harder than usual, her eyes sharp as daggers as she watched us approach. They were rimmed with red. The curse? Or had she spent the last day weeping over Evan's death? The door appeared as it always did, with little fanfare. The minister wished us luck and ushered us through. Ibrahim went first. He could barely walk. His wings hung down behind him, broken dead weight. Next, Angelica. And then it was only us. Everything I couldn't say threatened to drown me. Words weren't enough. Yet, without my permission, just before we crossed the threshold, I grabbed Raihn's hand, squeezed it hard, 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 and oh, mother, I couldn't let him go. I couldn't do this. Our steps slowed. No one else would have noticed it, this split second of hesitation. But for me, a million possibilities lived in that moment. Fantasies, fairy tales, useless dreams. I smashed them on the marble ground, pulled my hand away, and walked through the threshold. Chapter 46. The crowd's shouts were barbaric and bloodthirsty, like the hungry roar of wolves as they tore their prey apart. The stands were packed. From this distance, the audience was visible only as a wave of people, hands raised in fists, screaming for violence. Above them, the wings of the Rishon, bloody feathers pinned open, were reduced to mere dots of death. I took this in only for a moment before I had to roll out of a streak of fire. Not night fire, fire. I barely managed to move in time. Heat singed the tips of my hair. My clumsy roll slammed me against a wall. No, not a wall, a door, bolted shut. I leapt back to my feet and turned. The arena had been divided up. I was in a smaller enclosure, the door behind me locked. No Raihn, Ibrahim, or Angelica. Instead, 3 figures circled me, 2 men and a woman. All 3 of them had empty, glowing black eyes and blank faces.
wearing tattered robes that seemed like an insulting parody of religious garb. The string of fire had cut directly across my arena, leaving me scrambling to avoid the blazing path. It came from the figure on the right. Flames surrounded him, crawling up the flowing ribbons of his robes. A crooked, tarnished crown fit poorly on his head, a chipped white circle mounted upon it. The woman beside him wore a gown of pink, spattered with black and red. A flower circlet sat upon her stringy red hair. 2 wilting roses had been shoved into her eyes. And at last, the final man, tall and slender, shirtless to reveal a scarred body half marred with decay. His chin lolled, mouth gaping and blackened. Gods, I realized. False mimicries of them. This was the final trial. It represented Nyaxia's ultimate rise to power. In a fit of rage and grief over her husband's death, she had turned upon her former brothers and sisters. She had fought her way through all 12 gods of the White Pantheon, and she had won. The woman raised her bow and let her shot fly. It moved faster than air should have been able to carry it. I barely managed to dodge it. The arrow, rusted steel, shaped like the thorny stalk of a rose, buried itself in the sand 2 inches from my nose. The sand around it blackened and smoked. I kept running. Behind me, steady thunk, thunk, thunks trailed my steps, growing ever closer as arrows struck the packed sand. The one with the fire had to be Atraxis, the god of the sun and the king of the White Pantheon. And the arrows, that had to be Ixis, goddess of sex and fertility, though I was fairly certain that wasn't what they were going to do to me. These were puppets, after all, not the real gods, but parodies intended to mock them. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. The third, though I racked my brain. He wore no crown, carried no weapon. The air split in 2. The high-pitched sound made my muscles seize without my permission. I tripped over my own feet and landed hard in the sand. Pain erupted through my shoulder as one of Ix's arrows grazed my flesh, opening a smoldering tear in my armor. Fuck, that sound. It paralyzed me, turned my mind inside out. I forced my head up to look at the third figure, whose blackened lips gaped like a fish, as if singing. Kejari, god of seduction, art, beauty, and music. His song stopped as abruptly as it had begun. I seized the moment, just in time to avoid another encroaching wave of fire. Atraxis did not move, instead hovering inches above the sand, hands open as if in prayer, and flames pooling around him in expanding waves. But Kejari and Ix both jerked and danced across the enclosure, as if dangled on strings held by some invisible puppet master, their limp feet dragging along the ground. I called upon the Nightfire, and was grateful when, fueled by my adrenaline, it bloomed easily to life in my hands. But I struggled to use it with precision. I couldn't shoot it at Ix or Kejari, not when they were moving so fast. And my sloppy attempt to send a surge of it to Atraxis simply withered and died beneath the strength of his far more powerful wall of fire. Another screech of Kejari's song nearly ended me as I took an especially ill-timed tumble. Fire nipped at my heels. I had to fight to drag myself 3 inches, just out of its reach. The moment the sound released me, I was running again, pain disappearing beneath the pounding of my heart. Everything narrowed to the steps I needed to take to stay alive. Who was I going after first? I couldn't get close to Atraxis. He would need to come later. And Ix's arrows had been a problem, but only because Kejari's voice stunned me. I needed to get rid of him.
It was too dangerous to allow myself anywhere near the others so long as he could freeze me at any moment. I had nothing but blades, so that meant there was no strategy to this next part. I just had to run. My gaze locked to Kejari, who danced in erratic fits and starts across the room. I readied my blades, braced myself, and sprinted for him with everything I had. I didn't notice the smell until I got within 2 strides of him, but once I did, it was impossible to ignore. It was putrid, wringing my stomach into knots and forcing bile up my throat. He was half decomposed. Thick paint smeared his face, cracking over slackened muscles. He was a corpse, and not just a corpse, but one I recognized. It was the Raihn man Raihn had killed the first night of the Kejari. Our own fallen rivals, dragged back for one final fight. Kejari was already preparing to move away from me before I closed the distance between us. But I pushed myself harder, threw myself at him in those final seconds. My dagger slid far too easily into his chest. But Kejari didn't fall. I tumbled to the ground as he jerked away from me, then seized when another screeching song paralyzed my mind. I barely evaded an arrow, then forced myself back to my feet. Kejari's wound gushed thickening globs of blood down the center of his chest. Yet still, he moved. I'd hit the heart. I was certain of it. But of course, he hadn't fallen. He wasn't alive. That heart wasn't doing anything for him anymore. Atraxis continued to fill the arena with layers of flame. The heat was becoming unbearable. The free space I had to move around grew smaller and smaller. I had minutes. Less, maybe. I threw myself at Kejari again, and this time, instead of stabbing him, I dug my fingernails into his necrotic flesh and dragged him closer, holding back vomit at the stench. They weren't real gods, just puppets. I couldn't kill what wasn't alive, so I needed to dismantle him. His mouth was only open because his jaw was slack. Up close, I could see the unnatural swell in his neck. Whatever spell or enchantment had been wedged down his throat sat there, surely. Nyaxia had no sound magic. Whatever spell made this, it would be an object that had been obtained from a different god. How grimly funny. Something that Kejari's magic had once touched was now being used to mock him. I hacked through his throat as hard as I could. His body spasmed and thrashed like a fish caught on a line. The explosion of sound felt like it would rupture my eardrums. It tore through me like a bundle of razor blades, but I couldn't stop, not for a second. I slashed at him again. Old blood spattered my face. I let out a roar with my final strike. The sound went suddenly silent. My blade cut clean through the corpse's spine. Glass shattered, glints of it emerging from the gored throat. Kejari's body fell to the ground at my feet, still twitching, while his head remained in my hand, my fingers gripping the tangle of his hair. Too long. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ix lift her bow. In the opposite direction, the flame swelled again. I couldn't avoid both at once. I forced all of my muscles to work in a final burst, pushed them against all odds, and hurled the head at Ix with all of my strength. I rolled across the sand. Dimly, above the sound of the roaring crowd, I heard a dull thump. I recovered fast, already running by the time I hit the ground, seconds from the fire engulfing the pit. I'd struck my target. Ix struggled to right herself, now a collection of uncoordinated limbs that sagged against the wall, her bow tangled in broken fingers. I didn't slow as I hit her, blade out. I went right for her hands, slicing them off at the wrist. The nice thing about month-old flesh is that it cuts easily. The bow fell with her decaying hands. I seized it before it hit the ground. The arrow was already prepared. I pressed myself to the wall, aimed. Across the ring, Atraxus floated there in his ring of fire. Whatever magic trickery fueled his flames sat in his chest, the flare of it visible beneath the paper-thin rotted skin of his rib cage. My target. I didn't hear the rapid screams of the crowd, or the crack of the flames, or even the pound of my own heartbeat. I called, and he wouldn't come. I only heard Misha's sobs over the abandonment of the god to whom she had given her life. Nightfire tore over the length of my arrow. It became a shooting star of fury as I let it fly. It buried right into Atraxus's chest, the core of his power. For a moment, his fire and my warm light and cold clashed with each other. Mine won. The flash blinded me. I staggered against the wall. When I opened my eyes again, the fire was gone. The corpse that lay in the center of the pit didn't even remotely resemble Atraxus. Actually, it didn't look like a person at all. The door groaned open. The shriek of the audience reached a crescendo. I wiped my bloody hands on my bloody clothes, grabbed my blades, and walked through without looking back. I stepped through the door with my weapons ready, but this part of the arena was empty. It was a semicircle against the barrier of the stands, with 3 other doors built into the walls that divided the Colosseum. 2 of them remained closed. I looked up at the audience, at the sea of blood-drunk faces. I heard some echoes of my name, here and there. I didn't know if they were cheering for my victory or for my death. Maybe both. Who cared, so long as it was a good show? Thousands of faces, and yet my eyes fell to Vincent's, as if they already knew where to find him. He was in the front row, standing alone in his box. The chair there was designated for him, but he wasn't sitting. Instead, he stood against the rail, clutching it. The expression on his face rearranged everything inside me, like one of Ix's poison arrows to my gut. After our fight, I'd expected to see Vincent the King here. I saw him look at me as a threat that night, even if it was only for a few seconds. And once Vincent saw a threat, he never saw anything else.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. And yes, this man had all the trappings of Vincent, the wartime king. The visible wings, the exposed air mark, the crown perched over his brow. But those wings were pulled in tight, as if his nerves had tied his muscles in knots. The exposed mark seemed less of a show of strength and more like his heart was open and vulnerable. And his face, he looked at me like he felt every stab, every burn, every wound on my skin. I was so ready to hate him. I wanted to hate him. I could hate Vincent the King, who had slaughtered whatever family I had left, who had overseen the torture of my people, who had relentlessly killed and destroyed. But how could I hate Vincent, my father, who looked at me that way? My anger made everything certain and easy. My love made everything complicated and difficult. I allowed myself to be distracted. It was Vincent's eyes, flicking up a split second before I turned, that saved me. I whirled around just in time to dodge the arrow. A breath later, and it would have been buried in my back. Instead, I let it soar over my left shoulder, a streak of black smoke magic trailing it. The crowd laughed and shouted as it landed in the audience, causing a flurry of activity behind me. Ibrahim limped from the second open door. Fuck, I didn't know how he was alive. He held his bow in an iron grip, but he'd let his arrow fly, and now he struggled to ready another one. His once good leg now dragged behind him, twisted and mangled. His hands were so covered in blood that I couldn't tell how they were injured, only that they were, and badly. If there was any doubt, the fact that he couldn't even reach for his quiver put it to rest. He lifted his head, his mouth twisted into a grim line of determination. One eye was missing, blood running down his face. Mother, he had fought. He had fought so hard. I approached him. He didn't take his one eye off me as he fumbled with his weapon. Behind me, the sound of the crowd changed in a way I couldn't make out at first. It was only as I was 2 strides before Ibrahim that I realized laughter. They were laughing at him. Ibrahim managed to ready his bow, but his hands were trembling so badly that his fingers kept slipping from the string. He would never be able to draw it. He jerked his chin up, a sneer at his lip. He had recognized that sound before I did. But then he probably had been hearing it his whole life. "You pity me?" he rasped out. I shook my head. No, I felt no pity for Ibrahim. He had fought and fought well. Maybe we were the same. Both of us had been raised in a world that had hobbled us. Both of us learned to fight twice as hard to make up for everything we weren't. Both of us had everything to hate. I was only 2 steps from him, close enough to see his shoulders lower slightly and the flicker over his face. He was considering giving up. No, don't stop. I unsheathed my other blade. Fuck them. Don't let them mock you. Give me a fair fight, and I'll give you a fair death, Ibrahim. His jaw tightened. After a moment, he forced open his shaking fingers and let his bow fall to the ground. When he drew his sword, he could barely support the weight of it. Still, he threw everything he had into those final strikes. I didn't patronize him. It took me seconds. And when I wrenched him close, when I prepared my killing blow, that one remaining eye met mine, as if looking into a mirror. "I'm glad it was you," he said quietly. And I made sure my aim was true as I slid my blade right into his heart. Chapter 47. The crowd shrieked. Ibrahim's eye rolled and went distant as he died. I pulled my blade from his chest and let him fall to the sand. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Across the arena, another door had opened. I turned, ready to lunge, but instead loosened a breath of relief. Raihn stood there, shoulders heaving. His armor had been tattered. Mother, I didn't know what kind of creature could shred leather like that. And he was soaked, his dripping hair plastered to his face and neck. Zaruks, the god of the sea, perhaps? Fuck, I didn't even care. He was alive. I'd thank whatever god I had to for that. And I saw that same silent prayer on his lips when his gaze landed on me too. The 4th door swung open, breaking our trance. Angelica looked every bit a god herself, her braided hair torn free from its binding, a slash over her ice-pale cheek. Behind her, I glimpsed a spattered painting of blood. She had butchered her opponents. The moment she stepped into the ring, all 4 of the doors slammed closed behind us, leaving us trapped here. Raihn, Angelica, and I tensed, eyeing each other. Maybe we were waiting for another gimmick, another one of Nyaxia's displays. Nothing. Just the swelling roar of the audience rising to a bloodthirsty climax. No, there was no other trick here. Just 3 animals in a cage with each other. But who needed a gimmick when we were already giving this? A human, an outcast, a monster? Lovers forced to turn on each other. A heartbroken mourner rabid for vengeance. It was already a hell of a show. Move, little serpent, move before they do. It was still Vincent's voice in my head. And despite everything, I still obeyed. I turned my attention to Angelica first. Her slitted eyes found mine, and we both lunged. Angelica was relentless. She didn't spare even a single glance to Raihn. He might as well not have been there at all. Even when he offered her clear openings, even when he was obviously trying to draw her attentions, she came only for me. I was smaller than her, faster, more agile, but that was the only advantage I had against her. Angelica was a bred killer. She was as tall as Raihn and nearly as strong. Halting the edge of her blade was one thing, keeping my fragile human body from crumpling, literally crumpling beneath the crushing force of her strikes was another. During one particularly vicious swing, I blocked her with my blades, only to hear a distinct crack ring out through my back. Pain shot through my spine like lightning. I struggled to hold the block. A hoarse roar scraped from my throat. I threw everything I had into my nightfire, flecks of it tearing up the length of my blades. But Angelica barely reacted when those white flames nipped at her. Nor did she flinch at any cut I managed to open on her flesh, not even as the poison ate away at skin. Her eyes, red-rimmed and cold with rage, did not move from me. She ignored Raihn, swatted away his blows, and continued her unstoppable barrage. Seconds stretched to minutes, and the minutes stretched endlessly. This was more than strategy. She wasn't just picking me off because I was the weaker opponent. No, this was personal. I was certain of that, even if I didn't fully understand why. Did she blame me somehow for Ivan's death, even though Raihn had been the one to throw him into the fog? Did it matter? No time to think. No time to question. No time to go on the offensive, only to evade her blows the best I could. My eyes met Raihn's over her shoulder for a split second as I blocked one of her devastating strikes. The sheer terror on his face as he tried to get her off of me, terror on my behalf, startled me, distracted me. I hesitated a moment too long. Her sword opened a river of blood over my shoulder, and her lips curled in satisfaction. Fuck. I tried to yank away, but her fingertips lifted. She was a skilled magic user. Not as good as Ivan had been, perhaps, but more than good enough for this. A twitch of her hand, and my own body betrayed me. I fell to my knees. My heartbeat shuddered as the blood in my veins gushed and twisted in strange, unnatural ways. Pain bubbled up inside me, a slow burn, starting at a low simmer and quickly rising to an agony that consumed everything else. I couldn't move. Angelica smiled as she approached me. "You did good, human," she said. "Better than I expected." No, I had gotten too far to die here. I forced my way through it, forced my muscles to work against the magic. I managed to barely lift my blade. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Raihn lunged at Angelica, but she quickly deflected him, offering me only a few seconds of reprieve, enough for me to gulp down a few lungfuls of air and stagger to my feet, barely making it up before she pushed me down again, her boot clamping down on my leg. "It's been a pleasure, Oraya." The certainty of death rolled over me slowly, like a cold fog, the kind that's invisible until you're drowning in its depths. My back was to the crowd. Perhaps if it wasn't, I might have looked at Vincent. Or maybe I was grateful I wouldn't have to watch him watch me die. Instead, my gaze flicked past Angelica, to Raihn. I didn't know what I was searching for, yet I felt a sharp twinge of sadness when he wasn't looking at me at all. He was staring past me, into the crowd. At what? I couldn't make sense of that expression. Desperation and anger, as if pleading with someone and hating every second of it. His chin lowered, barely a nod. Angelica had raised her sword. It would cut me in two. I readied my weapons, summoned every final scrap of magic I had within my veins. I would die fighting. But then something strange happened. The strike did not come when I expected it. Instead, Angelica faltered, her gaze lifting briefly to the stands, watching. She let the blood magic slip, and my body was already moving, and my newly freed muscles were already leaping, and my blade was already buried in Angelica's chest. The night fire came a moment later, engulfing us both. You have to push hard to make it through the breastbone. Angelica's body was muscular and lean, and she wore armor besides. But I threw myself against her with such force that my blade hit her heart on the first try. She collapsed. No counter, no attempted block. Maybe, if I'd had the time to think, I might have found that strange. Her eyes simply slipped to mine, and she smiled. "Good luck," she whispered, as her claw-tipped nails fell from my arms. Her body hit the sands with a heavy thump, all the weight of greatness fallen. I stood slowly, the pain of Angelica's magic draining away. I stepped over her body as the pool of blood soaked the soles of my boots. Raihn was on the other side of the pit, shoulders heaving. He looked every bit the hardened warrior. Sweat plastered a few strands of deep red hair to his face. Whatever had shredded his armor in his previous trial had done good work of it, and more tattered pieces of leather had fallen away as he moved, leaving broad patches of muscled flesh visible over his chest and shoulders. The power of his body unmistakable. Even the magic of his sword seemed fiercer than ever before, the puffs of smoke unfurling from the blade in vicious licks. But his eyes did not belong to that person. His eyes belonged to the person who had woken up with me today, who had kissed the scars on my throat as if my past and all of its dark corners was something precious to be protected. It was just us now. One of us would walk away, and one of us would leave our soul here, in these blood-soaked sands. For a moment, I considered throwing down my weapons. But then, Raihn lifted his chin. The muscles of his throat shifted as he swallowed. I heard everything he didn't say in the little encouraging nod he gave me. Promise me you'll never stop fighting. He had one chance to gain the power he needed to help those he left behind. I had one chance to become something more than a human left to die in a world that despised her. Neither of us could afford to sacrifice those things, no matter how much we might want to. No, we would fight. Raihn moved first. Chapter 48. Raihn and I knew how to fight each other too well. We knew each other's strengths and weaknesses and habits. I knew not only when he would move, but how he would respond when I did. Each lunge was the result of half a dozen calculations based on the innate knowledge of each other that we had accumulated over the last months. It felt perverse, depraved, to use that intimacy to kill each other. I wondered if he was thinking the same thing. There was none of his usual savage joy in this, no snarky comments or half smiles, no satisfaction in his strikes. The first time I nicked his skin, I winced as if it had hit my own. And in turn, the first time he drew my blood, he jerked back as if to stop himself. Still, our dance continued. The crowd shrieked with amusement with every clash of steel. I barely heard them. My blood pumped in my ears, roaring. This was agonizing, agonizing. I needed it to hurt more everywhere else, so it hurt less in my heart. As I danced closer to him, I hissed, "You're holding back." "You're holding back," I had said as I took him into my body. I knew he was thinking of it too. "So are you," he said. Was that what I had to do? Go after him as hard as I could, to make him do the same to me? "You said," I spat, drawing back my weapons, "so fucking do it." His gaze hardened in a way that sent a chill down my spine. "As you wish," he said. And when he charged at me this time, it was with his asterisk. He was tired, and that weakened his magic considerably,
but it was still a deadly force. I gasped, staggering back. I blocked his sword, but the burst of black-white light tore at my skin, leaving it bleeding and scalded. It was naive of me to be surprised that he so willingly rose to my challenge. I asked him to come after me, and he had. Fear is a collection of physical responses, I told myself. Fear is accelerated heartbeats and rapid breaths and sweaty palms. Fear is a doorway to anger, and anger is a doorway to power. When I looked into Rain's eyes and imagined his blood soaking in this cursed dirt, the fear that stole through my lungs was overwhelming. But all of that was power, too. When I lunged this time, nightfire surrounded me. Something had broken between us. All those delicate little jabs, those careful dances of blocks and dodges, shattered. We went at each other for blood. Osterus bloomed over Rain's every blow, as nightfire burned in mine. Every time we came together, the two magics burst and sputtered around each other, darkness and light ripping each other to pieces. His magic raked over my skin, leaving it raw and bleeding. Mine blistered over his, searing burns into his exposed flesh. There were no more lingering stares, no more hesitations, only brutal efficiency. I'd always admired Rain's skill as a warrior. He wielded a sword the way an artist wielded a paintbrush, each stroke an exercise in grace and beauty. Now it awed me, the elegance of his instincts and movements, all these new angles of his brutality visible only as its target. Perhaps I could only appreciate every brushstroke of death once I was the canvas. I no longer saw or heard the crowd. Nightfire spread across the sand as quietly inevitable as the slow march of death. Raihn had loosened his grip on his magic, each burst of Osterus sweeping the entire arena. I met his eyes through the flames. They seemed so red here, surrounded by the cold blue-white of my magic and the purple-black of his. Within them, I saw only grim resolve. Of course, he had everything to fight for. People relying on him, people he needed to save. Whatever we'd built together had been a bump on that road. His next strike was to kill. Raihn was so much bigger than me, so much stronger. I was faster, but not by much, and not when his wings were out. He extended them now, using them to hurl himself at me. I couldn't react quickly enough. Pain, as his sword sliced open my arm. I pulled away, panting, somewhat amazed I was alive. Rain's jaw was set, eyes cold. Why did it surprise me to see him looking at me that way? Why did it hurt? It shouldn't. I had told him to fight. I was a human girl he'd known for a few months. A friend, yes, but friends didn't exist in a place like this. He came after me hard again. I saw my life flash before my eyes. My short, pathetic life. Every dead human I was too late to save. Ilana's body, little more than tatters of flesh. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Barely anything left to burn. You don't have to be this, Oraya, she had told me that once. I saw death coming for me at the edge of Rain's blade, in the focused determination of his stare. She was right. I didn't. I could make myself something better. Rain's blow should have been my death. I was already teetering on its precipice. But something was left inside of me. I rallied with everything I had, let out a roar of rage, not at Raihn, but at the world that had put both of us here. I didn't have to think, didn't have to see. I fought on instinct alone, stripe after strike after strike, meeting hard resistance, soft resistance, meeting the pain of Asterus, the burn of Nightfire, meeting leather armor, and at last meeting flesh, Rain's flesh.
I froze with the tip of my blade at his chest. Some distant instinct screaming, "Stop!" The crowd was shrieking in utter delight. Raihn was beneath me. Nightfire surrounded us. Blisters opened over his skin like decaying roses. I became aware of the agonizing pain of each breath, each movement. He trembled too. I'd opened poison-mottled wounds all over his torso, his shoulders, his arms, even one over his cheek. I was bleeding from the ones he'd inflicted on me too, and badly. As I draped myself over him, pinning him to the ground, his blood and mine mingled, the final strokes of his painting, red and black. My blade was at his chest. His hand gripped my wrist hard. His lips curled into a smirk. And he whispered, "There she is." All at once, I realized what he had been doing. He had been baiting me, just like he had baited the man in the feast all those months ago. He had been fighting me so hard to make me fight back with just as much strength. I had told myself I would do it. I had work to do, people to help, power to gain. I could do none of that as a human constantly struggling to survive. A trickle of blood at the tip of my blade. My hand shook. "End it, Princess," Raihn murmured. "End the danger and the fear and the violence. End it, end it, end it." No, I couldn't, I wouldn't. But Raihn's hand tightened. "Look them in the eyes as you slide the blade in," Vincent's voice whispered. No, I squeezed my eyes shut. I thought I was pulling away. But maybe Raihn yanked my wrist. Maybe he drove that blade into his own chest. Or, perhaps, my vampire heart won the battle after all, because I felt the blade slip, 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 felt the breastbone part, felt the muscle tear. I felt that blade go into my own heart as it slid into Raihn's. The crowd erupted into wild, gleeful wails. Warmth covered my hands. The weight below me slackened. I opened my eyes. I had won. Raihn was dead. Chapter 49. No. My nightfire withered away. Raihn's head had rolled back into the sand. His eyes were half open, staring sightlessly to the crowd. That stupid little smile still clung to his lips. I had just gotten everything I'd ever wanted, all my greatest dreams fulfilled. And all I could think was, no, no, he wasn't dead. I hadn't done that. I knew I hadn't. I hadn't pushed that blade in. My mind grasped desperately at those last few crucial seconds. He couldn't be dead. He couldn't. Distantly, as if in a whole other world, the minister's voice echoed through the arena. "The 21st Kejari has its victor!" The delirious cheers of a bloodthirsty populace, thrilled by their blood-soaked victor, filled the Colosseum. I didn't move. I had to force my fingers to relinquish their grip on my blade. They ghosted over Raihn's lifeless face. His skin was still warm. My thumb swept that curl at the corner of his mouth. "Raihn," I choked, half expecting him to answer me. He didn't. He didn't move. I had killed him. I had killed him. Oh, Mother, what had I done? I gripped his face with both hands. My breath came in deep, painful gasps. My vision blurred. I didn't cry when Ilana died. I hadn't cried since the last time I stabbed my lover. I swore to myself and to Vincent that night that I never would again. But I had been wrong. I had been wrong about so much. The world had just lost an incredible force, and my presence here was not enough to make up for that. In this game, only one of us would win. And it shouldn't have been me. It shouldn't have been me. Nothing existed except for him and the light I had just snuffed out of this world. Not even the sounds of the crowd. Not the minister's voice reverberating through the stands as he said, "Rise, Vector, rise to greet your goddess." No, I heard none of that. I only raised my gaze when it all went silent. A shiver passed over my skin. I looked up to the sky. It was clear and bright, stars stark against the velvet night. My sight was so blurry with tears that they flared like little supernovas. Or my brow furrowed. No, it wasn't my tears. The stars did indeed brighten, as if fed with fresh kindling. Silver wisps, like torn scraps of gossamer, swirled in the sky above the Colosseum. The air grew very, very still, like every breeze had been stolen for the breath of a greater being like the goddess of night, of blood, of shadow herself, heir to the crown of the dead, mother of vampires. The hair rose on my arms. "Bow," the minister whispered. "Bow for our mother of the ravenous dark, Nyaxia." Chapter 50. I did not need to bow. I was already on my knees, and I couldn't bring myself to stand. I felt her before I saw her. I had always been a bit of a skeptic when it came to the gods. As much as everyone in Obitreus liked to moon over Nyaxia and her incomprehensible power, I wondered if perhaps some of it was exaggeration or myth. In this moment, those doubts disappeared, because the entire damned world bowed to Nyaxia. Not just the people, but the air, the sky, the earth. The sand shifted beneath my palms, as if inching to get just a little closer to her. The night writhed, as if aching to be in her lungs. Every part of me called to her. "Turn, turn, turn," the wind whispered. Still, I could not tear myself away from Raihn. "Look at me, my child." Her voice was a million shades of a million sounds, painted over each other in exquisite layers. History, power, grief distilled. I forced myself to let go of Raihn's face, allowing him to slump to the sand, sickeningly lifeless. Numbly, I rose, turned. Nyaxia stood before me. She was an event. My mind emptied of thought, my lips parting. She floated just above the ground. Delicate bare feet pointed to the sand. Her hair was long and black, tendrils of night floating around her as if carried by an ever-present breeze. Stars glinted in its darkness. No, not just stars, but every infinite shade of the sky. Dappled streaks of distant worlds, purples and blues of galaxies. It was nearly to her knees, a curtain of night around her. Her skin was ice white, her eyes midnight black. Her naked body looked to have been dipped in melted silver, 1,000 shades of platinum playing across every dip of her form. Shadows caressed her curves with dancing fragments of darkness. Her mouth was bright red. As she smiled, a drop of blood dripped down her elegant pointed chin. I ached to touch her skin, ached to lick the drop of blood from her mouth. I had learned long ago that vampire beauty was dangerous, a trap set with silver teeth. Their allure was made to draw in prey. Nyaxia's allure dwarfed it, and it terrified me. I recognized this, and yet, in this moment, when the full force of her presence hit me, I would have died for her. I would have killed for her. I would have shivered in ecstasy if she had offered me agony by those stunning blood-dipped fingertips. I struggled to steady myself. The rawness of my grief had opened. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. A smile twisted her lips. She looked over her shoulder. "She has your eyes," she laughed. "Vincent." She was looking at Vincent. I tore my gaze away from her. He had pressed up against the rail, unblinking. Pride and anticipation warred over his face. His eyes shone. "My daughter, Oraya, of the House of Night," Nyaxia said. "You have fought hard, and fought well. Tell me, my champion, what might I grant you as your gift?" Champion! Fought! Those words destroyed the temporary haze of Nyaxia's presence. The reality of where I stood, of what I had done to be here, crashed down around me. The grief was unbearable. A million jagged edges of a million decisions I could have made differently. The burn of Raihn's blood on my hands. Nyaxia's devastating face went thoughtful. Those night-hewn eyes fell to Raihn's lifeless body. "You grieve, my child." I could not tell if it was sympathy I heard in her voice. I didn't answer aloud, but she heard my response anyway. "I know grief," she said, voice soft. "I know what it is to lose half of one's soul." Half of one's soul? It did feel that way. He had taken more of me than I thought he would when he went. Storm clouds swirled in the night of Nyaxia's stare. To have such a thing stolen from you is a great loss indeed. Lightning faded as they turned back to me. But perhaps, too, it is a blessing, my child. Such a pure love, distilled forever in its innocence. A flower frozen in bloom. Her fingers caressed my throat, drifted down to my chest, lingering there as if feeling for my human pulse. A dead lover can never break your heart. Was that how she felt about her dead husband? If so, I envied her, because she was wrong. My heart was already broken. It had cracked in 1,000 moments over the last 20 years. The first blow came the night my family died. Only now, by my own hand, did it shatter. Everything I had ever wanted was within my grasp. Power, strength. I could never be afraid again. I could make myself the predator instead of the prey, the hunter instead of the hunted, the ruler instead of the subject. I could make myself a monster to fear. I could make myself something to remember, instead of another fading mortal life to forget. Everything was right here. 200 years ago, Vincent had made this decision. He had sacrificed everything, and so had Nyaxia. Her grief became her power. She forged it into a weapon sharp enough to carve a whole new world. I understood now. It always happened this way. Love was a sacrifice at the altar of power. My gaze found Vincent's. He was not blinking, was not breathing. My father, who had taught me how to survive, how to kill, how to feel nothing. Perhaps I didn't share his blood, but I was his child in every other sense of the word. And he loved me the only way he knew how, at the edge of a blade. I swallowed the sudden, desperate desire to know how he had felt when he stood in my place 200 years ago. Did he swear that he would be better than the one who came before him? Nyaxia's smile rolled over my cheek like the cold light of the moon. "They always have dreams," she murmured, answering the question I did not ask. And his were the grandest of all. "Tell me, what is yours, my child?" I cradled my wish in my weak mortal heart. Perhaps I was more human than Vincent thought, after all. My father taught me to look them in the eye as I slid the blade into their heart. And so I did not look away from his as I told Nyaxia, "I wish that Raihn had won." Vincent's face went white. Nyaxia's laugh sounded like the shifting of fates. Chapter 51. Nyaxia did not ask me if I was sure. She knew my soul. She knew I was, she said, as if I had just done something very amusing indeed. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Maybe some dramatic flash of light or storm of darkness, or hell, maybe that I would disappear completely. But no, it turns out that fate-changing is a subtle beast. The air turns just a little colder, the direction of the wind just a little lost. You look down, and suddenly your hands are shaking, holding the blade that, seconds and another reality ago, had been lodged in your lover's chest. I looked up, and Raihn was alive. He sucked in a great gulp of air, his hands clutching at his chest, at the wound that was no longer there. The crowd murmured and gasped. I didn't look at them. Raihn didn't either. Instead, his gaze shot to me. Only me. The tears that pricked my eyes now were of relief. It was worth it. I already knew it. Even if I never saw him again, it would have been worth it. Confusion tangled in his expression as he rubbed his chest. "Hello, Raihn Ashraj, my night-born son," Nyaxia purred. "Victor of the Kejari." Raihn's confusion turned to realization. Then to... My brow furrowed. That wasn't relief. That was anguish. "Oraya," he choked out. "What did you—" "Rise," Nyaxia commanded. "Rise, my son, and tell me how I may reward your victory." Raihn did not speak for a long moment. That silence seemed to stretch 1,000,000 years. At last, he rose and approached Nyaxia. Her fingers stroked his cheek, leaving in their wake little paths of blood. "My, what a long time it has been," she crooned. "Even fate did not know if I would see this face again." "Likewise, my lady," Raihn said. Vincent's jaw was so tight it trembled, his knuckles white at his sides, back straight. His wings quivered, as if he had to hold himself back from flying down here. Nyaxia's eyes danced with amusement, terrifying amusement. My stomach clenched tight. I did not like that level of delight, the kind of delight that promised bloodshed. Nyaxia likes her children squabbling. Something was not right. "Tell me, my son, what is your prize?" The world held its breath. Raihn bowed his head. In the crowd, I glimpsed Septimus pushing forward through the stands, a hungry grin spreading over his lips. Why was Septimus looking so pleased if his champion had fallen? Raihn said, 200 years ago, you came to this place and granted the winner of the Kejari a wish. You sealed away the power of the Rishon Nightborn King. The smirk on Nyaxia's lips had grown to a grin, and with it, my stomach sank. I wish for that power, my lady. I wish for it to be restored to the Rishon airline. Restored? Nyaxia laughed, low and silken. I wondered when this might happen. Your wish is granted, Raihn Ashraj, turned heir of the Rishon king. What? My eyes went wide. I took several steps back, towards the stands. Some spectators were laughing, soaking up the drama of it all. But others, mostly Hayaj, had started to uneasily back out through the crowd. Nyaxia cupped her hands before her. Congratulations on your victory. Raihn only at me. Dismayed apology over his face, as Nyaxia's hands opened over his chest, her lips pressing to his forehead. The burst of power rearranged the world. Everything went white, then black. But the real force of the shift was deeper than that. At any given moment, one could feel Vince's power innately, the kind of power kissed by the goddess herself. Now, two polar extremes yanked in opposite directions. I lifted my hand to shield my eyes. When the light faded, Raihn was standing before Vincent's box. His wings burst forth, a million colors, black as night, with one notable exception: red painted at their tips. I let out a strangled noise, because Raihn's armor had been so badly damaged that when his wings flung out, most of the leather had ripped away, revealing the landscape of scars over his back. The scars from Vincent's torture, yes, but also the older one, the one that started at his upper back and ran down his spine. Now light burned through that scar tissue, streaks of red piercing the mottled flesh. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Even if its owner had once, long ago, tried to burn it off his skin, fuck, what had I done? Goddess, what had I done? By now, the Hayag spectators understood what was happening. People trampled each other in the stands, trying to escape, taking to the sky or to any open exits in clumsy masses. A deafening crack sounded from beyond the Colosseum. It shook the ground, followed by a deep grinding like stone shattering, like city walls falling, like an empire crumbling. Soldiers poured from the entrances of the Colosseum, soldiers wearing the red and white of the House of Blood. Septimus watched it all and smiled. "A dead lover can never break your heart," Nyaxius' voice whispered to me, taunting. It was all I could hear as Vincent spread his wings and drew his sword. He didn't move as Raihn approached him. No, Vincent never backed down from a threat. He'd face his challenger head on. "No, I didn't remember drawing my blades. I just started running. I made it halfway up the steps to Vincent's balcony before someone grabbed me. I didn't know who, didn't care, didn't look. I needed to get to him. I needed to get to him right now, right now." Raihn's lip curled. "You don't even know who I am, do you?" Vincent did not dignify this with a response. Instead, he lunged. A cry leapt to my throat. Vincent was one of the best warriors in all of Nyaxius' kingdoms, and yet Raihn struck him down mid-movement, as if he were nothing. Power swelled and sparked at Raihn's fingertips, flashes of light and darkness, like stars themselves, dwarfing even the force of his asterisk in the ring. I thrashed against whoever held me back, thrashed so hard that soon another set of hands joined the first. "We met," Raihn said, 200 years ago. "The day you took power and opened a river of blood in this city. The day you slaughtered your own family and every Rishon man, woman, and child within these walls. The day you killed anyone you thought even had the sliver of a chance of taking the Rishon airline and challenging you for the House of Night." He pushed Vincent's sword away with a burst of power, sending it clattering to the floor. "Well, you missed one." Raihn grabbed Vincent's throat. The red of Vincent's air mark sputtered in fits and starts, as if repelled by the grip of its natural enemy. A sickening crack as Raihn pushed Vincent's body to the smooth stone of the wall, smearing crimson black over white marble. Horrible certainty fell over me. I was about to watch my father die. I fought harder. 2 sets of hands became 3. Someone yelped as I stabbed at them. Raihn yanked Vincent closer, their heads bowing. Vincent said something to him, much too quietly for me to hear. Then his head turned, slowly, as if it took all his strength to look at me. Raihn looked at me too, and for a moment that hate on his face was replaced with profound, tortured regret. I couldn't hear anything over my frantic scream, but his lips formed the words, "Look away." I screamed something, perhaps a curse, a plea. I would never remember. And I did not look away. Not as magic flared at Raihn's touch. Not as Vincent's body flew back against the wall with enough force to turn bones to liquid. No, I did not look away as I watched Raihn kill my father. Chapter 52. Vincent's body hit the railing and fell to the sand, a long drop from the balcony. I didn't know what sounds I was making, only that they were ragged and animalistic and violent. It was the night fire that made them finally let me go. In a sudden burst, it engulfed me. Not that I noticed or cared. I stumbled down the steps, crossed the sand in several long strides. I collapsed next to Vincent. He was still alive, barely, but it was a testament to his power that he even managed to survive these few seconds. His body had been destroyed, skin replaced with scalded flesh, bones rearranged and crushed. That elegant, cold face twisted and blood-smeared. His eyes, moon-silver, were brighter than ever, peering through that gore. Growing up, I had thought Vincent was untouchable. He could not bleed. He could not break. He certainly could not die. But the man before me was broken in every way. A collection of destroyed muscle and tissue, and a heart that was just as soft as mine in the end. His eyes glistened. One mangled hand reached for me. I grabbed it. "I am so sorry, my little serpent." Each word was hard-fought. I just kept shaking my head. Tears marked little pools of clean skin on Vincent's face. I managed one garbled word. "Stop. Stop speaking. Stop dying. Stop leaving me." But he didn't. "I love you. I loved you from the first moment." Bubbles of blood formed at the corners of his mouth. His gaze drifted past me to the night sky. Then it dragged back to me, the movement slow, laborious, like he was working very hard to make sure I was the last thing he saw. "So many mistakes in the end," he choked out. "Never you." For the rest of my life, I would wish I had said something to my father as he died in my arms. He was a terrible person in so many ways, and yet I loved him. I loved him. I told him so 3 seconds too late, when his eyes had gone blank. The grief tore me apart in its jaws, so much worse than I ever thought it would be. No, I preferred anger. Blue-white flames consumed my vision. Every muscle coiled. I guarded Vincent's body like a wolf over her den, a serpent over her nest. Something had been ripped open inside of me, and whatever had been in that carefully guarded box was too much for me to control. Pain and sorrow and fury poured and poured, and, in the distance, I heard shouting. It grew closer. Someone grabbed me. I fought them on instinct, railed against their hold. I couldn't grip my own magic. The dam of my restraint had shattered, leaving it gushing in uncontrollable waves. Flames roared at my hands, my arms peeled from my skin. It was Raihn who finally dragged me back. I hated that I knew it was him right away. Knew him by scent and touch alone, as he pulled me back against him, arms around my shoulders. "He's gone, Oraya," he murmured into my ear. "They're dead, little human," he had said to me the first time he had met me. "They're dead. They're all dead." I dropped my blade somewhere. I had no weapons, only my flames, which were so far beyond my control that I could have burned the Colosseum to the ground. But if they hurt Raihn, he didn't show it. He spun me around, held me firm by my arms. "Breathe, Oraya. Come back to me. Please." He said this like he cared, like he fucking cared. I hated him. I was ready to die for him, and he killed my father, and he lied to me, and yet the sight of Raihn's pain, of the skin on his cheeks slowly scorching, made me draw in a gulp of air. He gave me a weak smile. "You're safe." I never wanted him to say those words to me ever again. People surrounded us now, Rishon warriors clustered in the arena. Dimly, I recognized Kairos watching us nearby, sword in hand.
and Keturah not far beyond him. When did all these people get here? I couldn't orient myself. Something I couldn't name was so different. The flames slowly ebbed, yet I still felt like I was burning from within. I struggled to breathe. My chest hurt, my neck hurt. As the night fire withered, Raihn's eyes lowered to my throat. Oraya, what is... fuck? Kyrus stepped closer, his eyes wide. Is that... fuck? What? I looked down at myself. Red ink had spread over my chest. Kyrus gasped. She's a fucking heir. Chapter 53. My mind stopped working. I wasn't Vincent's daughter, not by blood. He had never even turned me. I couldn't be an heir. Yet the mark was there, unmistakable. I could only see the edge of it, but I could feel it burning into the skin of my throat, clavicle, upper chest. That's... I choked out. I can't be. Raihn still held my shoulders. His lips had parted, but words escaped him. Kill her, Kejari said, not taking his eyes off of me, like if he did I might attack. Right now.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Chaos exploded around us. A crowd pushed closer. Keturah was already drawing her sword, and so did so many others, all those Raihn soldiers in battle-ready armor, ready to kill me. One even went so far as to lunge for me. But then, in one abrupt movement, Raihn yanked me back. He spun me around, holding me close to him, so tight I couldn't move. No. His voice was foreign and cold, nothing like the man I knew. I have better plans for her. The Raihn hesitated, confused. In the background, Septimus' lips curled as he raised his cigarillo to his mouth. I took Vincent's kingdom, Raihn snarled. I took his life. I took his title. And now I will take his daughter. I'll make her my wife. Keep her close, where I can keep an eye on her. And I'll make sure it hurts when I fuck her, just like it did when he raped our queen 200 years ago. I couldn't even process what I was hearing. So different. Mother, Raihn was so good at performances, but I didn't know which one was real anymore. Which version of him was true? I let this man into my bed, into my body. This man who now boasted about raping me to a gaggle of rapt soldiers? They hesitated. I knew what they were thinking, that it was foolish. But vampires loved sex and bloodshed, loved pain and power. When all those things were combined, they could hardly resist. Think of that. Raihn's face was right next to mine as he gripped me against his body. I glimpsed his wolfish, feral grin out of the corner of my eye. How much more interesting than death for her. There can be no other Hyja heir as long as she lives, and I'd happily make her my little slave forever, just as Vincent was happy to make the Raihn his. He jerked his head to Vincent's body. Maybe I'll even prop him up so he can attend his daughter's wedding. And it was this final sprinkle of nauseating savagery that won them over. The soldiers laughed. Kejari looked unconvinced, stepping back only slightly. And Keturah did not sheathe her sword, still seemingly ready to skewer me herself. But Raihn didn't give anyone time to argue. He motioned to the distance, to the carnage within the Colosseum walls and beyond it. Go reclaim your kingdom, and let me deal with her. They obeyed him, and Raihn, as he promised, dealt with me. I fought him, but Raihn's power had become something else altogether, and mine was exhausted by my outburst. He dragged me across the sand, ignoring my weak struggles. Around us, the entire world burned. The moon and stars had been blotted out with smoke the color of dried blood. House of Blood and Raihn warriors poured into the Colosseum, making quick work of Hyja who resisted. The sounds of death echoed through the night. As Raihn pulled me away, my eyes landed on Vincent's body, little more than pulp in the sand. He did not look like a king anymore. "I'm so sorry, Oraya," Raihn whispered the moment we were out of earshot. I'm just so fucking sorry. Sorry." The word brought to mind Vincent's final apology, final declaration of love. How many times had I longed to hear those words from him? And did it even matter in the end? "I hate you," I spat at Raihn. His fingers brushed my face. Little wisps of shadow trailed them. Darkness, sleep. Too powerful for me to fight. The last thing I heard was Raihn's whisper of, "There she is." Chapter 54. I woke up with a start. Sweat plastered my clothing to my skin. I know this ceiling. Silver stars on cerulean glass. I pushed myself up. The familiarity of this place hurt so much, my breath hitched. My room. The chambers I had spent the last 16 years of my life in. I had left here only a few short months ago, but I returned a different person. The girl who lived here was a child. Now I didn't even know anymore. The events of the trial came back to me in flashes, each twist driving a stake deeper and deeper into my heart. I pressed my hand to my chest and squeezed my eyes shut. I saw Vincent's bloodied face, saw Raihn killing him. I let out a shaky exhale that sounded suspiciously close to a sob. But no, I wouldn't cry. I would not fucking cry. I leapt out of bed. My leathers were gone. So were my blades. I wore only loose silk pants on a light camisole, both in midnight blue. Fine. At least I could move in it. I could find something to fight with. Could find a window to smash. I could. I glimpsed myself in the mirror and froze. Darkness shadowed my eyes, making their silver moon bright, just as Vincent's had been. My cheeks were bruised and hollow. Someone had healed me, but remnants of cuts and burns still painted my bare arms. And the mark. I had to stare at it for a long moment because my mind couldn't reconcile what I was seeing. I'd thought there must have been some misunderstanding, some confusion. But no. It was an air mark, unmistakable, carved onto my flesh. It adorned my throat like Vincent's had. A circle at the base of my neck, cradled by the inner curve of my clavicle. I realized after a long moment of staring at it that it depicted all phases of the moon layered on top of each other. Beneath it, smoke lines unfurled like petals cradling a rose, extending up my neck and over the width of my shoulders. The smoke came to 4 points on each side, like the talons of Hyja wings. It was dark in here. The glow of the crimson lines seemed particularly intense. It pulsed with the quickening of my heartbeat. Wisps of faint red smoke peeled from each line of ink. I clasped my hands together, tight, like if I could force them to stop shaking, I could force myself into composure. I could not afford to be anything but composed. Yet my mind could form only one word. How could this be? I was human. Click, as the doorknob unlocked. I whirled around. When the door opened and Raihn stepped inside, I was ready. I threw myself on him. I had no weapons, and my magic, even in this new awakened state, refused to come when my rage called for it. Perhaps they had drugged me, dampened it somehow. Fine. I had my teeth and fingernails. I attacked him like an animal. Maybe Raihn had been expecting this, because he countered me immediately. I slipped his grasp 4 times before finally he restrained me by brute force alone and shoved me to the bed. He pressed his whole weight over me. His face was inches away, our noses nearly brushing. Calm down, Oraya. I'm not going to— Calm down? Calm down. He winced at his own words. Just, Oraya, I turned my head and sank my teeth into his arm as hard as I could. He hissed a curse as I spat his blood onto the bedspread. I still couldn't get free. The weight of his body and the white-knuckled hold he had on my shoulder with his other arm kept me from moving. I have so much to explain to you, he said, if you'll let me. Oraya, stop fighting me. Why? I shot back. To make it easier for you to rape me? Another wince. I said what I had to say to save your life, he hissed. To save my life? Like I had saved him, over my own father, over my own power. And now Vincent was dead, and the Hyja had been overthrown, and the fucking House of Blood was in Sivranage. I had fucked up. I had fucked up so badly. And I wanted to claw Raihn's eyes out for that. Mother, I wanted it more than anything. But I wanted answers more. I gritted my teeth, lowered my chin. Raihn eyed me warily. If I let you go, he said, will you attack me? I genuinely could not promise that I wouldn't. I'll try not to. I made sure that every single thing that could possibly be used as a weapon had been removed from this room. I'm sure you missed something. The smile that twisted the corner of his mouth seemed more mournful than amused. Glad to know you're still in there, Princess. He let me go. I scrambled to my feet, putting several strides between us. I noticed him watch the distance widen. I wondered if he was thinking the same thing I was, of how I used to move that way every time we were in the same room together. I wondered if I imagined that he looked
gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I would be lying if I said I didn't feel a pang of it, too. Because the person I had trusted was Raihn. This man, I didn't even know who he was. His gaze lingered on me, lingered on my throat. How? He said softly. It seemed almost shameful to say that I didn't know. I didn't want to admit aloud how little I knew about the two men who had become so close to me. You first, I said. I never lied to you. He spoke so quickly, like he'd been waiting for days to say this to me. What a fucking joke. What does that even mean? I sneered. That you chose your truth so fucking carefully? That you picked each word to shield the things you wouldn't say to me? He raised his palms, as if to say, fair enough. I wasn't ready to confront any of this either, trust me. Say words that actually mean something, I snapped. Everything I told you was the truth, he said. There was just more. What is— The man who turned me was Nikolai Visaris, King Nikolai. My jaw snapped shut. The Rashan king. The king that Vincent had murdered and usurped. I betrayed him, Raihn bit out. The day that Vincent won the Kejari. I arranged for Vincent to get the keys to the strongholds, handed over everything he needed to destroy the entire fucking kingdom in exchange for the safety of the innocents. He never met me in person, never knew my name, never saw me. But I knew it was all already going to fall apart. I just thought maybe I could pour some oil on the fire, burn it faster, and keep it from taking all of us with it. I hated it all that much. I couldn't speak. But I should have known better, he said. I got the fuck out before Nikolai could figure out what I'd done, thinking I'd arranged for the safety of those who needed it. I tried to get Nasenin to come with me. She wouldn't, so I left her behind. I left all of them behind, trusting Vincent's word. His face went hard, hateful. We know how that worked out. Rape her, the way he raped our queen, Raihn had said. Bile rose in my throat. Vincent was no saint, but surely he couldn't have. Did he? Raihn seemed to know exactly what I was thinking. I don't know. All I know is that Nesenin was one of the last to die. I was going to throw up. By some miracle, I didn't. I kept my face perfectly still. I was far away by the time I saw this. He touched his back, his mark. It never occurred to me that it could happen. I wasn't Nikolai's blood relative, of course, not born, turned. I thought heirs could only be born, and I was content to let the entire bastard line of them die out. But, in the absence of a born heir, apparently a turned one counted. His mouth twisted into a wry, disgusted smile. How fucking poetic! The turned nobody handed the power of an entire kingdom by the man who enslaved him. A chill ran up my spine. I wanted no part of it. The first thing I did was try to get rid of the mark. Nearly killed myself burning it off. I didn't want to rule this place, and I certainly didn't want to take his title. He looked around, a wrinkle forming over his nose. I wondered if he was seeing a different version of this room, from 200 years in the past. I didn't even want to come back to this castle. Too many bad memories. So, Vincent sealed away the Raihn line's power, and he ruled, and I ran. His eyes fell back to me. Until it caught up to him. His guilt over those Nesenin had wanted him to protect. Misha, and her desire to use his power to build something better. All this bloodshed over a fucking fairy tale. So, the Kejari was to you what it was to Vincent, I said. A path to steal a crown. Raihn, to his credit, did not deny it. Yes. And me? I choked out. Is that what I was too? He looked as if I had struck him. No, Oraya, no. I don't believe you. What do you want me to tell you? That I didn't choose you as an ally because of your relationship with Vincent? Yes, I did. And everything else I told you was true, too. That I thought you would be easy to kill after? That I would learn from you and then get rid of you after the half-moon, and it would all be easy? As if I shouldn't have known from the minute you stabbed me that nothing would be easy with you. He let out a sound that was a shade of a laugh. Maybe that was why I picked you too. Because right away I liked you, Princess. I was curious about you. You reminded me of me. Someone different. After a few hundred years, everyone seems the same. Not you. Not from that first night. So no part of that was a lie, Oraya. Trust me, it would be simpler if it was. My chest hurt so much. I wanted him to be lying. It would be easy if he was lying. Easy to hate him if our friendship, our relationship, had been nothing but a performance. But I knew it wasn't, even before I asked. It had all been real. Why is the House of Blood within our walls? I asked. Raihn did not want to answer this question. I knew how he looked by now, when he was ashamed of something he was about to say. It takes manpower to win a war, he said. Heir or no. The Hiaj were never going to go down without a fight, even if I killed Vincent. And he knew that too. He'd been careful to whittle down the Raihn population over the last couple of centuries. If I was going to do this, I needed warriors, many of them. Septimus knew that. My palms were cold and sweaty. I resisted, he said. I don't even know how he found out who I was. I don't know how he knew what I was planning. I ripped apart my own inner circle, looking for whoever the source was. And he was insistent that the House of Blood could help. One favor, he told me, and the full force of the House of Blood was mine. I told him to go fuck himself. I thought we would have enough. But then the strike on the Moon Palace, so neatly blamed upon the Raihn, giving Vincent full permission to kill them indiscriminately. The attacks, Raihn nodded. Once Vincent was set loose on the Raihn, it was over. Before, it would have been difficult, but maybe possible. After that, there was no way. Did Septimus frame the Raihn? His face hardened. I can't prove it, but I think the bastard created a problem he would be the only solution to. I tried every other way, everything. And even when every other option was exhausted, I still told him no, until everything clicked together at once. The final trial. Angelica coming after me, only me. The way Raihn had looked past me, up to the stands. That little nod. "You fucking idiot," I choked out. Raihn stepped closer, and I let him. "I was ready to let it all go for you," he murmured. "Do you know that, Oraya? I was ready to let my kingdom fall for you. You should have let me stay dead. Because if he was gone, there was no one to honor the Bloodborn's deal. He made a dead man's bargain to save me, knowing that he would not deliver on it. I hadn't imagined it. He had pulled my wrist. He had helped usher my knife into his heart. Until I had brought him back. He took another step, and again I let him. "That is," I rasped, "the stupidest plan I have ever heard." And again a humorless smile flitted over his lips. "Maybe," he admitted. "Desperate men do desperate things. And I believed in you, Oraya. I believed if you won, you would seize power in your own way. I believed that you would use it to accomplish all the same things I wanted to do, and probably do it better anyway. And you wouldn't even need to sell your own goddamn kingdom to animals." The smile twisted, becoming something of a grimace. So, was it really a stupid plan? Yes. He put far too much faith in me. Just some nobody human? Human? The words set my world off kilter. Of their own accord, my fingers moved to my throat. Raihn's eyes followed them. "Did you know?" I knew him well by this point. It was almost comforting that I could hear the hint of betrayal in the question. Betrayal? That was rich. Like I had deceived him? It must be a mistake. I don't know how I shook my head. I'm just human. As the words left my lips, I heard the echo of how I had hurled them at Vincent.
Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I am human. It was never going to be you, he had told me, so many times. You are not like them. I thought of that refrain with fresh meaning now. You smell me. I choked on these words. You've tasted me. You would know, wouldn't you? If I wasn't, I would. The wrinkle deepened between Raihn's brows. But maybe half human. You did taste different. I just thought it was because, well, in any other circumstance, maybe I would have enjoyed seeing him fumble over his words like this. He settled on, because of how I feel about you. Oh, for fuck's sake. I felt dizzy. I had not intended to sit, but I found myself leaning against the windowsill. Half human. That would make me Vincent's biological daughter. No, there was no way. It didn't make any sense. I can't be, I forced out. He found me. He just found me. Raihn asked quietly. Why was he there that night? Because it was a rebellion, and but why did he come to that house? My head hurt. My heart hurt. I don't know. It was just luck. Fate. I hadn't realized how much I had leaned on that. That fate had brought me to Vincent's embrace. It was my blessing, because the will of Nyaxia had saved me that night. And my curse, because such a fragile thread separated me from so many more tragic futures. I had not realized how heavy that word had weighed upon my past and the way I looked at it, until suddenly it was gone. Suddenly fate was replaced with secrets and whispers and questions I would likely never get answers to. Because Vincent, my father in spirit and in blood, was dead. What was it that he said to you? Raihn asked, as he died. It was the kind of question one asked when they already knew the answer, already knew what it meant. I was going to tell you, Vincent had said. Ask yourself why he's afraid of you, Raihn had spat at me, before the final trial. In a world of immortals, there was nothing more dangerous than an heir. I felt sick. I didn't understand. I didn't understand any of it. If I was Vincent's daughter, and he knew who I was, why would he keep me at all? Why wouldn't he kill me? Raihn stepped closer again, whispering, "Breathe, Oraya." And only then did I realize that I was shaking so violently I nearly fell off the windowsill. "We will find the answers," he said. "We'll do the wedding." And, wedding? Oh, Mother, I'm not marrying you, I spat. Yes, you are. Fuck you. I am not. A muscle feathered in his cheek. It's the only way I can keep you alive. If you're not my wife, you're my enemy. And I can't justify letting you go. What a fucking hypocrite you are, I snarled. You, who was so fucking appalled by Vincent's bonding. Raihn flinched. He knew I was right. I turned my head enough to look out the window. I knew this view so well. I tracked the evolution of an ancient city from this window every single night, every morning. Now it was a kingdom wailing through its death throes. The night sky was bright with red and white night fire. Little streaks of light trailed through the distant streets. Blood-born soldiers invading my home. I knew that if I pressed my ear to the glass, I would be able to hear the screams of those below. Good thing you freed us from that tyrant, I spat. Everything looks so much more peaceful now, doesn't it? Raihn closed the gap between us in 2 strides. His hand pressed to the glass as he bowed over me, one palm cupping the side of my face in a touch that couldn't decide if it was a comfort or a threat. Think about this. Power is a bloody business. You know that as well as I do. We have teeth, you and I. Now is the time to use them. We'll rip apart the worlds that subjugated both of us, and from the ashes, we'll build something new. And there is no one I would rather have beside me to do that with than you, Oraya. No one. His voice lowered to a plea. His gaze dipped to my mouth before flicking back to my eyes. And when I leave this room and come back with a priestess, you will marry me. You will do it because I can't kill you. I tried. I can't. A world without you would be a dark, depressing place. And I've already inflicted enough pain without committing that fucking injustice too. So let me save you. Now it was my turn to know he was right, to know that he meant every word of what he said, and hate it. Anger made things easy. Love made things complicated. Is this you begging me to save myself? And what if I refuse, just like she did? In that moment, I thought maybe I would. Maybe I'd die, just like Nessinen, solely because he wanted me to live. Sheer spite. You won't. His nose was inches from mine. The words warmed my mouth, low and smooth. How do you know that? Because you're smarter than her. You have more than a dream. You have vision. The admiration in his voice hurt because I knew it was real. My eyes flicked up to meet his. I took in all those stunning threads of color. All those pieces of him that did not fit together. I thought for one long moment that he might kiss me. Even worse, I thought I might kiss him back. Instead, his lips ghosted over my forehead, barely a touch. Then he straightened. I'm getting the priestess. Every second we put this off, you're in danger. Wait, before I could protest, He was gone. Chapter 55. The wedding ceremony was performed in my chamber. The priestess was one of the ministers, one of those idiots who spent half their lives staring at a stone wall in the church. Her gaze was lowered as she whispered scriptures in ancient tongues. I stood there and considered running away, considered attacking her, considered attacking Raihn, considered smashing the window and hurling myself out of it. I didn't. I jumped when the priestess took my hand. Her touch was cool and unnaturally smooth. She took Raihn's in the other, and then flipped both over, so our palms raised to the ceiling. She whispered an incantation, then brushed her fingertip over my skin. I hissed a curse, startled by the stab of pain. A river of crimson opened over my palm. Raihn did not flinch as she did the same to him. "The vows," the priestess said, simply, as if we were supposed to know what that meant. I had never seen a wedding. I was never allowed at such gatherings. They often turned debauched and unruly, and Vincent always said, "Vincent." The casual thought of his name stole the breath from my lungs, the pain unbearable. Raihn's touch was warm and rough, the opposite of the priestess's in every way, the opposite of every vampire's. Maybe he knew I didn't know what to say. He lifted my palm. I tensed as he brought it to his mouth. His tongue moved slowly over the wound. I hadn't been expecting the tenderness of it, soft and gentle, an apology and a promise. He lowered my hand, swallowed my blood. I wanted it to all be a lie, but it was not a lie. In this moment I recognized, with unmistakable clarity, that Raihn was in love with me. He offered his hand to me. Red-black liquid pooled in his palm, seeping into the lines and scars of a life well lived. My mouth was dry as I raised it to my lips. I thought maybe I'd throw it up once it hit my stomach. Instead, the taste of him was the most exquisite thing I had ever experienced. His blood was warm and smooth over my tongue, sweet and metallic and deep as the night itself. It tasted like the sky. It tasted like falling. I lowered his hand. My fingers trembled around his skin. Raihn Ashraj. Mother, my voice did not sound like it belonged to me. I give you my body. I give you my blood. I give you. I give you my heart. I couldn't make myself say the words. My heart, my weak, human heart, scarred and broken and bleeding. The one thing I had always been taught to protect above all. And gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. And yet, whatever thing struggled along within my ribcage now, far beneath the mark that my dead father left on me, was anything but protected. It had been torn apart and ripped open. How had I ever thought Vincent had given me a vampire heart? This was human. I couldn't say it. "You must complete the vow, my lady," the priestess said. I blinked back tears and shook my head. "No. But my lady." "It's fine," Raihn barked, "but I said it's fine. She doesn't have to." I allowed myself to look up at him. I hated that he looked at me like he cared. His thumb swept over the back of my hand. I could hear his voice in that gesture. "You're safe." But I was not safe. Even if I felt it, just for a moment, especially because I felt it. The priestess led me through the rest of my vows. When it was done, I was married to the king of the Nightborn. I had lost my autonomy, my name, my blood. I had lost my country. But at least I had kept my heart. Raihn remained only briefly after the priestess left. I went to the window and watched the carnage in Sivranaj beyond. I wouldn't look at him. I felt too much, and I felt his stare strongest of all. "If you're waiting for me to invite you to our wedding bed," I said, after long seconds passed, "it isn't going to happen." My voice wasn't as ruthless as I wanted it to be. The word wedding reminded me of how his mouth felt against my palm. The word bed reminded me of how it felt against my flesh. Both were equally confusing. He said nothing. I wondered, in the silence, if he felt those things too. Eventually, I peered over my shoulder. He stood at the center of the room, hands at his sides, looking as if he had too many things to say and not enough words for them. My husband. Mother, what had I just done? His lips parted. I didn't want to hear any of it. I couldn't. I'd like to be alone, I said before he could speak. His mouth closed. He stared at me for what felt like an endless moment. Felt like it because I struggled to keep myself together with every agonizing second, and I refused to allow him to see me break. Finally, he lowered his chin. I turned my back to him, sat on the bed, and listened to his footsteps leave. He locked the door behind him. The rap on the glass came near dawn. I had been lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying very hard to feel nothing. I thought I was hallucinating when I rose to see the figure in the window. I drew closer, and the face that peered back at me, perfect, sculpted, dangerous, was not a reflection. Jasmine knocked on the glass again, more urgently. I never thought I would be so grateful to see her. I tried to open the window. It was locked, of course. But when I twisted the handle, it broke apart in my hands, a snapped bolt shooting halfway across the room. Was I stronger now than I was before? Maybe it was my newly acknowledged vampire blood. Or maybe it was just all that repressed rage. I threw the window open. Jasmine clung to the side of the castle. Her ashy hair was braided, a few strands of it whipping about her face. She was bloody and bruised, a cut slicing her cheek. She looked as if she hadn't slept in days. Still stunning, of course. "Come in," I said. And it was only after the words were out of my mouth that I realized maybe I didn't necessarily want her to. It was impossible to tell who was an enemy and who was an ally. Her gaze flicked over the window frame. "There's a barrier here," she said. "I don't feel like getting shredded today, like the ones in the Moon Palace." She was right. If I squinted, I could see the faint blue-white sheen across the window. It wouldn't have been too easy. "I can't stay," she said, "but I couldn't leave without seeing you first." She looked me up and down. "You look like shit." I felt like shit. "Thanks. How are you? Are you all right?" I blinked. It was strange. She asked the question like it really mattered to her. No, I was not all right," I said. "Yes." Her eyes softened. "He's gone." I swallowed. Nodded. Jasmine bowed her head. Genuine sorrow flitted over that flawless face. May the mother guide him home. The mother was the one who put us all in this shit situation. I wasn't sure if I was ready to ask her for anything at all. "I don't have time for much, so excuse my bluntness," Jasmine went on. "They're waiting for me, beyond the walls." "They?" "The military." She said this as if to say, who else? And who else indeed? She was the head of war. A damned good one. Whoever is left, anyway. The blood-born bastards are, she hissed through her teeth, efficient killers. We weren't expecting them. How many? I'd made a mistake, I realized. I had been thinking like a grieving daughter, like a prisoner. I had not been thinking like a leader. I didn't even know what was happening beyond these walls. "I don't know yet," she said. "I need to assess. But it is not good, Highness." "Highness?" I physically jolted at that word. Jasmine saw it. Her eyes narrowed. "Let me make one thing very clear. I respected Vincent as my king and my leader, but he does not hold my loyalty. The Hayaj clan holds my loyalty. Until the day I die." She jabbed a finger at my chest. "I don't know how you got that. I'm as surprised as any other that you have it. But it's not my place to question that. You are the Hayaj heir. That makes you my queen. And that means my loyalty is yours. Maybe I had misjudged Jasmine. I had never trusted her before. I wasn't sure what it said about me that I trusted her right now. I didn't know what to say. Thanking her didn't seem appropriate. So I was grateful when she surveyed me again and moved on to another topic. Did he do it? The marriage? Yes, she hissed. Our queen married to a turned Rishon slave? Vincent would have. She shook her head. Better this than dead, I said. She shrugged, as if this was a small consolation. I told you he was trouble. Pretty trouble, but trouble. Fair enough, I thought, begrudgingly. What is your plan? I asked. What are your orders? I was not at all prepared to give orders. I tried to speak as Vincent would have. I would like to hear your recommendation. We are losing men, and rapidly. We're outnumbered. We need to regroup. She peered into the room. If you wish, Highness, I can send warriors here too. No. The last thing I needed was for Hayaj soldiers to get caught, tortured, killed, who knows what else. I had to think like a leader. I don't want any more bloodshed than there already has been, I said. Not until we know what we're dealing with. Retreat. Jasmine's lip curled. So we let him take it? Let him take the House of Night? We could build something better, Raihn had whispered to me. But this did not seem better. And let the blood-born— I know, I cut in. I know. It was one thing to hand this country to Raihn. Another, to hand it to Septimus. This country hated me. I hated it, in some ways. But it was still my home. I need time, I said. Time to learn. Time to gather information. Keep yourself safe until then. And you? He won't hurt me. Jasmine gave me a cold stare. That marriage is to protect him, not you. Your doors are locked from the outside. Your windows are cursed. He won't hurt me, I said again, because I didn't know how to explain to her how certain I was of this. This is bigger than him, she said. If I may speak frankly, Highness, you are not a prisoner. You are a queen. I have broken the unbreakable before. She pulled open her shirt, revealing her scar. I was bound to a man who sought to control me too once. I nearly gave my life to break that bond. But I'm free now. I could free you too. Yes, I had underestimated Jasmine. And maybe that was why I was more honest with her now than I ever intended to be. I don't intend to lead anyone into a war we can't win. I don't intend to fight for the sake of fighting. And maybe I have a mark on my skin, but I don't know what that means. The world knows me as human. The Hayaj know me as human. I knew myself as human. If you want to fight for this house, we are ready, she said. I won't pretend it will be easy. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I won't pretend that some, maybe many, won't want to accept your rule. Her lip curled. But Raihn Ashrah's people don't want to follow him either. He was a slave to their king. Turned. Abandoned his clan for centuries. Do you think his people don't remember those things? They'll be reluctant to go on their knees for him when they feel it should be the other way around. Despite everything, my heart ached to know that they thought of Raihn that way. They are waiting to usurp him too, she went on. And that's only if the House of Blood doesn't slide a knife into his back first. And then we are all fucked before his own people even have the chance to turn on him. A bang rang out in the distance, a puff of smoke rolling from the distant eastern walls. Jasmine's face snapped to the sound. Go, I said. I'll be fine for now. You can find me when you need me, she said urgently. Don't rely on him to protect you, Highness. He has his own threats and weaknesses. You have teeth too. Yours are sharper than his. Just tell us when to bite, and we fight for you and you alone." Another bang, another flash of light in the distance, and Jesmond gave me no time to tell her anything else before she disappeared into the night, scaling the castle walls with the ease of someone who had centuries of experience slipping through the locked windows of powerful men. Chapter 56. I was escorted to the throne room at nightfall the next day. I listened to the door click 4 times before it swung open. Raihn stood there, Karis at his side. "4 locks?" I said as we walked through the halls. Karis trailed far behind. I wondered if I should expect him to always be lingering near us now. How flattering. "I know better than to underestimate you. Where are we going?" He gave me an odd look, like this was an obvious question. "To work, of course. Why? Aren't I your prisoner?" Another strange look. This one I couldn't quite decipher. "You aren't my prisoner," he said. "You're my queen." I had grown up in this palace. I knew every crevice. I had slipped through each secret hallway in the bright hours of day when no one could disturb me. But everything was different now. New faces in the hall, paintings torn from the walls, the face of my father shredded and disfigured, just as it had been in life. Raihn led me to the throne room. There were so many people here, all Rishan. All of them looked at me with utter disgust. I knew what it was to walk into a room and know that everyone there wanted to kill me. That is what it was to be prey in a world of predators. This was different. These people wanted to kill me not because I was weak, but because I was powerful. Raihn excused himself to go speak to Keturah, who shot me a wary glare when his back was turned. I walked through this familiar, unfamiliar room. I crossed it until I reached the double doors that overlooked the ballroom. All the paintings of Hiyaj legend and royalty, had been destroyed, smashed to pieces over the marble floor. Only one still remained. That small painting I had always so admired, the Rishan man, falling, reaching for a savior that would not reach back. I am so glad we have the opportunity to work together once again. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. The smell of tobacco smoke wafted over me. I turned to see Septimus leaning on the opposite doorframe. I didn't feel like playing today. "Work together," I said. What a polite way of talking about slaughtering a kingdom. Slaughter? That's harsh. It's what you want, isn't it? Looks like it, from what I've seen. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Then you're not looking at much of anything, are you? Perhaps the same impulses that drive my people are the ones that drive you to murder in your human slums. After all, your people weren't the only ones used as pawns in our goddesses' little games. I didn't know what to say to that, because something about the pointed stare, full of anger he mostly managed to hide, reminded me of that first trial, of the look of horror on the blood-born contestant's face as he realized that he was fighting monsters that had once been his people. Both the humans and the bloodborne had been used and discarded. You didn't hesitate to use Angelica as a pawn either. Angelica was a good friend of mine, and the sacrifice she made for her kingdom will live on far longer than she has. I asked bluntly, "How did you know this would work?" "I don't know what you mean." "Raihn made your deal, caved to your blackmail, to save me. Yet for him to hold up his end, he had to win the Kejari. Why would you think he would kill me after he had saved me?" Septimus smirked, exhaled smoke. "I didn't. He's clearly a romantic." I kept my face blank, but did not understand this answer. He chuckled and straightened. "I told you, I don't make bets that I can't lose. And every bet I've made on you has been a winning one." He offered me the box of cigarillos. I shook my head. "I hope you can find it in your heart to call me a friend," he said, as he slipped the box into his pocket. "You may find we have more in common than you think. We're the only ones here who know what it's like to fight against time. Counts for a lot in this world, doesn't it?" He sauntered away without another word, just in time for Raihn to return to my side. He eyed Septimus's departing form warily. What was that about? Nothing. Raihn looked unconvinced. He took my arm. I stiffened and pulled away, but followed him as he walked. "What now?" I said. He led me into the ballroom. To our right, floor-to-ceiling windows displayed a tableau of Civrenage, domes and spires gleaming beneath the star-dusted sky. The night was still hazy with smoke and white with fire, bright as inverted sunshine spilling across the ballroom's marble floors. "Good question," Raihn said. "Guess we have to build a kingdom." On the surface, his voice held the lilt of a flippant joke. It did little to mask the blatant fear beneath it. I was afraid, too. Afraid of the enemies beyond these walls and within them. The enemies that surrounded Raihn and the ones that surrounded me. The allies ready to betray us both. Afraid of the fire consuming the kingdom that raised me, and for the countless innocent humans who would be caught within it. Afraid of the danger of the future and the secrets of the past. Raihn took my hand, and this time I let him. Our eyes met at the same moment, united in our mutual terror, united in all the ways we were the same, even if we weren't ready to admit it. For one moment, it was all laid bare. My friend, my enemy, my lover, my captor, king and slave, human and vampire, and perhaps the only other person who had ever really understood what it was like to have a heart that bled both red and black. I hated him, and I loved him, and I couldn't even try to deny how beautiful he was, with his life-marked face doused in the flickering light of our world falling to ash. "And what about you?" he murmured. His thumb stroked my cheek, traced the line of my jaw. "Are you going to kill me, Oraya?" He said it just as he had a lifetime ago, as dawn encroached on an alleyway in the human slums. And just like that night, I didn't pull away from his touch. Instead, I pressed my palm flat to his chest. Behind him, my kingdom burned. I thought, maybe. "Not tonight," I said. End of Book 1. Oraya and Raihn's story will continue in The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King. Author's note: thank you so much for reading The Serpent and the Wings of Night. I hope you loved reading it as much as I loved writing it. We have 5 more books in this world, and I'm really excited to explore all of its dark and bloody corners with you. Oraya is one of my favorite characters I've ever written, both the toughest and the most deeply sensitive. I hope you fell in love with her as I did, and that you enjoy the next phase of her and Raihn's story. If you enjoyed this book, I would truly appreciate if you'd consider giving a review on Amazon or Goodreads. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. I can't overstate how important reviews are to authors. And if you'd like to be the first to know about new releases, new art, new swag, and all kinds of other fun stuff, consider signing up for my newsletter at carissabroadbentbooks.com, hanging out in my Facebook group, Carissa Broadbent's Lost Hearts, or joining my Discord server, invite at linktree.ee Carissa Nasira. I would love to keep in touch. Also by Carissa Broadbent. If you liked The Serpent and the Wings of Night, check out the War of Lost Hearts trilogy, an epic romantasy trilogy full of romance, revenge, and redemption. And, best of all, it's complete and ready to binge. Book 1, Daughter of No Worlds. Book 2, Children of Fallen Gods. Book 3, Mother of Death and Dawn. Available on Amazon and free to read in Kindle Unlimited. Glossary of terms. Akaye, the goddess of spellcasting, mystery, and lost things, member of the White Pantheon. Alaris, the god of death and husband of Nioxia, exiled by the White Pantheon as punishment for his forbidden relationship with Nioxia. Considered to be deceased. Asteris, a form of magical energy wielded by night-born vampires, derived from the stars. Rare and difficult to use, requiring significant skill and energy. Atraxis, the god of the sun and leader of the White Pantheon. Bloodborn, vampires of the House of Blood. Born, a term used to describe vampires who are born via biological procreation. This is the most common way that vampires are created. Celiba, a continent in the human land to the east of Obatreus. Coriatis bond, a rare and powerful bond that can be forged only by a god, in which two people share all aspects of their power, linking their lives and souls. Nioxia is the only god known to grant Coriatis bonds, though any god is capable of doing so. Those who are bound are referred to as each other's Coriadae. Coriadae share all aspects of each other's power, typically making both stronger. Coriadae cannot act against each other and cannot live without each other. Diavinth, a poison that temporarily paralyzes. Dara, a nation in the human lands. Vale is currently living there. Extrin, the prison of the gods of the White Pantheon. Obatreus, the land of Nioxia, consisting of 3 kingdoms, the House of Night, the House of Shadow, and the House of Blood. Hairmark, a permanent mark that appears on the heir of the Hayaj and Raihn clans when the previous heir dies, marking their position and power. Hayaj, one of the 2 clans of Nightborn vampires. They have featherless wings that resemble those of bats. The House of Blood, one of the 3 vampire kingdoms of Obatreus. 2,000 years ago, when Nioxia created vampires, the House of Blood was her favorite house. She thought long and hard about which gift to give them, while the Bloodborn watched their brothers to the west and north flaunt their powers. Eventually, the Bloodborn turned on Nioxia, certain that she had abandoned them. In punishment, Nioxia cursed them. The House of Blood is now looked down upon by the other 2 houses. People from the House of Blood are called Bloodborn. The House of Night, one of the 3 vampire kingdoms of Obatreus, known for their skill in battle and for their vicious natures, and wielders of magic derived from the night sky. There are 2 clans of Nightborn vampires, Hayaj and Raihn, who have fought for thousands of years over rule. Those of the House of Night are called Nightborn. The House of Shadow, one of the 3 vampire kingdoms of Obatreus, known for their commitment to knowledge, wielders of mind magic, shadow magic, and necromancy. Those of the House of Shadow are called Shadowborn. Ix, goddess of sex, fertility, childbirth, and procreation, member of the White Pantheon. Kashmar, god of art, seduction, beauty, and deceit, member of the White Pantheon. The Kejari, a legendary once-per-century tournament to the death held in Nioxia's honor. The winner receives a gift from Nioxia herself. The Kejari is open to all in Obatreus, but is hosted by the House of Night, as the Nightborn hold the greatest domain over the art of battle out of the 3 vampire kingdoms. Litero River, a river that runs through the center of Sivranaj. Moon Palace, a palace in Sivranaj, the capital of the House of Night, specifically there to house contestants of the once-in-a-century Kejari tournament held in Nioxia's honor. Said to be enchanted and to exert the will of Nioxia herself. Neculi Vasaris, the former Raihn king of the House of Night, usurped and killed by Vincent 200 years prior to the events of this book. Nightborn, vampires of the House of Night. Nightfire, like Asteris, another form of star-derived magic wielded by the vampires of the House of Night. While Asteris is dark and cold, Nightfire is bright and hot. Night fire is commonly used in the House of Night, but very difficult to wield masterfully. Nioxia, exiled goddess, mother of vampires, and widow of the god of death. Nioxia lords over the domain of night, shadow, and blood, as well as the inherited domain of death from her deceased husband. Formerly a lesser goddess, she fell in love with Alaris and married him despite the forbidden nature of their relationship. When Alaris was murdered by the White Pantheon as punishment for his marriage to her, Nioxia broke free from the White Pantheon in a fit of rage, and offered her supporters the gift of immortality in the form of vampirism, founding Obatreus and the vampire kingdoms. Also referred to as the Mother, the Goddess, Mother of the ravenous dark, Mother of night, shadow, and blood. Pachnai, a human nation to the east of Obatreus. Rishon, one of the two clans of Nightborn vampires, have feathered wings, usurped by the Hayaj. Salanai, a major city in the House of Night, located in Rishon territory. When the Rishon were in power, Salanai was a thriving hub functioning as a second capital. Oraya spent the first years of her life, before Vincent found her, in Salanai. Shadowborn, vampires of the House of Shadow. Sivarenai, the capital of the House of Night, home to the Nightborn Castle, the Moon Palace, and host to the Kejari once every 100 years. Turning, a process to make a human into a vampire, requiring a vampire to drink from a human and offer their blood to the human in return. Vampires who underwent this process are referred to as turned. White Pantheon, the 12 gods of the core canon, including Alaris, who is presumed deceased. The White Pantheon is worshipped by all humans, with certain regions potentially having favor towards specific gods within the pantheon. Nioxia is not a member of the White Pantheon and is actively hostile to them. The White Pantheon imprisoned and later executed Alaris, the god of death, as punishment for his unlawful marriage with Nioxia, then a lesser goddess. Zarox, the god of the sea, rain, weather, storms, and water, member of the White Pantheon. Acknowledgements. Every single time I have to write one of these, I'm amazed by how surreal it still feels. I have so many people to thank for helping me dream this new, dark, bloody world into existence. Chief among them, Nathan. First, as always, for being my best friend, my greatest love, my biggest supporter, my brainstorming buddy, my encyclopedia, and so much more. I would not be able to do any of this without you. I love you. Ariella, Deanna, Elizabeth, and Rachel, for being amazing early readers and providing such helpful feedback. You are the best. K.D. Ritchie at Story Wrappers Design for such a beautiful cover. Love working with you. Noah, for being, as always, an amazing story Sherpa. Thank you for lending your eyes to this manuscript many times over, and for your invaluable editing pass. Anthony, for fabulous proofreading and for eternally correcting my comma usage. I swear to God, one of these days I'm going to actually nail it. Gentle and inviting, with subtle warmth in every sentence. Rachel, for being the most eagle-eyed proofreader ever. Thanks for killing all my typos and correcting all my continuity errors. Claire, thank you so much for listening to me whine all day, every day, and putting up with the notorious Carissa Broadbent brain-to-mouth pipeline. You are a star, and I adore you. And to my Swords Corsets crew, Jen, Crystal, and Angela, you guys are the fucking best. I love you all and could not possibly ask for a better, more talented, and more awesome writer friend circle. And finally, thank you to you for coming on this adventure with me. If you have been a reader since the War of Lost Hearts trilogy, thank you for following me to this new world. And if you're new to me, thank you so much for taking a chance on this book. Your support, readership, fan art, reviews, messages, emails, all of it has been instrumental to my career, and I truly, truly cannot thank you enough. None of this would be happening without you, and I never forget it for a single second. I'm excited to join you for the next one. About the author. Carissa Broadbent has been concerning teachers and parents with mercilessly grim tales since she was roughly 9 years old. Since then, her stories have gotten slightly less depressing and, hopefully, a lot more readable. Today, she writes fantasy novels with a heaping dose of badass ladies and a big pinch of romance. She lives with her husband, one very well-behaved rabbit, one very poorly behaved rabbit, and one perpetually skeptical cat in Rhode Island. Table of contents. Title page. Copyright. Author's note. Full page image. Contents. Prologue. I. Dusk. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. IV. Full moon. Interlude. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. IV. Waning moon. Interlude. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. IV. Half moon. Interlude. Interlude. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. IV. Crescent moon. Interlude. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Chapter 37. Chapter 38. Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Chapter 41. V. New moon. Interlude. Chapter 42. Chapter 43. Chapter 44. Chapter 45. Chapter 46. Chapter 47. Chapter 48. Chapter 49. Chapter 50. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. IV. Night. Chapter 53. Chapter 54. Chapter 55. Chapter 56. Author's note. Also by Carissa Broadbent. Glossary. Acknowledgments. About the author.